Hello. Bit late today because I slept in. Also, I wasn't planning to stream at all, so it's gonna be mega scuffed. It'll be great. Yeah, it's I think it was used in the credits for the Wind Rises.
Unexpected stream.
Very unexpected. Hello. I was trying to figure out why it sounded familiar to me as well, given that I don't usually listen to this kind of stuff. Like, not that I don't like it, it's the really obnoxious weeby shit I don't like. I don't mind Japanese pop from, like, back in the fucking 80s. 70s, I think this was. But I finally figured it out after, like, a couple days. I was like, hang on a minute. It's got a very similar chord progression to A Whiter Shade of Pale by Procol Harum. I was like, that's why. That would explain it. It's a good song, though. No, Gurn. It is you who are banned. May or may not be a hint of where we're gonna fly first, just saying. Cheers to the resub, Aurelia. Good to see you. I love this song so much. So, I've done some tweaking. I have changed one number in several aircraft's flight models in the contact points. One number. One. Literally one number. The Corsair, the Spitfire Mark 9, both variants, and the big radials version of the Grumman Goose all now have tailwheel free castering steering. Just saying. One number. Now I need to tweak a couple of other numbers to get the brake effectiveness on the main wheels right, because at the moment just touching the brake on the Corsair will cause it to flip over, which was an existing problem. They set the brake effectiveness way too high. Likewise, the Spitfire barely turns or turns too much. So, like, this is the issue, right? This is the issue. This is why tail wheel steering, air quotes, was impossible. It's because they had the tail wheel castering angle set to a limited number because it was tied to the rudder. Now, I'm told that apparently this was a recent development of that actually being a thing that worked, that you could just set it to 180 and it would give it proper free castering. Apparently that's a recent thing. Okay, whatever, I'll cut them some slack on that. But it's not recent enough to explain why they couldn't change one fucking number in the past, you know, month or 6, I don't know. But that would explain why they were having trouble with it anyway, because their brake effectiveness on the main wheels is way too fucking high. Or the friction or something. It's probably the friction, actually. It's probably the friction. Because when you tap the brake on one side in most aircraft in MSFS, like, you can put half brake on one wheel, and it will stop the aircraft. It will pivot it, and then it will stop. Like, even aircraft where you should nominally be able to steer them with the toe brakes anyway, even if they have nose wheel or tail wheel steering, whatever this, you know, whatever they're meant to have actual controlled steering. Even in aircraft that are meant to do it, if you just touch the brake on one side, the aircraft would pivot, eventually stop, and would not, like, if you held the brake and put on full power, it would not continue to pivot around the inside wheel. It would just stay still. Which tells me that the devs, third-party devs this is, I haven't checked Asobo's stuff, with very few exceptions, don't know how the fuck wheels work, which at this point doesn't surprise me in the slightest. This is probably going to turn into me pissing off like 90% of the third-party devs in this sim as I decide to discuss various things I've found in my travels, but like I don't care at this point. That I cannot believe the depths of incompetence and laziness that people just somehow unquestioningly accept from third parties in MSFS. Genuinely stunned. Genuinely, absolutely fucking stunned at the shit that they get away with. And the community's just like, oh yeah, well that's how it is. Asobo! It's all Asobo! Asobo have to do that. Like, no, dude. No, Asobo don't have to do fucking jack shit. Like, ooh, it's not documented well. No, it isn't. But you know how you fix that? You do some trial and error. You tweak a couple numbers, see what they do, and then bracket it either side. Oh, I changed that one too much. Let me go back and turn it down, and we'll try it again. Like, it's almost as if the dev mode for the game has a utility which literally resynchronizes all the files for the aircraft while the sim's still running, so you don't have to restart the sim every time to check a value change. It does that, by the way. It does that. You can literally modify things on the fly, do the resync, which takes like 5 seconds, and I don't get it. I don't get it. I do not understand. Really, really do not understand. Nearly ready to get the first flight going here, guys. I just need to double check something. We're probably going to need a bit of a pushback from here, I think. What I'll actually do is I'll do the pushback now, because you wouldn't park this thing the way it's parked at the moment anyway. And then we'll get the game scene up. I just can't believe it, man. Cannot believe it. And what gets me is that, like, people will accept these excuses at face value. Like, this shit's not hard to check yourself. I have no inherent coding ability, right? Yeah, I learned to mod games with Notepad when I was a kid, but that's the extent of my ability, is literally just looking for something that is a labeled variable and changing it. That's all I know how to do. But it's not hard for people to fucking check up on this stuff and see if the devs have done their homework. Like, it really isn't. But just nobody does. Nobody checks. Nobody calls them out on their shit. Well, except, you know, CCM and like 2 or 3 other people I know of. It's just like, oh, well, the dev said that this is impossible and Asobo won't let them do this and it needs to be in the SDK. Like, no, dude, it's not Asobo's fault. It was never Asobo's fault. I'm curious. I'm hoping this livery is gonna work. I'm just suspicious that a couple of the roughness metallic maps are inverted because it's doing some weird shit. Alright. Nearly ready, guys. It's not even bug testing. That's the thing. It's not even fucking bug testing. It's playing the game. It's playing the fucking game. That's what gets me. It's not bug testing. It's playing the fucking game that I find this shit. Like, me tinkering with the tail wheel stuff is because CCM figured out that you could just change one number and it would give stuff a castering tail wheel. One number. One. In literally the first row of contact points in the flight model. But, one of the other things I'm going to talk about while we're flying, because this is one of, like, maybe 5 aircraft I've flown in the sim, aside from some of the vanilla stuff. Not all the vanilla stuff's good, because Asobo phones a lot of it in. But this is one of maybe 5 aircraft I fly in the sim, which does this correctly, and everyone else does it wrong, including all the big-name devs that everyone lines up to worship. Wow, where have we heard that before? But hello, you guys will see me being semi-transparent today because of the colour of my shirt, I think, but whatever. We are in beautiful Cork. Well, actually, no, we're not. We're near Cork. We're at the airport. In Ireland. We're going to do a flight around the bit south and a bit west and kind of meander around that general area. I did a flight up here and got a bunch of screenshots yesterday, like last night. But it's such a beautiful area, I thought, you know what? Fuck it, let's do it on stream. Plus, I just want another excuse to fly this thing. So I haven't got round to installing FS Realistic yet. So just a heads up, everything you see today is going to be default MSFS. It's not going to be FS Realistic effects, because I don't have FS Realistic yet. So when you see this aircraft's reaction to turbulence, of which I'm sure we will find some along the flight, that is default MSFS weather, default MSFS effects. The only difference is that God knows how Aeroplane Heaven are apparently one of the only devs that know how the fuck secondary effects work. Unless it was Jimenez that added it in the mod, I don't know which. I'm running Jimenez DC3 improvement mod, which is in my opinion a must-have. And the only change that's been made to that is CCM's little tail wheel tweak, which is what I'm going to be basing most of my tail wheel fuckery on. I need to, like I said, check the brake effectiveness and the wheel friction in some of the other aircraft I've been working on. Okay. Props full forwards. We won't go full rich on the mix yet, because I need to be able to click the fuel cocks. There we go. Full rich. First thing you're meant to do in the aircraft, which we haven't yet, is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's just kind of priming the hydraulic pressure. This, Jimenez did this. It's a very good little addition. Another thing Jimenez did in the most recent update, or at least the most recent one I've downloaded, is that. Oh, the seats are green too! Holy shit. That's some attention to detail on the part of the livery maker. Right. So, we've got our ground power on. That was our little red cart in front of the aircraft. Our fuel valves are on. We're props full forward, mix full forward. We are going to come up here. We're going to get our instrument lights on. Position lights, just so that people know we're about to turn the plane on. We're going to go... we're not going to do that yet. I don't think it matters, but technically the startup procedure, you don't hit the mags until you've done some other stuff. Those on. We'll energize the left starter. I usually start left first because I can actually see it from here. We're going to mesh the left. You'll see I can actually click this up or down. That's an Jimenez improvement. Left is meshing. We're going to go ahead and both mags on the left. Let it take a couple turns. And there we go. She's caught. Switch is reset back to position. We're going to now do the same on the right. Let it energize for a few seconds. We can't see it from here. I could hop to the other seat, but there's not much point. Although I will show you guys something. We'll mesh. I don't know if she's going to do it. Come on. No, she ain't going to cut. Oh, there we go. Come on, come on, come on, come on. As someone who's watched a real C-47 trying to start its engines, this is more like it. Okay, energize right. Mesh right. Oh, it helps if I turn the mags on, doesn't it? That would probably explain why we just got a bunch of smoke and nothing else. Now we go right engine prime. Come on. Come on. Come on. Nope. I think we're a little quick on the primer. It needs a few turns first. So she ain't going to start off that. Booster pumps as well. I forgot that. I told you guys it'd be a disaster. I have the startup procedure for this thing down pat when I'm off stream. As soon as I'm on stream, I forget the most fucking important switches. Right. Energize right. Hey, Yuki. Mesh right. Let it go through a few turns. Prime right. Jockey the throttle a bit. Come on, come on, come on, come on. You know you want to. I don't think she wants to. Okay. So something I found does sometimes help with this. Whoops. Something I found does sometimes help with this is if we go to the battery as well and just get the extra, I don't know if that actually helps or what, but pilots are very superstitious, so we'll just assume the battery's doing something here. Mesh, you can hear it. She's already primed, I think. I think actually, yeah, you do want the battery for the right engine. I suspect. Or the extra voltage, at least. It might only have enough in the enough juice in the battery to get the one engine kicked over. Anyway, we're now both engines running. The starter... Okay, yeah, we're back in a neutral position. Starter should be good. It's all dealt with. We're going to put our pitot heaters on. because it's a little cloudy out and we are going to be flying through some of that. What else do I need to do here? I need to get rid of the ground power, because I have been known to take the cart with me. Screaming cheese! Cheers for the resub. Good to see ya. Let's go ahead and get rid of the parking brake.
Smiling face with heart, smiling face with heart, smiling face with heart, smiling face with heart, smiling face.
Oh dear indeed. I'm not steering with the rudder. Let me go to the external here. Let me just tap the brakes for a sec. Let me go to the external. I have my wheel oh, fuck. I know why. You didn't see anything, chat. You did not see anything. Okay, so let's go to this view, because this shows you exactly what the tail's doing. The aircraft's weathercocking, which is why the tail wheel's moving at the moment. Right. Look at me. Full left rudder. I'm going to put some power on. She ain't going left, is she? She eventually straightens out a bit, but she ain't going left. Now, if I tap the right brake with no rudder... Oh, look at that! Isn't that incredible? I can even, if I want to... Passengers are back there wondering what the fuck's going on, but we're going to pivot around the left wheel. Wow! Incredible! And we're going to actually keep going this way, because it looks like that's the direction we want to go. That's the runway we want to use. So yeah, impossible. Really, third-party devs. Impossible. Okay. Okay, Chief, you keep telling yourself that. Oh, you liked this one too earlier? I wasn't good at playing it, but I was in the process of learning to play it way back when I was in high school. It's one of my favorites as well. I really like Liszt as a composer. It's just unfortunate that he was also popular in certain other circles. Well, that's a nice livery. Is that one of the retro liveries? I don't know about all along. So apparently being able to just change the tail wheel, like, turning restriction angle, which is what the number is, apparently changing that used to not work for free casting. We got a very lost beaver here. Buddy. Sorry, that's not beaver, that's a float Cessna. I'm blind. Buddy! Tonnage has the right of way. I can wait here all day, man. I got more fuel than you do. Fine. Because I'm such a nice person and I want to show off the tail wheel steering again, let's just go around him. So I'm standing on my left brake here. I can't split my throttles because of the way I've got my HOTAS gear set up, so I could turn even better if I was full right throttle and idle on the left, but I can essentially just pivot turn this thing now. Which you could do the way Aeroplane Heaven had the tail wheel steering set up originally, by just giving it a boot full of rudder, and it would also, you know, well actually no, if you stood on the brake before it would stop you. So I suspect CCM or Ibanez, either one of them, has also tweaked the main wheel contact points for the wheel friction or the brake effectiveness, which is what I need to do on the Corsair and the Spitfires, and the Goose. course, it looks like the wind has now died down. Look, that other guy was using the far end of this runway as the active, so we're going to backtrack on it. Well, I mean, we're DC3, we can just cut the grass and avoid having to backtrack. But we'll pretend we're a proper fucking professional pilot. We'll backtrack. British Petroleum, once again. The Brits trying to sabotage Ireland. Fucking BP parked in the middle of the goddamn runway. Get off the active, you shit! Fucking move. So now, who else is it? Bro, get off the active! What are you doing? Jesus Christ! We're just gonna run this guy over, fuck him. Anyway. The tail on this thing does start flying at a reasonably low speed. So your rudder will become effective quite quickly. You will get the tiniest little bit of rudder response out of the, aircraft even at this speed if you hold it for long enough. Not quite enough to counter the swing there from the wind, but just a little bit. But you don't get proper rudder effectiveness till about 60 mile an hour, at which point your tail's already lifted and you're already just about airborne, so... Just tapping the right and left brakes here to keep myself kinda sorta on the center line. Is it a player? The Cessna? I don't think so. I could be wrong though. I've got, actually no, I don't have labels turned off at the moment. I haven't toggled them yet. So no, that would have been AI traffic. The AI traffic does seem to stop when there's some player aircraft in front of them. Not always, but usually they'll just stop and stay where they are, so you can go around them. I'm not sure if my issue with the AI traffic, the airliner AI traffic flying Nap of the Earth has been fixed yet, though. Because I only started doing that since the most recent sim update. Before that, they flew at normal altitudes. Okay, let's go ahead and close the quarter light here, because we don't want a face full of wind as we take off. Where are we? We are in County Cork, and we're flying up the west coast of Ireland. And where we land is... where we land, I don't know. Oh, no. Maybe it was a player, because I got tags on now, and there's somebody over there. Yeah, yesterday I did this flight. I landed the DC-3 at Shannon. I did a Harrison Ford, and I landed on the taxiway. It used to be a runway, okay? It used to be a runway. But Harrison Forded it, found a very lost domestic Qantas flight, and then took a little break, and then took the big radials version of the Grumman Goose from Shannon to... where did I land it? Galway, actually. I landed at Galway. In the docks. Okay, we're gonna do a bit of a rolling takeoff, because I don't want the tail wheel pivoting 90 degrees on me. That's not fun at the start of your takeoff roll. We don't need our landing lights. It's broad daylight. It is a bit cloudy, but it's not that cloudy. Just very gentle applications of the brakes here to keep the aircraft tracking more or less straight. We don't want to go much past 45 inches of pressure. Oh. Little bit of a pilot-induced oscillation there as she tried to weather vane. Tails up. Like I said, about 60-70 mile an hour, the tail's up. And we're off the ground. Bit of forward stick, because she's going to want to come nose up very abruptly. DC-3 is a bit unstable. It likes to pitch up when it slows down and pitch down when it speeds up, which is pretty much the opposite of what you expect a normal plane to do. Depends on where the CG is and how it's loaded and a few other things, but it is something to watch out for. That is still present in this version of the flight model, in Imanez Improved version. The default Aeroplane Heaven flight model exhibits that behavior, but far more aggressively. So my first flight in the default DC-3 ended very, very badly, because it was instrument conditions, and it pitched up very abruptly right off the runway and into the ground. Why is my music stopped? Oh, it's on a really quiet song. That's alright. Let's skip to this one, which is not quiet at all. Sing a helicopter? May as well be. This is why DC-3s are still used as bush planes, because they are surprisingly good at getting into and out of tight places, and they're very reliable and simple. Getting a little bit of variable wind here. We're going to come off the power and off the revs a bit so we're not overtaxing the engines. Your boy also forgot something else really important. I'm lucky I didn't blow the engines. They are a little toasty. They are quite toasty. Good thing I noticed I forgot that. Like I said, I have my shit together off stream in this thing. As soon as I try and stream it, I'm a monkey. So this is Cork. His wife. So something else I'd like to talk about that MSFS devs, third-party devs need to fucking learn. When you kick the rudder in a plane, or when it yaws for any other reason, yaw does this thing where it induces a roll. It's called secondary effect, right? So when you yaw the plane should also, with a slight delay, begin to roll. If you fly a real plane of virtually any type for about 5 seconds, you will discover this. Well, most MSFS devs apparently don't realize that exists, or they know it exists, but they don't realize what a thing it is. They just assume it's, oh, there should be a small rolling moment if you boot the rudder. They have it, but it's so minor you don't notice it. So one of the common criticisms, bit of a freeze there, one of the common criticisms leveled against the flight model, or the weather modeling actually, is that, oh, turbulence isn't realistic because the plane just kicks from side to side. It's doing like a yaw pendulum sort of oscillation, and it's not doing anything else. It's just pure yaw. There's no nose drop, there's no wing drop, nothing. Well, I can tell you why. I can now tell you why. It's because most of the aircraft in the sim, including almost all of the third-party ones, do not have sufficient coupling between roll and yaw. Whereas this thing, there's a little bit of turbulence already, so it's not going to be perfect, but if I was to boot the right rudder, well, that's half right rudder even. That's half right rudder, and it drops a wing quite quickly. If I was to level it back off-ish, and boot the left rudder full extent, over she goes. And this is a DC-3, so it's a pretty big, heavy aircraft. It's got some momentum, it's got a lot of wing area, it's not going to snap over, but it moves pretty quick. When this thing hits turbulence in-game, like I said, I'm not running FSR yet, I keep forgetting to actually get it. So when it hits default MSFS turbulence with no special effects applied through FSR or any other external program or any weather mods or anything like that, when it hits default MSFS turbulence, where any other aircraft in the sim almost would just pendulum side to side and yaw, this thing will drop a wing aggressively. Like a real fucking plane. Like a real fucking plane. Meanwhile, products from devs that everyone, says are really on top of their shit and they're amazing and they make the best planes ever and their flight models are so good, I can't, the more I play this, especially this plane, because, First of all, Airplane Heaven did a surprisingly not bad job with it. They still, some things were kind of but for example, they are literally one of the handful of third-party devs who understand what fuselage side area drag is and actually change it from the default value. Not only that, but they commented into the line of text that controls that multiplier or coefficient, whatever it is. They commented in how they derive that number through flight testing. So Airplane Heaven can work this shit out, apparently. Imenez can work this shit out, because I know that Imenez made some changes to the flight model besides just the stability stuff and the pitch on power application. But, like, this shit's not hard. It's really not hard. I don't understand how third-party devs can continue to sit there and blame Asobo because this or that thing doesn't work on their aircraft, and then there's another aircraft that works on perfectly from a dev no one's heard of before, or from a dev that has a reputation for not doing a proper job on this stuff. Like, it's just... It's beyond the pale, dude. Beyond the fucking pale. Let me unfuck my camera here. Yeah, I think the reflections are arse backwards on this thing, which is a shame, because it's a really nice livery. I might have to see if I can fix that myself. Cathorius, I think it would be the same story whether or not they had the Xbox element, honestly. Now, the tailwheel steering stuff, I'm willing to say they probably... A lot of the devs probably just can't be asked because they're like, oh, the normies won't like it. Whatever. It's dumb, but whatever. But stuff like yaw coupling. It's basic fucking flight model shit. Like, if you can't do that, why are you a flight sim developer? You know? If you cannot work that out, what business do you have calling yourself a flight sim developer? And it's not Asobo's flight model. Asobo's flight model, when it's used properly, is fucking excellent. Like, probably on par with X-Plane at this point. And the examples are this, with this mod, the Piaggio 149, that thing flies like a fucking dream. Like, there are aircraft in this sim that you get in and you're like, this flies like an actual real plane. Or like the Jabiru, you know, like I said, Iris got lazy and used the same flight model for the 160 and the 170. Which, you know, most people won't notice, but the 170 stalls at a lower speed. It's got longer wings, so it stalls at a lower speed and it stalls less aggressively. But other than that, they're essentially the same plane. The Iris Jabirus, aside from that little thing, it flies exactly as I remember the fucking 170 flying when I learnt to fly on that plane in real life, so... You know? It's just a joke, man. Just absolute joke. Okay, now we're established in something approaching cruising flight. What that does is it switches over the hydraulic system. So, in its rear position, it's feeding from both engines. Well, both engines are pumping into the actual, like, utility system, which controls your landing gear, your flaps, stuff like that. In the left-hand position, the forward position, the left engine's providing pressure to the gyropilot systems because it uses hydraulics to actuate the controls. And then the right engine's still providing pressure for the utilities circuit. Flying near my house. Oh, nice! It's a beautiful part of the world, man. I really, like, I've wanted to visit Ireland for as long as I can remember, but I really, really, really want to visit. We probably will pick up some gyropilot later in the flight, just as I get lazy, but for now we're going to hand fly it, because there's no reason not to. This thing's such a puppy. I really, really cannot praise this aircraft with Imenez mod highly enough. It is absolutely wonderful. Like, if there was only one plane in the entire sim that you could actually fly and it was this one, I don't think I'd be upset. And like I said, to their credit, while Airplane Heaven didn't do a perfect job, they got a lot of the basic stuff in there, so it took very little adjustment from modders to get the aircraft to where it should be. Compared to a lot of aircraft in the sim where you basically have to rewrite the entire flight model to get it to actually fly like a plane. Should come out of the clouds here in a minute. So I'm not using live weather at the moment because it's quite, according to the live weather, it might be desynced again. It's quite badly overcast, which is not ideal for sightseeing. So instead I've got the soaring gliding preset on, which I think came with one of the glider mods. Or it might even have been added during the sim update, I'm not sure. But I've got the soaring, ridge soaring weather on, and I've made a few minor tweaks to things like humidity and I've added a little bit of rainfall under the clouds, just to mix things up and give us some nice pretty rainbows. We're actually, Interesting. I haven't seen that happen before in the DC3. What are we? 220. I think this is the first time I've had to do this in the DC3. This is why you check this shit before you take off. There we go. And then, okay, yeah, it must be linked to that gyro compass then, so we won't need to adjust it. Shame someone can't do something like a classic aviation mode to roll the map back in time and bring back some of the old radio navades that have been decommissioned. Yeah, that's my dream. That's my... Since this used to be my impossible dream, having, like, actual photogrammetry and really, like, highly accurate autogen scenery for the entire planet. I thought that was impossible. I was wrong. Actual realistic weather with realistic turbulence that dynamically generates off the world... I thought that was impossible. I was wrong. So my new impossible dream, which I'm hoping also will become a thing in the next 5 years, is like a time slider, where you can slide things back to, like, say, 1940, or, fuck, 1820 if you really want to, why not? But I think that might be a bit further off. And it probably won't be 100% accurate, but it could at least be a bit close. I've picked up a bit much altitude, so we're gonna just drop down a little. So you can see that sort of haze under the clouds, that's the rainfall. Over there as well, so we got some rain over there. The cloud lighting still needs work, I think. I'm pretty sure it's been improved, at least it looks like it. It's, when you've got a couple of layers of cloud, or like one layer like this, it looks amazing. Like, this looks pretty good. It's when you've got multiple towering layers of, like, cumulonimbus and stuff, where they're casting shadows on each other, then you run into problems because they shadow the other clouds in grey rather than sort of bluish grey. Like, it's not super far off, but it's just enough that it's uncanny. Makes it look like acoustic popcorn. I do have some, like, historical scenery. I just don't have it installed at the moment. So I've got a version of the Akron Airport that has the big fucking blimp hangar in it. I've got Midway circa 1942-ish. So we'll definitely have to do a Catalina or a Goose flight out there sometime with that scenery installed. So I've also got actually a scenery pack for airfields for the hump flight, which we'll do in this one day. Conti's done it in the DC-6, but I want to do it in the DC-3 or C-47 one day. Actually, this one is a C-47. It says right there, delivered March 44. No. Don't think so. I forget who it is. It's some... I think Rampage sent me this one. Like, years and years ago. Or maybe Pieman is one of them. Rampage or Pieman sent me it. Most DC-3s, period, are C-47s at this point, I think. And it's quite uncommon to find an original built as a DC-3 aircraft that didn't at least get used as a C-47 at some point. I mean, the differences are pretty minimal anyway. But, like, during the war, a lot of civilian DC-3s were pressed into service by the military and then returned afterwards. We're going to go ahead and engage the lazy pilot, just so we can pop some externals and have a nice look around. I want to actually turn a little more westerly at this point. Not that far, we'll go 250. So it should pick up a little gentle bank to the right, which it is doing right now. We're already pretty much level. We might just give it the tiniest bit... No, we won't give it any nose up. I actually do want to descend a little. How good's the P-38? Flying irons? It's alright. It needs some tweaking, though. Or at least it did last time I tested out the default flight model. Yeah, the, unfortunately on this livery, the reflectivity's messed up on the paint. So I'm gonna have to see if I can fix that myself, or see if it's been updated. Like... It's kind of, on the fuselage specifically, it's kind of arse backwards. Which is why, I wasn't sure if I was going to fly with this livery today. I probably should have switched out to something else. I just wanted to have something thematically appropriate for where we are. Open the map so you can see where I am, sure. Let's see. Oh, this is a banger. Right down here. So EICK is Cork. And then KY is Kerry. NN is Shannon. And then Galway is up here. Absolutely gorgeous part of the world. I really wish that the drone camera had like a auto-stabilize feature where it always stays stabilized to the horizon. It's annoying chasing it around sometimes. A little bit of a sim hang there. This isn't live weather at the moment. This is, I set this up manually, because live weather, the cloud floor was a little too low. Hey, Racy, good to see you, man. I'm, doing well. I'm flying around beautiful Ireland at the moment. We'll turn inland here in a sec. Convair 990. God, please. Please. Give me some Convair birds. And while we're speaking of Convair birds I want in the sim, F-106? B-58? Please? Someone? I know Milviz made a B-58 for something. I've seen the renders of it. Alright. We're gonna hook a little more northerly. By northerly, I mean we're going to go straight west, but, like, more north of where we're going. Words are hard. We're just going to leave the gyro pilot on for a bit, and then we'll kick it back to manual further along. Yeah, the B-58 would be fucking awesome to have in the sim. I don't even care if I can't drop bombs from it. I just want to fucking fly it, dude. It's an awesome plane. Convair are hands down my favorite of the US aircraft designers of the Cold War because they were just incredibly based. They loved their Delta Wings, and they had these weirdo solutions to every problem that were most closely matched to the way the Soviets approached the same problem. So the running joke between me and some of my friends is that they're not just called Convair, it's Convair OKB. F-111, I would love an F-111. I'm sure someone will do one eventually. Dublin. No, I took off from Cork. So we've only been in the air for maybe 10 minutes. Werner! Thanks for the resub. Good to see you. And Orion Flying, thank you for the follow. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. It's interesting. This is the same weather preset and more or less the same adjustment to it on my end that I was using last night, but the clouds are much denser packed. Well, I guess it's just that the gaps are in a different place than they were last night, but it's interesting. So our view's going to be a little bit different than it was for me last night on my screenshot run. Oh, we got a beautiful double rainbow all the way across the sky. I don't know if we're going to find a pot of gold at the end of it, but I'll take a thick red hat with a thicker accent as a consolation prize. Thank you very much. It's not the end of it, obviously, but it looks like it ends over there. If we move this way a bit, it'll go all the way down the screen again. The rainbows aren't just like an overlay, they're actually properly generated. I'm not going to say they're physically simulated, like they're simulating the refraction of the rays of light through water droplets. I doubt it's that deep. But the rainbows appear in places they should, in a manner they should. It's not just like an on-screen overlay sort of effect. Which is pretty cool. DCS now has that stuff too. Rainbows and ice halos. Although I don't think I've seen any in DCS yet, because I haven't really played for a while. Loves Convair, but hates General Dynamics. I like General Dynamics too, but Convair are just the coolest dudes. So, aside from the fact that there is a lot of rain in the air, one of the other reasons we're seeing so many rainbows is I crank the humidity up a bit, so the air is just more wet in general. Much like me when I hear an Irish accent. Someone make an A5? Dude, I would kill for a Vigilante. That plane is so sorely underrepresented. See, when the lighting's not causing the reflectivity to wig out, the livery's beautiful. Like that nice sort of green. What kind of green would you call it? Emerald green is more like the color of the ground. Emerald green is the color Ireland is when it's viewed from the air. That'd be like, I'm not going to call it British racing green because that would piss the Irish off. It's kind of like, you know. But it's a nice shade. And the white accents and then the bare metal. This is how you do an airliner livery, guys. Bring back retro liveries. None of this white all over shit. I know, I get it. I get it. That's better for, like, efficiency or something in terms of, like, reflecting the heat. But Bring back interesting color schemes, please. Ulster green, oh no. Oh no. Now we've done it. Staking Kelly green for British Racing green. You've made an enemy for life, I know. Someone go wake up Boiler. Get Boiler in here. Although I don't know if I'm going to be flying long enough on this flight to get to where he is. Have we done a Belfast flight? I think we have. I'm pretty sure we have. I know he gave us a tour of the northwestern coast. I don't remember if we hit Belfast. It's all the limestone. Ice Halos at least have to be set specifically in the mission editor. Yeah, I read about that. I've literally barely played DCS for months now. I think I last really played it in late August, early September. Partly just, you know, I burnt out on it and I was more interested in trying out all the fun new stuff in this, or, you know, I was busy with studies, but also, you know, I am now DCS homeless in the sense that Alpine Server is down for the foreseeable future, and Alpine Server was really what kept me in DCS for so long. If it wasn't for that server, I probably would have got bored of DCS years ago, honestly. Enigma Server is fun in bursts, but the last 2 times I played on there, I was fucking team killed. And just in general, the skill level on Enigma Server is so low. I don't want to sound like I think I'm amazing, because I'm not, but the skill level is genuinely so low that it's too easy, even for me. Like, God knows how it must be for Davey or Yink or Zach when they go on there. Huge tracts of limestone within the geology of Ireland, which is a mineral bath for the soil and vegetation here. Yeah. Yeah, what is in the ground is very important to how good your farmland is. That's why Edmonton is such brilliant farmland. Well, the area around Edmonton, it's like pitch black soil. Absolutely pitch black. It's called Chernozem, because it's the exact same soil you find in Ukraine and southern Russia. Black earth, it means. And it's probably part of the reason why Alberta's so full of Ukrainians, is because it's basically like home to them. Like, if I was to fly over northern Ukraine in the sim, it would basically be like, oh, this is pretty much the same as home. It looks like my neck of the woods from the air. Well, not northern, I guess, like, middle. Northern Ukraine's more like up around High Prairie. And southern Ukraine's a bit too flat, I think. Alright, we're going to swing it north here. Well, like northwest-ish. We're still using the Lazy Man's pilot. I promise I'm not turning into a tube liner guy. I'm lazy today. We will do some more hand flying, don't worry. It's also easy to keep up with chat when the plane can look after itself. Dead, good night. Night, Cotty. Sleep well, man. Totally different in DCS, not as much content, but I've been having a lot of fun in VTOL VR. I've heard VTOL VR is really well done for what it is. I don't have VR, so, like, I can't confirm or deny, but I've heard a lot of good things about that game. Very rugged coast down here. Enigma's 2.0 to come out. Yeah, I think that'll do a lot to sort of bring me back into DCS. The opposition's still going to be low-skill gamers, but at least, like, there'll be more interesting sort of environment to engage them in. Because that's my problem, right? It's too easy, because the average player skill level is way fucking below mine, and like I said, I'm not that good. Like, I don't want to sound like I'm shitting on the community too hard. I do that enough as it is, but you know what I mean? Like, it's just, it becomes like automatic after a while. You're not even mentally present. You're just kind of going through the motions. Impressed how well VR chat's modded flight servers are better than DCS hand controllers in VR. I think Gurn, when he used to try and do a bit of DCS, like early on in my streaming career, don't stream as a career, like, oh my god. We've had this chat before, but like, yeah, Gurn was flying with the VR hand controllers in DCS, I think, and he said it was possible, but really awkward. So I've kicked out a bit further to the southwest than I did last night. Last night, I passed over that mountain, which we're going to just... actually, the drone camera speed's a bit low. What we'll do is we'll... yeet. Oh, no. Fuck, wrong button. Hang on, chat. Hang on. I told you it was going to be a disaster today. Catch you later, Thog. I'm glad you could stop by. I think the drone camera is moving towards this, barely any faster than we're moving away from it, but I came over this this mountain. It's, would you call it in Ireland? You'd have a different word, right? I mean, I'd refer to this as a moor, but it's probably called something else locally. But it's got a nice little winding switchback road up the top of it, and then a bunch of radio towers and microwave towers and stuff. So it makes for a nice little VFR landmark. Couple radars too. Probably weather radars if I had to guess. Big hill. Large bump. Alright. We've seen the interesting thing. Let's go back to our plane. Look at this coastline though, dude. Like, god damn. You can also, I don't know how well it comes across on the stream, but you can also kind of see, now granted my head's probably sitting at a slight angle because I always sit cockeyed to one side, but you can kind of see the DC-3 when it's in cruising flight. It's sitting with a slight negative angle of attack. Tempting. Not today, but tempting. Now, to be fair, the actual angle of attack of the wing, I should have said angle of incidence, the actual angle of attack of the wing, depends what country, and they switch terms around, is probably close to level at the moment. It's probably close to 0, but the actual aircraft itself is a little bit nose down. It's like a B-52. It wants to be nose down to fly level. Sign of too much lift, yeah. Well, this thing will turn inside its own asshole, trust me. Which is probably part of the reason it's such a good bush plane, is the DC-3 doesn't stall until, like, 60 mile an hour when it's fully loaded, maybe. Like, you'll get buffet super early. You get buffet on set at about 80, 90 mile an hour, fully loaded in the sim. Real life, I don't know. I've never flown a DC-3, but in the sim, you get buffet around 90 mile an hour. Gets really noticeable at 80, but you don't stall until, like, below 60. Hey, Enigma. Good to see you, man. Cheers for the resub. We're over Ireland. So remember how last MSFS stream I was, like, harping about how if I could go somewhere that I've lived before and return today and just settle there forever, it would be Haslingden? Well, I'm not reneging on that because that's still the case. But if we remove the somewhere I've lived qualifier, I'm just saying, don't get me wrong, I absolutely melt for Lancashire accents, but Irish accents, man. Absolutely hypnotic. IL-2 got the C-47 last week or so, yeah. I have yet to try that out.
Ireland, Northern Europe, favorite.
Too easy to find ground units on ECW now. Yeah, on Caucasus it probably would be, because it's up north now, hey, so it's really flat and there's not much concealment. Syria is really good for that, actually. Syria makes it much harder to find ground units because of the ground textures actually having detail in them and contrast, and the, you know, there being olive groves and shit like that they can hide in. Syria is really good to actually make you have to try and get ground units. I even have team killed friendly ground units on Syria twice, because I got confused as to where I was looking. Caucasus is just too easy. I haven't tried road aheads yet. I do need to try it out sometime. Like, I've got the UH-60 mod as well, but I just haven't got around to it. I need to also get back to Search and Rescue, because Search and Rescue's had all kinds of updates. The fires now don't just use the white marker smoke, they use the oil fire smoke. They must have figured out how to optimize that effect. And obviously I've got a more beefy PC now as well, so do some firefighting with CCM or something. Get to be close to home, but you get to remain in the EU. Yeah, that helps as well. That helps as well. I'm sure Ireland has plenty of problems of its own, like economically and politically and socially and whatever. But at least it's not normal Ireland. Normal Ireland. Just having a normal one, you know. Waiting for Banshees of Inisherin to be available online, so I'm excited for the movie, but needs subtitles to understand everything. I think I've told this story before on stream. I know I've told it before to at least some of you guys, but I don't remember if I told it on stream. When I was working at Coles in Bathurst, it was a closing shift one night. It was at the start of the closing shift, to be fair, so I was still mostly awake, and I wasn't, like, pissed off and grumpy and covered in chicken grease yet, but I was just doing the sort of spot clean around the store, and I got accosted by a customer. Okay, she was about my height, so she's like 6 foot tall, and like 6 foot tall and optimal in every way. And she opens her mouth to ask me something, and I'm already like, and the most, like, just off the plane, thickest Irish accent I've ever heard in my life, short of sheep farmers up the fucking far sort of edges of the coast that don't even speak anything but Irish Gaelic. She asked me something, and between, like, her and her accent, my brain just, like, blue screened. So I mean, I'd have trouble processing people speaking to me in the first place, because ADHD, right? Like, and especially before I was diagnosed, I would not be listening. When I realized somebody was speaking to me, that's when I say again, and then get them to repeat it, and then the second time I pick up what they say. Well, in her case, it was say again so that I actually realized she was addressing me. Say again because, like, well, you know, I'm like, at the same time all this is happening, my brain's like, you fucking idiot, you have no trouble with Irish accents, what is wrong with you? And so I think after about 3 or 4 attempts, and she was visibly getting, like, flustered with me, I finally realized that she's asking me if we had an international aisle with, like, curry and shit. And I was like, oh, yeah, it's up there, I don't know if they've got what you want, but have a look, because this store is, like, it's Bathurst, dude, like, you'll get plenty of Indian stuff, because we've got plenty of Indians in Bathurst, but I don't know if you'll get much else, because it's Bathurst. But yeah, like, I was just like, oh, I want to go crawl into a hole and die now. Tell us more about the girl. Yeah, she was redhead, like flaming red hair, freckles, about 6 foot tall, like my height. Like just, oh boy, I'm just thinking about her. The GIF you posted, I have not seen which one you're referring to. You should definitely DM me with it and any others like it after the stream. I need to be excused for 3.5 minutes. Luckily for you, Yuki, luckily for you, the DC3 is furnished with the appropriate facilities, although we can't open the door. I wonder if Imanez will get that functional at some point. Because this openable passenger compartment cockpit sort of bulkhead door, this was not animated, but Imanez made that animated. Imanez, by the way, for those that don't recognize the name, is one of the guys behind the fly-by-wire mod for the default A320, I think, which explains why this mod is so fucking good. I don't care if it's safe for work, not safe for work, or if she's going to jump out of the screen and pull me in. Send me it anyway. Look at the scenery, man. This kind of scenery is what does it for me, right? I'm a prairie boy, and I'll always love the prairie. But, man, wind-swept, heather-clad moors overlooking lush green farmland. Does it get better? No, the answer's no. Of course it doesn't. This is the optimal biome for me. Double rainbow again? Can we get a triple? No, probably not. I don't know if it does triples. It does doubles. In fact, you see, I'd say you see double rainbows in the sim more often than you see single rainbows. Which is probably just a product of the way that the in-game camera works, like the field of view or something. Yeah, so this livery, color-wise, this is a beautiful livery, but you notice that there's some smoothing errors appearing around the cockpit, like it accentuates the issues with the smoothing in the mesh. So what has happened here, I suspect, is when they made this livery, they accidentally got the reflectivity and roughness, like the roughness metallic maps the wrong way round. So the paint on the top of the aircraft is probably meant to be semi-gloss or matte, probably semi-gloss, and instead it's like bare metal, and the bare metal is acting like it's not, it's still really reflective, but it's almost like it's inverted, like the normals are inverted, which actually could be the issue if this has custom normal maps. I'll have to check. I can fix this. Whatever this is, I can fix this. I just should have done it before the stream. But if we just ignore the lighting issues, it is a gorgeous livery, and I would like very much some more like it. Oh, look at that. Oh. Wouldn't it be terrible, chat? Wouldn't it be absolutely just so awful if we had to do a forced landing somewhere here and, you know, the aircraft was just slightly too damaged to get it back out of there, so we'd have to just, unfortunately, fend for ourselves and establish ourselves a nice little home out here somewhere and wait for rescue. Terrible, terrible shame if that would have happened. Needed weathering. It's not just the weathering though, like the basic material properties are wrong. Because what happens with modern shaders is we're going to need to tell Mr. Gyro, actually no, fuck it, we're going to hand fly it. We're going to be a real pilot for a little while. A real sim pilot, real fake pilot. I was just waiting for someone to make that joke going. Congratulations on being the one who went there. So the way modern shaders work with this stuff is you used to have, before you had all these fancy advanced shaders, you used to have the diffuse map and maybe a normal map or a specular map. Diffuse was everything, so the actual colors, the surface texture, the lighting was baked in, everything. So if you look at a diffuse texture from, say, Counter-Strike Source or something, you can tell what you're looking at because you can see the highlights, the shadows, you can see the scratches on the surface, things like that. It's not just coloration, it's everything. And then, if the game supported it, and most didn't until like the mid to late 2000s, you might have a normal map, which is your your fake 3D, your bump mapping. Most games of that era use normal maps only on the terrain, like on the world mesh, not on... maybe on characters, not on weapons. Halo, actually, I think, did... No, Halo didn't have normals on weapons, sorry. Halo had specular on weapons, which was also relatively uncommon. What specular was is it basically just makes something glossy or not glossy. It controls where the glossiness is. And then the actual reflections would just be cube maps more often than not. Modern stuff, the diffuse maps don't exist now, I think, or they're called albedo maps. And the albedo map is just flat colors, basically. Flat colors, oil streaks, shit like that. Or like the coloration element of oil streaks. Then you have a rough met, and the rough met uses different color channels, red, green, blue, alpha channel, whatever, to do different things. So, like, I forget which color corresponds to which thing, it probably depends on the game engine as well. But one channel controls the actual roughness or smoothness of the material in terms of how it reacts to light. One controls the metallic, like the metallic nature of it, whether it's, you know, polished chrome or whether it's fiberglass or something like rubber that doesn't reflect very much and has like very muted sort of reflection. You know, it absorbs light rather than reflecting it. And then there was... what's the other one? The other one might actually be like reflection versus absorption or something like that. But anyway, that's how things are done these days. And then you have normal maps for surface details, like bump surface details. Same as the old days, just it's on everything now, not just the world mesh. And you have specular maps are gone because you don't need them anymore. Rough mets take care of the shininess, and the actual shine itself is either handled by the in-game lighting, like it's calculated off the in-game lighting engine, or it's some sort of like actual calculated reflection. Like for instance, MSFS uses screen space. Was it screen space something reflections? I forget what the abbreviation is. SSLR. Somebody did mention in chat a couple weeks ago when I was talking about this. But SSLR takes what is visible on screen and then uses that as a basis to form a reflection, which is why you'll notice when I'm close to water, anything that's behind the cockpit pillars or at the edges of the screen doesn't reflect, because there's nothing there for it to render. It's basically just... it's similar, I think. Now, I'm not a graphics artist, like an actual proper one, so I don't understand the full mechanism behind it, but I suspect it's similar to the way Gunner Heat PC fakes the ghost image for the M60's rangefinder. It's not actually rendering the scene twice, it's taking what's already there and applying some advanced maths to it to make it look like it's rendering twice. But obviously it can't see what it can't see, right? Can't see what's obscured behind a closer layer of mesh, and so if it's behind a cockpit pillar, it just doesn't render it. And so that's what DCS uses for reflections, both water reflections and like on shiny aircraft. It's what MSFS uses for both water reflections and shiny aircraft. Like if I had a bare metal aircraft that doesn't have messed up rough mets, you'd be able to see that. Like you'd see the reflection of my own tail number on the stabilizer or something like that. And then older games didn't have that. So something of Halo or Deus Ex, the original Deus Ex, that vintage, they didn't have SSLR because as far as I know that wasn't a thing at the time. Nobody had figured that out. Shaders are essentially just finding ways to fake things with very advanced maths. That's what a shader is, right? Whereas in the old days, they didn't have so many advanced shaders, but they had a lot of stuff that they could do directly if they had the budget for it, processing-wise. So both Deus Ex, the original Deus Ex, and Halo, the original Halo, they use cube maps for the bulk of their reflections. And a cube map is just a very low res, usually like 64 by 64 or 128 by 128. It's a very low res texture, which is just like, it looks like a sort of a baked on reflection. So it looks like if you ask someone to draw what, you know, light reflecting off gold looks like, that's basically what a cube map is. And what it does is it uses a specular map to figure out, oh, well, we want reflection here, and it just scales up the cube map and makes it semi-transparent, so you don't notice as much that it's a 64 by 64 texture. Yeah, like painted, exactly. It's static, it doesn't move. At least the texture's not... like, it's a static texture, but the way that the cube map is applied in-game, there's still some maths happening there. The cube map will move relative to the player's viewpoint, so it still appears to be a moving reflection, it's just faked. So it's like SSLR's faked, but to a lesser degree, whereas cube maps are just fake all the way down. Well, what Halo and Deus Ex also had was real-time reflections, which I don't think any game does anymore, because it's just too expensive with modern games. You could get away with this with simpler graphics, but modern games are just way too expensive, processing-wise. There's way too much overhead to get away with this. And a real-time reflection is you are literally rendering the scene twice. Halo had it in one place that I remember. Well, technically two places, because it was the same place in two different missions. The control room floor. The control room floor in Assault on the Control Room and Two Betrayals. If you look down, directly below yourself, you will see the reflection of Master Chief from, like, your boots looking down at himself. That's a real-time reflection. Deus Ex had it on bathroom mirrors. The way, and then, like, some of you will remember, like, some Gary's Mod maps had mirrors, like Half-Life 2 had a few places where there were reflections like that. Those aren't real-time. I don't think Source does real-time reflections. I've never seen real-time reflections in it anyway. What that was a render target camera, which is also how Armor does mirrors and picture-in-picture optics. It's how DCS does mirrors as a render target camera. That's why when you've got a side pivoting canopy like the MiG-21 or the Su-25, the mirror, like the viewpoint of the mirror doesn't stay vertical. It pivots with the canopy and it looks really fucked up once you notice it. That's why, because it's a render target camera attached to the canopy facing backwards. And so when the canopy moves, so does the camera. And the game can't compensate for that. So that's one method of fakery, and render target cameras are usually, you can spot them either because the camera moves and it moves a reflection in a way that is unrealistic to you, the player. And the other usual way is it's really pixelated and shitty, and some things don't render in, because it's expensive, right? So DCS for the longest time, the trees and buildings didn't render in the mirrors. And then they realized, oh shit, wait, helicopter pilots kind of need to see if there's trees or buildings by their tail boom. So now the DCS mirrors do render that stuff. You also notice some DCS mirrors are higher res than others. For example, a lot of the Flaming Cliffs 3 ones are pixelated to fucking back, whereas I think the MiG-21s is quite high res, the Tomcats is very high res. So yeah, like it varies from module to module, but those are render target cameras. And the quickest way to spot that is that the camera moves and the reflection moves with it, even though it shouldn't from your viewpoint as the player. And the other one is just that they tend to be pixelated and some elements won't be rendered because the devs are trying to cut corners to save budget. Rendering budget, that is, not money budget. Real-time reflections, there is two, I guess, but there's a couple defining traits of real-time reflections that you cannot mistake them for anything else. So unlike an SSLR setup, real-time reflections will reflect everything. If there's a canopy bar in the way, they don't care. They'll render it behind it, like what's behind it. If it's the edge of the screen, they don't care. They'll render what's off-screen to you, because they're rendering the scene twice, right? So real-time reflections have no limitations in that sense. You'll also notice the performance hit. That's another good way of spotting a real-time reflection versus anything else, is it will tank your frames, because you are rendering the entire fucking scene twice. And the other thing is that they're very crisp and sharp. So any anti-aliasing that applies in-game is applied to that, because it's rendering the scene twice, with all post-processing that the scene has. So, for example, in Deus Ex or in Halo, even though I don't think either of them natively really had anti-aliasing, if you force AA through NVIDIA control panel, I think it still actually works. Like, it'll still have AA on the reflection. But even in the original games, like, the reflection was really crisp. There was no, like, with the render target stuff, you can tell that it's lower res. Like, you can tell the cameras are rendering the scene at a very small resolution because they're pixelated. Not just aliased, but pixelated, like, blown up. Real-time reflections don't do that. They render at full resolution, so they are as crisp as everything else in the scene. Man, I've kind of shot myself in the foot with this weather preset. I was hoping it would render in exactly the same way it did yesterday, but score one for MSFS, I guess. The same preset doesn't generate the exact same clouds twice in a row. So it's the same general weather pattern, like it's still the same sort of, the same amount of cloud overall, the same appearance of cloud, same cloud ceiling, same cloud floor, same humidity, whatever as I had yesterday, But the scatter on the clouds, even though the scatter is set the same, so the density should be equivalent within a certain radius, right? But the grouping's not. So they were much more patchy yesterday, whereas today they're more clumped up, but with bigger gaps between. So it's quite interesting. MSFS has thrown me a curveball here. I underestimated it. Yet again. It's something I find the longer I stream, the worse I get with this. When I first started streaming, when I first had an audience, put it that way, because I've been streaming for a while before I had any regular viewers. But when I first had an audience, I was very much in the kind of mindset that I should try and be wholesome and nice and not be negative in any way, shape, or form, and bring good vibes into the world. And, like, I'm going to be real with you, that's not really who I am. Sometimes it is. Usually it's not. I'm a realist, I like to think, which most people would view as being hopelessly pessimistic and an asshole, but, you know, it is what it is. Such is life in current year. But, as time goes on, and it's obvious that you guys aren't put off by me being a grouchy piece of shit sometimes, I don't feel like I need to act anymore, so you get actual Ross now, you get, when I'm in a good mood, you'll be able to tell, because I'll be all sunshine and rainbows and love and puppy dogs and all that stuff, and very wholesome, and when I'm in a bad mood, you'll hear me bitching and moaning and swearing and fucking this and fuck this, fuck that, but like the other stream when OBS was fucking me at the start of it and I immediately started going off the handle. That's me, I've got a short temper. It is what it is. But, yeah, the more I stream MSFS in particular, like I said, the more I start to kind of lose patience with a lot of the third-party devs and feel like I should be more critical of them because nobody else is except CCM and one or two other people. And also the more I feel like I need to be less diplomatic with regards to the opinions that get thrown around about this sim or that. I know that, like, there are people within my community that will that will disagree with me on stuff. They won't agree with me, which is part of the reason why I like my community is, like, we have people with a pretty diverse range of views and opinions and values and stuff in there. We're tolerant to a point, obviously. You say things of a certain kind and you're not going to be staying around long, but you don't have to agree with me to hang out in my community, right? Like, I try and separate people from views of theirs I don't like as much as I can. Which is why I'm the diplomat and my sister's the enforcer. She beats people up if she doesn't like them. But as far as the sim goes, like Cathorius, for instance, this isn't a call out, Cathorius, if you're still here, but Cathorius is very skeptical about MSFS, which is totally understandable, because Cathorius doesn't like the whole anything as a service model to begin with, and doesn't like Microsoft, which is a pretty fucking sound position to be in, to be honest, because Microsoft are getting worse and worse year on fucking year, and the whole whatever as a service model is fucking munted, and, like, very symptomatic of the fucked up late stage capitalism kind of shit we're in. However, while I'd agree with those concerns, I think they're perfectly valid. Are we going to level off? Or am I going to... No, I'm going to need to manually adjust it, because it's still set. It's still set for me being trimmed to fly level at whatever speed I was flying at 2,000 feet instead of 6,000. So the gyro pilot needs to be tweaked. Ideally, the procedure for the gyro pilot is you trim the aircraft to fly level hands off and then you turn the gyro pilot on. But because I have changed altitude and airspeed since I last used a gyro pilot in attitude hold, I need to tweak the pitch trim on it, which is what I'm doing here. I shouldn't be watching the fucking VSI to tell when I'm level. You should watch the altimeter. The VSI is not your performance instrument for when you're in level flight. The altimeter is. VSI is rate of change, but, like, you could have just hit a pocket of turbulence. You could have just had the air drop out from under you. You could be, you know, like, you could have just applied a little tiny bit more throttle and the aircraft's having a pitch up moment. Like, do not chase fucking VSI when you're trying to establish level hands-off trim. That you'll just end up doing these ones. The aircraft's going to naturally want to fly fugoid anyway. It will sort itself out after enough oscillations. That's how aircraft work. You know, it speeds up so it begins to climb, then it slows down so it begins to dive, and eventually it sort of pendulums its way to level hands-off flight. But do not chase the VSI when trimming. In the MiG-21 and the MiG-29 in particular in DCS, because they need so much pitch trim change with airspeed changes or power changes, especially power changes in the MiG-29 because the thrust axis is below the CG, and it has so much thrust. Do not chase the fucking VSI with trim. You will never level the aircraft if you do that. And my pro tip for the MiG-21 is if you want to trim it hands-off, 900 to 1,000 kilometers an hour, it will trim hands-off at that speed. Any other speed, it's either going to be too much or too little. Floyd, I would love to, but aero engineering is nightmarish level of maths, and I am terrible at maths. Like, I would dearly love to become an aeronautical engineer, but it's like not. This isn't even me being pessimistic or whatever, or overly cautious, but it is beyond my ability. It is well and truly beyond my ability, mathematically speaking. Also, I know enough aeronautical engineers to know that that is the path to madness. If you ever want to see what aeronautical engineering leads you to, just go ask Matt. We'll re-engage the lazy pilot for a while. I wish Red Orchestra 2 was actually the game it should have been, man. That's a stream idea, actually, is we might boot up Red Orchestra 2 one of these days, and we will boot up, I don't think there's any servers running it anymore, but we will boot up like a local server with the most recent version of the Immersion Overhaul Mutator, because I want to show you guys what that game could have been and should have been, and very nearly was, thanks to the community. Not Tripwire, the community, as usual. But we won't do it today. Probably. Maybe. I don't even know if I've got it installed. I don't know what town that is, but that's a very pretty little town down there. So I've not been paying attention to where we're going, and the cloud cover has made my VFR not so great. So we're gonna pretend that we have a co-pilot here, and we're gonna pretend our co-pilot's like actually map literate. Oh, okay. If I was to fly east, I'd hit Shannon. So yeah. When I flew yesterday, I went Cork down here, then I flew up this way, so I passed over that mountain there, I think is where those antennas were. So I went down here, well, out here, down here, then west, then over that mountain, then up here, and then right around here over this range here, which is right about where we were flying as I was, as we were all having a collective cooming moment over redheads. I swung like northeast, and then I dog-legged around these lakes here and went into past Limerick. Limerick's like right about here, and then into Shannon. But oh, sorry, that's Kerry. I'm dumb. I was like, past Kerry. Sorry, I flew past Kerry. I was about here because I looked out my right window and saw it beneath me. So past Kerry, and then once we passed Kerry, we turned right there, and up this way. Limerick's here. From Limerick along the river Shannon, I assume, to Shannon, and landed there. So we might swing east, because I do want to fly over Shannon, if not do a stop there. Let's do a stop there. Let's pretend we're the commuter flight. We're going to stop at Shannon. We should have stopped at Kerry too. I'm going to hand fly it, rather than use the lazy pilot, so we'll just bring the power back a little. One of the cool things about the DC-3, and this might just be a misphysism, but I trust the FM on this with the mod in particular enough to say that this is probably how the real thing is too. The DC-3 is draggy enough that you can descend under power, so I'm throttled back, but I'm still about half throttle. You know, I'm still fucking 15 inches pressure. And it's not gaining speed in a 2,000 foot per minute descent. And I'm clean. Like, I'm not dirty at all. Like, Well, maybe I am when I think about Irish accents. But, you know, clean config, half throttle, physically half throttle. No, I'm not crabbing, I'm not doing any of the stuff you do to slow yourself down. The aircraft is just naturally draggy enough that it's not building speed. It gets to 180 miles an hour and it just stays there. So once again, there's a lot of reasons that you can kind of see when you fly it in the sim. Again, you know, within a reasonable margin of error, because the sim isn't real life. But you can see why the DC-3 is so popular as a bush plane. It's simple, it's a good practical size, it's hardy, it's just a good plane, and it's pleasant enough to fly. Now, the instability thing, the thing where it wants to pitch up when it gets slow and pitch down when it gets fast, which is the opposite of what most planes do, that's a bit of a trap to watch out for, but if you know about that particularly, or if the aircraft's loaded forward CG, it's not as much of an issue. That's like its one vice, really, I'd say. Now, I'm not going to say that I'm not going to say that stalls and spins are necessarily accurate in a sim, because I have no idea. I assume they're probably reasonably close, but I have no idea for this thing. But the way it stalls in the sim is very benign. It will drop a wing, it'll drop a wing, but it's very benign, it's easy to recover. So, like, it's just a nice, it's a pilot's plane, really. It's a pilot's plane. I have had the privilege, as I've mentioned on stream before, last time we were flying this in MSFS, I think, I have had the privilege of sitting in the piloting command seat of a C-47 while it was on the ground. The engines weren't running, they were doing all the electrical checks, checking the gyros were working properly, checking all the other instruments were working. And like I said, the cockpit is this loud, not the engine sounds, but like the sound of the inverters, the sound of the battery, or I don't know if it's the battery itself or a fan cooling it or something, but the battery makes a sound, the inverters make a sound, the gyros make quite a loud noise. It's very loud in the cockpit of this thing, even when the engines are off. Now, the one I sat in, it didn't have the actual fully historically correct instrument panel. It was so it was restored to be airworthy, it was restored to flying condition, and externally it had been painted back up in C-47 colours, although it had a modern registration, VH X-ray, so Victor Hotel X-ray, Uniform X-ray. And then it had like a couple of the sponsors' names on it, and then like the commemorative flight over the hump sort of stuff, you know, just to get publicity about what they were doing, which is fine. I don't mind when people do stuff like that. Livery-wise, but the instrument panel was very much a functional restoration, not a historical restoration. So you had all your switches and shit, but the actual instrument panel itself was just a couple of modern GA instruments in a cluster. You know, you had your 6-packs and nav instruments. Gyro pilot wasn't there, it was replaced by modern radios. The whole instrument panel was just, like, the whole panel was a new panel, cream-coloured, like you'd see in, I don't know, a beach or something. But, it was quite cool to actually sit in a C-47. It was a C-47 because it had its nameplate with when it was built and its registration and serial number, US Air Force serial number and all that. It was quite an awesome experience. Quite awesome. We love VFR doing work down there. Power station. We love VFR is an absolute must-have mod. If you don't have it already, get it. It's free, it's on fs.to. It doesn't cover the entire planet yet, it covers about 2/3 of it though. And while it may not use the exact correct type of radio tower or chimney for everything, it uses something that's close enough that you can actually use it as VFR waypoints, or as VFR hazards, if you want to test your skills in bad weather at low altitude. One thing I will say, if there's any scenery creators for MSFS listening to the stream or watching the stream right now, make sure you guys put exclusion polygons around your VFR landmarks. Like, if you're making scenery of a part of the world or a city or something and there's a radio tower or a chimney, put exclusion polygons around it, because the number of beautiful scenery mods I have where they haven't done that and it conflicts with We Love VFR, so I've got double chimneys or double towers, is kind of astounding. So don't be one of those. But the guy behind We Love VFR is quite on the ball. I did say that, you know, the scenery I use for Chernobyl and Pripyat, that scenery was conflicting with We Love VFR because it was doubled up on most of the chimneys at Chernobyl, and the Duga radar was portrayed as a bunch of mobile towers in a row instead of what it actually is. So I told him about that, and he's like, okay, I'll put an exclusion around the radar and around the main chimneys at Chernobyl, but, like, the rest is going to be on other people. It's like, yeah, dude, that's already more than enough, thank you. Rainbow. Oh, there's been plenty of rainbows this flight, Super. We've been seeing rainbows all flight. It has been. This song just made me think it's been way too long since I've worn a suit in public. It works. It works, guys. I'm telling you. We used to, when we did company dining in nights, or battalion dining in nights, whatever scale it was at, usually company when I was in, but when we did dining in nights, if it wasn't self-catered on the depot, or if it was, but then we went out on the piss in town afterwards, those of us who didn't have our polys yet, me included, because I never got issued them, those of us who didn't have polys were turning up in suits, and boy, when you fucking turn up into a, you know, you go to a club or something with the rest of the guys, you're already fucking smashed off your face even, but you turn up to one of those, sharp dressed, fucking does the job. And we had to compete with the rest of the fucking guys in full fucking uniform. Ever fly over the western half of Massachusetts? Just fly Boston. I think I made it about as far as Concord in the Spruce Goose before I turned around to go back and land. We could do Boston today. Well, not Boston, we could do Massachusetts today. We could take off from Boston and head west. You could give me a tour. If you're going to be on for a bit longer, Gurn, I know it's probably getting in sort of like late evening your time, but if you're going to be around a bit longer, once we land from this flight, we might fly out from Boston and head west. Pretty sure it's Gaelic since Irish plain. Irish, Gaelic, and Scottish Gaelic are slightly different. So it's, you may as well just call them Irish and Scottish Gaelic. Irish is quite beautiful to listen to. It's a shame that not many people, like even within Ireland, it's kind of, they're using it more and more, which is good to see. Like Ireland is actually using it as a proper language and teaching it in schools. So it's coming back slowly, but it's still not as prevalent as it should be, I think. It's really hard to learn, though. Like, Boiler was in here last time we flew around Ireland in the stream, and Boiler's like, it's fucked, dude. It's... Look, even if you're Irish, trying to learn Gaelic sounds like trying to learn fucking Hebrew. It's the same shit. It's like, I should be able to learn this. I really... Like, I ought to learn this, but man, it's fucked. Why did we do this to ourselves? Like, my Hebrew ability is such a fucking train wreck. I know, like, 3 words, and I recognize, I think, 2 letters. Yiddish is another dying language. Yeah, it is, actually. Because Israel, I don't think Israel actually uses Yiddish in any official capacity. I don't think it even recognizes it officially. And basically nowhere else is going to, so... modern Hebrew is based mostly off Ashkenazi dialect, I think, like us European types, our dialect, which is another reason all the other fucking tribes are pissed off at us. It's all our fault. Fucking Europeans ruin everything. But yeah, like, Yiddish, there's not really any reason for people to use it anymore. Like, if you're in Israel, you're speaking Hebrew or English, or, you know, fucking Russian or Ukrainian. Whereas, like, if you're in Europe, you're speaking German or Lithuanian or Russian or something like that. Like, no one speaks Yiddish anymore, which is a shame. If nothing else, part of Yiddish will always survive from the amount of it that's been absorbed into other languages. Particularly English. I need to do Northern Scotland at some point. Yeah, exactly. Although it's interesting, a lot of words that I kind of, you know, you hear in English and I'd always taken for granted, oh, that's probably loanworded from Hebrew or Yiddish, because it sounds like it had a Hebrew origin. It turns out it actually didn't. English is, you know, the joke about it mugging other languages in a dark alley for their words and their grammar constructs. English really is that. Like, there's so many words in English. Not just English, though, like European languages in general. Magazine. The word magazine. That comes from Arabic. Makazin. Oh, I probably butchered the pronunciation. I don't speak Arabic, but that's where it comes from. Magazine is an Arabic word. And then everyone loan-worded it from English or from French or wherever. The Russians got it from French, I think. So, magazine is Russian from French, most likely. By way of either the English or directly from the Arabs. Probably directly from, because the French fiddled around in that part of the world a lot as well. There's a lot of Hindu loanwords. Hindu and Urdu loanwords in English from the British Army's time in India. You don't hear them as much outside the UK, and you don't hear them as much as you used to. But things like, the army retains this stuff. So if you want to hear, like, every language under the sun mixed in with English, you join the army. Either, like, not just the British Army, but even the Australian Army. We still use a lot of the old English slang as well. Plus some we picked up. I think Durry, like, you know, old mate's out Durry punching, he's out having a smoke. I think that came from one of the Aboriginal languages. I could be wrong, though. I know that Durry is, like, used to refer to cigarettes by a lot of Aboriginal people. So I don't know if they came up with the word and we stole it, or if they just loan-worded it from us. It's hard to tell. But yeah, like, for example, in the British Army, you, instead of saying, oh yeah, the gunner, you might say the gimpy walla, or the, you know, the fucking, somebody does something, their job is, like, the name of the job is the thing they do, and then walla. And that comes from chaiwala, which is the, like, I think it's, I don't know if it was Hindi or one of the other dialects, but it's, you know, the chaiwala is the guy that brings you tea. And fans you down when it's hot. That's a chaiwala. Walla just, it's like somebody who does the thing that you just said before the word. When you say somebody's gone doolally, I don't think the expression's really used anymore. It used to be very prominent in the 40s and 50s and 60s. But when you say someone's gone doolally, it's referring to the Royal Artillery barracks at Doolally in India, which was used as like a transport station, sort of holding point, like a holding platoon essentially for Commonwealth troops deploying into India, whether they were going up to fight the Japanese along you know, in Burma, or whether they were deploying elsewhere within India. They'd go to Doolally first, and they'd be stuck there for X amount of weeks while the paperwork got sorted out, so you'd be said to be going Doolally, because it's in the middle of fucking nowhere, relatively speaking, and there was nothing to do. So that's like a lesser used these days, but it's like a sort of more exotic way of saying you've got cabin fever, is you've gone Doolally. Hey, Davey. How'd your stream go? I saw you went live earlier. Davey's been streaming again, guys. If you are not following this man, he is like... I check under my bed for Davey every night. He is that good in the MiG-21. Davey, Yink, and Zach are like the fucking trinity of MiG-21 murder. Stinking it up today, a bit rusty. Oh, you can't be anywhere near as rusty as me, dude. You were doing really well when I was watching, was it yesterday, the day before? Day before, I think. So, Davey's sitting there like, oh yeah, I'm a bit rusty, I'm probably not doing too great. Opens the scoreboard, 14-3. He's like, oh, okay, well, I guess maybe I am. Oh, man. Also, Davey, if you want to drop the link to your YouTube as well. So, while Davey doesn't necessarily stream super regularly, he's just come back to it after a long break. He does put stuff on YouTube pretty often, and all of it is worth watching. He's not just a MiG-21 guy. Anything you put him in, he's dangerous in it. Fall River, Massachusetts. How far is that from Boston? Because if it'll take me heaps long to fly there, then I'll just start near Fall River, but if it's not too far, I'll fly out from Boston and head there. I don't know if the battleships will actually be there, because I don't know if they're going to have photogrammetry of Battleship Cove. The photogrammetry around Boston and in Massachusetts in general extends, like, it's huge. There are some parts of the US where it seems like almost a whole state is photogrammetry. Michigan's one of them. Or at least, I forget how it's not Upper Peninsula. Upper Peninsula is the other part, I think. But, like, the part of Michigan that Detroit's attached to, around there. The photogrammetry goes most of the way to the top of that part, and then, like, probably another 20, 30, 40 miles south of Michigan. Detroit. It's really impressive. I got screenshots from a flight I did around it in the Grum and Goose like a year ago. I don't know if I've done it on stream, though. I should do a Detroit flight on stream. Detroit's quite an interesting city for a variety of reasons. Historically, socially, economically, urban planning-ly. Okay, so I have not been paying attention to where I'm going again, but just based upon it was once revealed to me in a dream, this looks like Limerick. I think this is Limerick. Because then, yeah, there's the first bend in the river, and then Shannon should be just behind the fucking HVAC hose there. This plane is so brainlessly easy to fly. I love it. Anyway, I don't know how I got sidetracked onto languages, but what I was saying before, because just seeing Cathorius there in chat reminded me, what I was saying before is, like, yeah, I agree with a lot of the criticisms about Microsoft or like the potential longevity of the sim, because it is being done as a service. You know, what if Microsoft one day decides they're going to shut down the servers? Like, it's not just a case of handing it off to someone else, because the amount of server space this sim takes up must be ungodly. No one else can really afford that, unless one of Microsoft's competitors steps in and says, we think we could make money off this still, which probably none of them will. Because most businesses are actually very risk-averse, contrary to popular capitalist dogma. If businesses weren't so risk-averse, then it wouldn't have taken massive government spending and the government forcing them to do it to make the internet happen. Like, if it wasn't for the government, the internet would never have happened, because businesses just thought it was too risky and not worth it, and they didn't think there was a market for it. Boy, were they wrong. But, yeah, like, that aspect I totally agree with, but, like, a lot of we had this sort of discussion, I guess, while we were flying around in the Bell last stream, before we did our accidental surprise auto rotation after I ran myself out of fuel chatting. Like, a lot of the X-Plane guys who are really sort of hardcore, dedicated X-Plane guys will say, oh, you know, well, whatever, MSFS looks pretty in screenshots or in videos, but, you know, that doesn't tell you the whole story. You look at the flight model, it's like, I've looked at the flight model. It's not the flight model itself that's the problem, it's the third-party devs that are the problem, and Asobo also only focusing their effort on a couple of their default planes. Like, Asobo really put effort into the Gimbal Cabri, the little, you know, French light helicopter they made, and it shows. That thing has, like, probably DCS-level helicopter flight model, if not maybe even a little more advanced in some ways. Like, that thing flies like a helicopter should in pretty much every way. You know, at least as well as most X-Plane helicopters. Whereas the Bell 407, which Nemeth did, it's better than the Gazelle in DCS, but it's missing several critical parts of helicopter physics, much like the Gazelle is. And that's because Nemeth are, you know, known for working mostly with Flight Sim 2004 and then just porting everything they made for that with very minimal changes. Like, I have a few other Nemeth aircraft, and while they have nice features about them, they also have some very annoying problems which are difficult to work around. Like the Yak-18, for instance, has a number of limitations that come from Nemeth not really bothering to fully embrace the new flight model. Or not bothering to add new animations or things like that, add new switch functionalities that weren't already there in the original product when they ported it. So Nemeth can be a bit lazy. They're not, like, they have potential, they're just lazy, and their website shows, like, that they're stuck in the past. The Nemeth website looks like some fucking 1990s GeoCities shit. I don't know how anyone navigates it. If it wasn't for their stuff being on the marketplace, I wouldn't even be able to buy it, because the website's so bad. But, yeah, like, if you fly most of the planes in the sim, or helicopters in the sim, yeah, you're going to come away with the impression the flight model's shit, and it's overrated and everyone doesn't know what they're talking about. Or you might come away with the impression that the weather modeling's shit, because, oh, turbulence doesn't just make you fishtail in yaw from side to side, it makes wings drop. Well, yeah, it does, but most of the devs are too fucking lazy and too shit to make their planes behave like planes, and so they don't have enough roll coupling. This thing has roll coupling for days. You've got to really give it a lot of rudder in a turn to keep it coordinated, and it shows, because when I hit a really rough pocket of turbulence, a wing will do, like, faster than that. It's more like the wing will do that before I can catch it, which is what it should do. And then you fly most other aircraft, and the aircraft's just it's doing this, like the tail's swinging. That's all it's doing, because by the time it hits the threshold where it begins to generate that secondary effect, that rolling tendency, it's, you know, the wind's already pushing it the other way. So you get this back and forth pendulum effect, because it's never actually staying, it's never yawing in the one direction long enough for the secondary roll to become noticeable, because it's underdone in the actual flight model of the aircraft. And you guys have seen that on stream before. I think, was it with the Canso, I said, oh, it's doing that thing, and I was like, yeah, this is the issue with MSFS turbulence, and I was not a knower at this point. I thought, oh yeah, MSFS turbulence is not quite right, they've still got to tune it a bit, but it's better than nothing at least. And then we hit that River Valley, remember, and we had that one guy come in whose name I've seen around shit-talking MSFS a lot. I'm not gonna call them out by name, but if they're watching, they know who they are. And they're like, oh, you can see how unrealistic this sim is by how, like, look at how the plane jittering around. It's like, well, first of all, this right here is my stick input. I have a very sensitive stick, and I tend to stir it quite a bit, right? Because that's, in a real aircraft, you're not just holding the stick still unless it's dead perfect still winter's day. You're stirring slightly to keep the aircraft straight and level, or to react to what the aircraft feels like it wants to do. In a sim, it's harder because you don't have the feeling of what like, you can feel the control surfaces kicking. Like, if a gust hits the wing, you can feel the stick or yoke or whatever wrench right or left in real life, because the aileron's being pushed by the wind, right? And it's feeding back into the controls. Obviously, if you've got irreversible hydraulic controls, that doesn't happen. That's the whole point of being irreversible, but, like, you can feel that kind of stuff. There's Shannon Airport. We'll do a bit of a stop there. We won't land on the taxiway this time, as tempted as I am. We won't Harrison Ford it. We must have been flying for a while. I think we took off at, like, almost lunchtime in-game, and now look at it. Oh, it's winter up here, isn't it? That's why. We'll leave it. I was going to set it to, like, be the according... No, we won't, actually. So we'll set it to... Oh, yeah. Yeah! Holy shit, yeah. I always forget just how far north Ireland and the UK are. Like, they would be uninhabitable if not for ocean currents. They're that far north. But yeah, that's more like it. As much as I love the sunset lighting, like, we're going to be flying for a while yet in Ireland, so I don't... Like, I love doing night flying in this, but you guys won't be able to see much on screen during night flying, so we're not going to. We must have a little bit of a crosswind here, because I'm not putting in any rudder at the moment, but she's holding balanced. So we're going... Oh, there we go. Now we need some rudder. But we're going to have a bit of a crosswind. And as I level off, you can see the ball skids out, because this thing really does have a lot of adverse yaw. Unlike most modules in the sim, like... It's not something I'm going to do today. I don't know if I'll ever do it in a stream, because it'd just be kind of boring for most people. How's your fuel? I got fuckloads, dude. I didn't even fully load it. I think I gave it like 80-something% fuel, and we're not even halfway empty on our main tanks, let alone the AUXs. Like, the DC-3 goes forever, man. And this is, I don't think Imenez has implemented manual mixture yet, so the levers are there for manual mixture, but it's, like, the Airplane Heaven programming is just basically auto mix. Also, the default, engine handling stuff, the aircraft acts as though it's got an automatic pressure regulator, so if I cut the revs, the manifold pressure will stay where it is, which it probably shouldn't in a DC-3 unless it's been retrofitted with some sort of newfangled equipment, which this one hasn't. But yeah, like, if I was to do a stream where I just took every plane I own in the sim, and then just took it up into the air on a dead still calm day, no turbulence, nothing, like perfect sort of laboratory testing conditions, and then just kick the rudder full left, full right, you would see what I mean. A lot of them won't even go into a 20-30 degree bank at full left or right rudder pinned. And they'll take a while to build that much of a bank. And that's where that fucking shimmying comes from. It's not from the sim, it's not from the weather, it's from the fucking lazy devs, third party mostly, although Asobo aren't completely blameless because some of their stuff does this too. Some of it's really good, some of it's pretty bad. Like the Asobo Porter or Microsoft Porter, I don't know who was responsible for it. But that was turbulence, that was a wing drop. I did not command it to do that, you see what I mean? We didn't just kick out to the right in the right wing's dropping from the turbulence. But yeah, like, the default game Porter is a fucking train wreck. CCM's got a very funny video about that. Proof that shit floats is the default game Porter, whereas the Milviz Porter is fucking amazing, and I'm probably going to pick it up at some point, even though I think it's an ugly plane. I can't hold off any longer now that they've got the steam gauge version. But yeah, if I was to take all the planes up and just boot the rudder left and right, you would see that most of them have nowhere near enough roll coupling. Now, almost all of them do have roll coupling. If they didn't have any, that would be very embarrassing, because that would be literally, why are you calling yourself a flight sim dev? You don't even understand how fucking aviation works if you don't program that in. But there's not enough. Like, individual aircraft in the real world will have more or less need for rudder in a turn. Like, adverse yaw it varies from design to design, and probably even from individual to individual, like a lot of things do with aviation. For example, the Jabiru 170, the 170D that I learnt to fly on, because it has those longer wings than the Jabiru 160, it takes more rudder in a turn. Because it's got these real, like the ailerons on the Jab 170D are like 2/3 of the wing. Really wide span ailerons, and so it adverse yaws like a motherfucker. A lot of gliders are like that too, like because they have such long, high aspect ratio wings, and then they've got these really long ailerons or spoilers or whatever it is that gliders use to bank. It varies from design to design. It will cause a shitload of adverse yaw. Aircraft with, like, you know, swept wing jets with spoilers that they roll with, like, say, the Tomcat, the MiG-23, or, to a degree, the Mirage F1. The Mirage F1's weird, because it has both spoiler and aileron, so does the MiG-19, but to a lesser degree. Those will exhibit proverse yaw more often than not, but then once you hit a certain speed, usually past supersonic, they'll transition to adverse. If you want to know more about that, ask Matroshka. Matroshka is the aerodynamics guy. I just repeat what I hear him say, and then he tells me I'm a fucking idiot because I'm repeating it wrong. But, like the Tomcat, for instance, and Jabbers did a video, actually, before the Tomcat released explaining this. The Tomcat might look like it's giving you adverse yaw if you're looking outside, but if you look at the actual instruments, or if you look at the center, like if you look at where the nose is actually pointed versus the datum line for where the Vulcan's pointed, because the gun's tilted slightly up, you will notice that the Tomcat's actually exhibiting proverse yaw, not adverse. It's just that you're, you know, the sort of pivot point, if you will, in the windscreen makes it look back to front. But you can see, like, if we take this to be where the aircraft's pointed right here, the center of my windscreen, which it about should be, you can see that it's kicking left as I roll right. She's got a lot of... I'm not feeding in any rudder at the moment. She has a shitload of adverse. But yeah, like the Tomcat, I believe, and the F1, I'm pretty certain, Once they go supersonic, we've overshot the runway here, so we're going to come left in orbit into a final. The F1, once it passes like Mach 1 point something, I forget what the actual number is, but it's when it's already supersonic, it switches from adverse to nothing to proverse to nothing to adverse. Or it could be the other way around. Fuck, I forget. Ask Matt. Matt knows. Because Matt was spurging about whether they'd model it correctly for, like, at least a week. And that leads to other questions, like, if... Assuming that Air just modeled the yawing characteristics of the Mirage correctly... I know some of it was because the autopilot wasn't... Or the damper wasn't working... Oh, the Piers mod. So this is the, or the Marina's mod. Sometimes it misses. This is a miss. It thinks that there's a Marina there in the middle of the water because there's like a 1 pixel seam in the satellite imagery there and it's interpreted as a Marina. But it's procedurally generating it like the default sim is doing with trees and buildings. Where's our runway? Fuck, I've overshot it again. Where's Shannon? I'm so brain dead today, guys. Oh, there it is. Runways are hard to see in real life. Runways are really hard to see in real life. Like, that's an actual thing. We're getting super slow. See, the Buffett's setting in at 90 miles an hour. We're not going to stall until well below that. We'll stall at maybe 60. Even in a bank, we'll stall around 60-ish. Wings level, clean, we'll probably stall around 50. Maybe even slower, but you get the Buffet super early in the DC3. Kind of like the MiG-21. You know, the 21 doesn't buffet at all below a certain speed. When it's low Mach numbers, I think it's below Mach 0.6, the 21 exhibits basically no stall buffet. And then when it's supersonic, the buffet sets in way too early, which is part of the reason they added the dogtooth to the MiG-23, is because a highly swept wing or a delta with a highly swept leading edge will, at high Mach numbers, will begin to buffet way before the onset of the stall. So that dogtooth was there to stop pilots from wimping out too early and actually getting the max performance out of their aircraft instead. So yeah, like, with the... What was I talking about? Mirage F1. Oh yeah, if that's modeled correctly, or even close to correctly, it leads you to question why the Mirage F1 has that problem and still has spoilers and ailerons in combination. So the tail on the Mirage F1 can't split under pilot command, but it can split under the autopilot. So the autopilot uses split stabilizer deflection to do roll, whereas the pilot can't. The pilot can only move the stabilizers together like a MiG-21, and uses the spoilers and the ailerons for roll. Now, why you would have a spoiler and an aileron on the same aircraft for roll... the MiG-19 has that tiny little, very well hidden spoiler under the wing, so that you have sufficient roll authority at supersonic speed, because the ailerons would, like, the boosters weren't very strong, I guess, and the aileron force was too high, or the center of pressure shifted away from them, so you weren't getting effect over them. You know, center of pressure shift is a fuck. It does a lot of weird things to aircraft control surfaces. We're just going to dump out full flaps here, and full gear. Gear limiting speed, by the way, in this is VNE. So you can drop the gear at any speed you're flying the plane, and it doesn't care. So that's your air brakes. But yeah, like, if you have... Because the Mirage F1 has reasonably good-sized ailerons. They're like a third span ailerons, and they're quite wide chord as well. So if you've got wide chord ailerons that take up a third of your wingspan, and then you've got fucking spoilers that take up about another half your wingspan, and you still have a problem with adverse or proverse yaw, like, how fucked was that plane to begin with that they thought, shit, we better add ailerons as well, or oh shit, we better add spoilers as well? Because again, I'm trying to repeat what I remember Matt saying here, and I'm probably getting it ass backwards, but I believe his first sort of remark was, normally the reason you'd add spoilers to something, aside from being variable geometry like the 23 or the F-14, where, you know, ailerons aren't going to work at full sweep, he said the reason you would have spoilers usually on a fixed wing, or like a fixed swept wing design like that, is to try and cure a problem with adverse or adverse yaw, he said. Because proverse yaw is what spoilers give you. So I remember now. I'm talking my brain through remembering it. So yeah, like you would use the spoilers, which generate tails still flying. Oh, fuck. We need more right rudder, and we need to counter that. It's quite easy to get into pilot-induced oscillation when you're on the ground with this, even before I got rid of the tail wheel steering, because the tail stays flying so long, and the aircraft has so much momentum. It's such a heavy aircraft, relatively speaking, and it's got such a big rudder, that, like, once it takes a while to get moving, but once it gets moving, it's hard to stop it. So the instinct is to boot the rudder, but then you've got the problem that, fuck, now I've got this big, heavy DC-3 tail swinging, and I need to stop it. So you end up in pilot-induced oscillation, which I nearly did there, but I saved it. But yeah, like you use spoilers to fix adverse yaw problem, because the spoilers create proverse. So the fact that it's got ailerons, okay, well, then it has adverse yaw. That's normal, to a certain degree. But then it's got spoilers as well, big spoilers, which should counter the adverse yaw and add proverse. It's like, and it's still got serious adverse yaw when it's subsonic, or at least it did the last time I flew it. Maybe it's changed since then with the yaw damper changes that they made recently. Like, how much of a fucking adverse yaw problem did that plane have before they put the spoilers on it? Like, Jesus Christ. But this is why I like Cold War planes versus modern things. Modern things, you just run it through, you know, through a CAD program, through CATIA or through fucking CFD or whatever, and you figure this shit out before you actually build the plane. Back in the Cold War, even into the 70s, they didn't have that luxury. They would design a plane, they would test fly it, and they'd realize, fuck, this isn't working very well, and they'd have to patch it. The reason the B-52, if you've ever looked at a B-52 and looked at the rudder, the B-52's rudder is comical. It's tiny. It's 1/10 the chord of the tail, from memory. Normally a rudder's not less than 1/5 the chord of the tail. 1/5 or 1/6. The fucking B-52 is 1/10. It's the size of a fucking trim tab. In fact, the trim tab on the rudder is nearly as wide a chord as the rudder itself. And famously, this is a problem, because they had to redesign the landing gear so the landing gear legs can actually rotate to crab the aircraft on landing, because the rudder cannot compensate for a fucking crosswind. Even a weak crosswind. Likewise, yeah, compared to the B-29 rudder, or B-17, or this thing, like, look at the size of the rudder on this thing, once I get myself back on the line here. Whoop, we're crooked again. Look at the size of the rudder on this thing. Like, look how wide chord the DC-3 rudder is. It's most of the tail. It's like almost 2/3 chord, to be honest. Yeah, just tap the brakes a little to get us to not crash into those guys. When I landed here last night, the whole terminal was parked out by Aer Lingus, modern Aer Lingus, mind you, like Airbuses and 737s and shit. But it was all parked out by Aer Lingus. And then there was a single lonely Qantas Link 717 or something. I don't know if it was a 7-1 or like one of the smaller MD series, but little twin jet, tail jet thing, Qantas Link, which is domestic service, parked over there. Like, you're a bit lost, buddy. Fuck me. 7-1? Yeah, that would have been it then. But, yeah, like, that's... Oh, it's raining. We better close that so we don't get wet. That's why I like aircraft of this era. The B-52, they realized they were having issues. What it was the critical Mach number of the tail, from memory. The critical Mach number of the tail was being hit before the critical Mach number of the wing, which is bad no-no. Very bad no-no. So they're like, fuck, well, how are we going to fix this? Shit, we need to reduce the rudder size. So they reduced the rudder to this, like, it's you could literally describe it as a vestigial rudder. It's a fucking joke how small it is. Of course, it does nothing. Like, the rudder's basically there to make the pilot feel better. It has no effect on the actual aircraft because it's just too small. And the kind of speed you'd need to be flying at for a surface that small to do anything anyway is, like, probably past the aircraft's VNE. So there was a fairly famous account of a B-52 which was involved in... It was doing flight testing, I think, or training flight or something. Very long endurance one, because a lot of SAC training flights and test flights were upwards of like 12 hours, and they'd swap crew partway through the flight, because that was what SAC would have to do if they were going to fly intercontinental and bomb the Soviet Union, right? I should have set these to open. Not close, open is the other way. Should have set these to open as soon as I landed, but it's okay. The engines aren't going to cook for a while yet. Something else Jimenez did, you'll notice the needles are slightly split. The engines are modeled individually now. They're not perfectly in synchronization. And the delay between starting one engine and the other means that they will stay out of sync a little slightly throughout the flight. So, yeah, like this B-52 was involved in a collision that took off its entire vertical tail. The whole thing. The whole thing. Not just the rudder, but the whole vertical stab. Literally the entire thing gone. And the crew were able to not only save the aircraft, avert the immediate disaster and keep it under control, but they managed to land it in a crosswind by just using differential thrust on the engines. So, if there's any more proof needed, the B-52 doesn't need a rudder, and it's mostly just there for decoration, there you go. I mean, it would be better if it had a functional rudder, but it doesn't. Something else I should have done before landing. Like I said, guys, when I stream, I forget shit because I'm too busy talking to you. When I'm flying by myself, I don't forget this stuff. ADHD brain. This should be rearwards for landing, because you want both hide systems redundant for landing. You do not want to have the right engine pump fail and then not have any hides for the gear or flaps or any of the other stuff that the utility system feeds. I think it feeds I don't know if it feeds the props. I don't know if the props are just a separate oil system or if they're off the main hides. I think usually constant speed props are a separate oil system, but I could be wrong. I'm not going to claim I know, because I don't. And it differs from aircraft to aircraft and prop to prop. So we're not going to fully shut down. We're just going to pretend that we're doing a quick stop over here. So we don't even need the fire extinguishers, actually. We do want the chocks, though, so I guess we'd have the fire extinguishers. We'll get the doors open. We'll have the... Yo! Get the fuck out of my plane! Ain't she gorgeous? Ain't she gorgeous? So the cargo version of the DC-3, and it's based on the livery, by the way, so the livery controls what the interior of the plane is. The cargo DC-3 has no seats, no curtains or anything. It's just the bare interior, bare bulkheads. There's no decorative embellishments around the cabin. It's just bare as fuck. And it has cargo in it. And in fact, I think Jimenez recently, in the most recent update to the mod, made it so that the different weight of cargo you've set in the flight planner controls which pieces, like which models appear. And it's pretty kind of tongue-in-cheek as well. One of the bigger items of cargo in the center of the aircraft is a pallet of radioactive waste barrels with giant radioactive waste symbols on them. This bulkhead isn't here on the cargo plane, obviously. It's just the full length of the cabin. Same two doors, though, the same split door system. And then the passenger version, I'm tube lining, I know, but it's a vintage tube liner. Tubing is fine if it's vintage. Like, even the 146, although I haven't actually flown the 146 myself, I have it, I just haven't flown it. The 146 is respectable because it's still old enough and janky enough to have real flying involved. But tube lining, in my view, like the kind of tube lining I get all high and mighty and critical of, even though that's toxic and bad and gatekeeping and I shouldn't do it, it's funny, I don't care. That's when people are either children of the Magenta Line, says the child of Magenta Line who doesn't have even fucking Navigraph or little navmap installed. But I just fly VFR if I'm not following the Magenta Line anyway. Like, I only use that when I'm in an unfamiliar area or something like that. Most of my flights in MSFS are to show you the aircraft or the flight model, or to show you a specific thing in the scenery. It's not to show you I'm a professional pilot, because I'm not. I never got my nav endorsement. That's something I still haven't checked off yet. So I was trusted to fly within, I think it was, 15 miles of Bathurst. Or no, it wasn't 15, I think. It was 45, sorry, from memory. 45 miles of Bathurst. So yeah, the cargo DC-3, you just have a contiguous cargo compartment that goes all the way back. The passenger one, you have your little cargo bay here. You've got, I think this is the water tank. And then we got the shitter. I'm not going to clip through the door. Unfortunately, there's no interior model for the shitter. Now, I don't know if it's beyond Jimenez's ability to model an interior for that and then make the door animate. I'm pretty sure he can animate the door because he did for the cockpit door, but I don't know if he can do the model work there. However, if he can't, someone else probably can. You know, like with Black Box's Steam King Air and Steam Caravan, both of which I need to buy, but not now because I'm kinda... I don't want to spend too much at the moment. My last power bill was highway robbery. They could definitely do it. So you can add new mesh to existing planes. There's obviously some legal issues involved if you sell that, but if you're a modder, you can do it for free. I think Black Box were able to sell the Steam Caravan and Steam King Air because they did all the cockpit stuff themselves, but then they didn't change any of it because they were still using Asobo's external model and animations. They didn't change any of them. So I think they technically were able to do that, and also because it's Asobo themselves that did the original, they probably said to Asobo, "Look, guys, can we take what you've done and work on it?" And Asobo seemed like pretty based guys, to be honest. Like they seem really like good devs in every sense of the word, not just for MSFS but from their previous projects. So they probably said like, "Yeah, go ahead" or whatever. I don't think we can get the lights back here working. I don't know if there's a switch in the cockpit that does that or anything. But like I said, that door works now, but the click spot might not be clickable from here. Oh, there it is. The handle's a bit lower in the cockpit side. There we go. Backwards facing seats, I know. The trains here, well, I don't know about the new ones, because I've barely been on many of the new ones, but the old V-sets that State Rail have been running since literally the fucking 70s and 80s. The old V-sets, every row of seats pretty much is, you can pick up the seat and rotate it forwards or backwards, depending which direction the train's traveling. So sometimes people set them up facing each other, so that if they got a group, they can sit together, or if they just prefer to be sitting one way or the other. I like that solution, but I would imagine it's not ideal for airliner seats. It's probably not even ideal for train seats, because if there's a derail or a crash or something, the seat's going to fucking crush you. But yeah, rearwards facing seats in an airliner, that's the air sickness special row there, I guess. We got some double warning labels there, but like the upholstery color is part of this livery. The default upholstery I think is beige or grey. But the beautiful sort of dark green here, the bottle green color, is part of the Aer Lingus livery. So like I said, I've been in an actual C-47. Being a C-47, the back was a bit different than this. It was pretty barren. It's more like the cargo DC-3 that we have here in MSFS. But this little vestibule here leading to the cockpit, this is definitely a thing. So this is kind of, you know, you would have the flight crew's baggage, maybe the flight attendants might have stuff here. You've got your floor access, which is I think this is about where the ground power and stuff sits. The ground power plugs on the DC-3 are quite cool. They drop out in a little gondola like they would in a, you know, the gun pod on a MiG-21 or a MiG-23 or... actually, no, sorry, I don't think those do drop out. MiG-15 gun pod drops out the bottom on cables so it can be easily reloaded. The Mirage F1 does that too, I think. Or the Mirage 2000. I think the F1 or the Mirage 3. Anyway, same thing. Little gondola comes out, plug, go in, ground power. If I can avoid distracting myself for 5 seconds. You got all your electrical stuff in there. That's where all this buzzing and humming and shit is coming from. Radios. You know, your good old-fashioned radio sets where the box is massive and weighs 20 kilos. More radios. This is all radio equipment. You know, and this stuff takes up space. So you imagine a MiG-21 or something of that size, you've got to find somewhere to put this stuff, because it needs this stuff too. So it's quite interesting if you see cutaways of Cold War-era fighter jets, especially the smaller ones like a 21. It's interesting seeing how they arrange the avionics boxes, because they're big and they need to be somewhere, but it's hard to find a place to fit them. Here's your main breaker board. You've got a couple breakers in the cockpit, but this is your main board. There's your crew emergency / utility exit, which you generally wouldn't want to use. It's not clickable. I don't know if Imenez is going to make it openable or not, but you generally wouldn't use that because the prop's right next to it. Your main junction box, as it says right there, radio junction box. That's part of your HVAC system there. That's part of the HVAC. That's runs up there. Then you got the other HVAC harness which comes under the floor. So that's that. That's that hose there that goes down next to the window and then runs through the floor and probably into that. Your main wiring harness, which is fabric insulation, may or may not be asbestos, I don't know. Apparently, Hero did some further research, and apparently the Soviets didn't use asbestos wiring harnesses. It's some other kind of fibrous material, but it's not asbestos. I still don't trust it, but it's good to know. So yeah, this might be asbestos insulation, it might be something else, but it's some kind of textile or fibrous material that looks like a textile. Runs into, this is your intercom, and like radio stuff, who you're speaking to, that goes out to all the different antennas and such, and then that runs into a wiring harness that comes through the bulkhead. The crew will become visible as I'm further away from the cockpit. MSFS does this thing where if you zoom right in on the cockpit in the external views, the crew vanish. I don't know why. I assume it's intended functionality. But, well, I think what it is it's loading the top LOD of the cockpit. And obviously, most modules don't have visible crew when you're in the cockpit view because it would block switches or gauges or things. I like having the option of visible crew bodies, like in DCS for some modules, because my immersion. You know, anything that's blocked by the crew, I'll toggle them off, click it, and then toggle them back on. It's mostly set and forget stuff. All the important stuff's going to be visible. Stuff that falls under your arms or behind your legs is going to mostly be stuff that's set and forget, or you only need it during cruise flight. The tunes, I know, right? I think one of my favorite stream thing happening on screen versus soundtrack matchup, and this is why I wish I could just not run it in separate channels and have the VODs play the soundtrack too, or I need to like have a little thing telling you what song's playing on screen so people watching the VODs can listen. But it was when I was in the F5 on Enigmas, after talking about how everyone's bad at the F5 and underestimates it, and this song came on and I immediately went and fucking murder zoned like an entire fucking formation of MiG-21s. Just like, oh boy, you have got another fucking thing coming. It's one of the things I love in DCS is when I'm already kind of in the zone and then a song like this comes on and I just fucking hit my stride, man. It feels so good. It feels so good. You can see Pom do it too, like he'll be 10 hours into a stream and half drunk, and then like a certain song will come on and you just see him jamming out to it. You can see his track IR dancing and he's wrecking people left and right. One time you're driving the Chatterley and its song came up. Yeah, it has a couple times, I think. So anyway, we've been on the ground here at Shannon for long enough. Oh look, it's even got a little name there. It's so awesome, man. I love this plane. Interestingly, when you have the aircraft secured switch, so the aircraft has 3 switches in the cockpit, which I did show you guys, I think, but these 3 switches under the landing gear lights, that's to, those are the brightness selectors for the light, but they're not doing that at the moment. What they do is this one toggles on the wheel chocks and the fire extinguishers, this one toggles on the front half of the door, and this toggles open the rear half of the door. And you can see the door open indicator lights there. So we'll close the doors. We'll say that the passengers have all done their thing, embarked and disembarked. By the way, look at the fuel. We're still just below half fuel on the main tanks. And we've been flying for how long? And we didn't even fully fuel the plane. The DC-3 goes fucking forever, man. Like, fucking forever. Genuinely surprising. Now, having said that, I know the default fuel consumption was wrong. Imenez had to edit it to get it closer because the auto mix, like the real aircraft's mixture, works differently, so the aircraft's fuel consumption's off in the sim, whatever. Imenez adjusted it to mostly match the real figures, but it might now be too low rather than too high, I don't know. But either way, DC-3 goes forever, especially if you aren't fucking firewalling it like I usually am. So then that front one will get rid of the chocks and the fire extinguishers. But when you have the that switch on, so chocks, fire extinguishers in, and the aircraft powered down, the flaps will go up. Even if you leave the flaps down when you shut down, like I tend to out of habit, because that's what we did on the Bristol, so nobody would tread on them climbing up to the cockpit, it will retract them automatically, whereas if the engines are still running and that switch is on, it doesn't retract them automatically. It leaves them exactly where you've got them. So that's an interesting touch. I guess it's to simulate the ground crew manually retracting the flaps to equalize the pressure in the hydraulic system, which is a nice little touch. I don't know if that's what it's supposed to be, but I assume it is. It's a nice little touch. Set drone speed to like 20. Yeah, that's better. You got to set it super low for internal camera work because it's really fiddly, but for external, it's pretty good. Once I get FS realistic, we'll be able to physically walk around the plane on the ground and then walk around the cabin. That'll be pretty cool, and it should add more rattles and squeaks and little touches like that. MSFS is already pretty good for little immersive details like that. The Asobo modules in particular, they record the sounds of the control surfaces moving in the cockpit and the surfaces themselves. How did I hide my fucking... Shit, where'd my yoke go? Give me that back, please. Like the Asobo aircraft, you can hear the controls themselves in the cockpit moving, the rattles and squeaks from that, or the thumps as they hit the end of travel. You can hear the actual surfaces outside thumping as they hit the end of travel. You can hear squeaking. You can hear a bit here. So airplane have that a little bit, but not as much as Asobo do. And the Asobo aircraft, you can hear the vibrations. Like you can hear the vibrating and the rattles and the shakes and the buzzing of the of loose instruments and stuff as you taxi and as you take off. And real aircraft are like that. It's like driving an old car over a fucking highway. You can hear buzzes and rattles and shakes. And then you know you've come off the ground because you stop getting that sort of highway contact, you know, the sort of roar of wheels on tarmac. You stop getting that rushing sound, and you stop getting the buzzing of the instrument panel vibrating so much. But you also get intermittent buzzing as you add on or reduce power, like the certain power settings will resonate with certain parts of the aircraft, particularly the cockpit. Little details like that, man, are one of the beautiful things about this sim. We got a Seafire FR47 there. That's a freeware. It looks nice externally. The cockpit looks like dog shit. And unfortunately, both the cockpit functionality and the actual flight model are... I'm not going to say what I actually want to say because I don't want to... Someone did that for free. I don't want to shit on his effort. It's better than I could do. Like, I know how to tweak flight models and make them worse. I don't know how to make one from scratch. So, like, it's something, but it's not flyable in my opinion. But, like, a lot of the freeware stuff in particular, that it's not good enough for me to really want to fly, but it looks nice. So that, the ones that are not bad, but they don't have custom cockpits, like the Lodestar, for instance. The Lodestar uses the King Air's, the default King Air's cockpit, so it's a fucking glass King Air pit. But it looks really nice externally, so I just use that as airport scenery, by having it still installed. That's how I do things in MSFS. But I would like the Seafire to get a little more love and a little better of a flight model, so one day I could actually fly it. I see a red tail over there. Don't tell me fucking Qantas are here again. We're going to go look. Let me just check what the engines are doing first. Okay, yeah, we're not going to overheat them. We're not going to cook them. Let me just zip over here with my little fucking drone. My little fucking wedding filming buddy here. No, I don't think that's... Oh, is it? No. No, it's not the Flying Rat. It's somebody else. The colloquialism for the Qantas livery in Australia, by the way, is the Flying Rat. Yes, we know it's a kangaroo. It's a Flying Rat. That's what we call it. Oh, we got an F6F as well. That's something that not anytime super soon, maybe over the Christmas holidays, because, you know, Christmas is in the summer here, so I get long holidays over Christmas. Oh, that's a 10,000th Hellcat produced livery. That's quite cool that chose that one. Sometime over the holidays, though, maybe, or next year, I do want to do some, at least, like, high level, so to speak, big picture flight testing on the World War II stuff, so I want to see how that thing flies compared to what the documents say it should do. It doesn't feel bad. Like, it feels mostly like a plane. There are a few things I think that could be improved. But I do know that Got Gravel has a bit of a reputation for being a big fan of high-performance stuff, to the point he maybe gets a little carried away occasionally. So I want to see if it's right, or if it's close enough, or if it needs some fiddling, because the Spitfire, from patch to patch, the Spitfire has either been pretty close or has needed fiddling to kind of calm him down a bit. Oh, it's Iberia. Oh, Cantabria. Cantabria is the name of the... Oh, it's like a... They all own it. Iberia Regional and Osterman Cantabria, I guess. It's like a consortium. Oh my god, who doesn't own this plane? Who doesn't have shares in this fucking plane? Jesus Christ. Well, he's not too lost, at least. He's certainly not as lost as fucking Qantas Link were. Just, zoom in a bit so we're not fisheyed, and we are about ready to go. What do we got here? AirAsia? Believable. It was really funny, though, when I came in last night, it was just all Aer Lingus. All of it, Aer Lingus. Just shamrocks all the way down. Green tails and shamrocks. I was like, I think I might be in Ireland. I have yet to see Ryanair in the flesh. I've seen them pop up as labels when I've been taking screenshots, because my screenshot key toggles the labels on for some reason, so I've got to double tap backspace to hide them again. I'm using the mod that makes them toggleable with backspace, but for some reason F12 brings them up too. But I've seen the That's a Ryanair pilot on his day off. So we've seen a Ryanair pilot, we just haven't seen a Ryanair plane. But yeah, I haven't seen Ryanair in the flesh in that sense, but I have seen... I've been proximal to Ryanair planes, I just haven't actually visually identified them. And I haven't been able to witness any of their landings yet, unfortunately. Maybe one day. What the fuck is that? Is that an Islander? Oh yeah, it's an Islander. Oh shit, that was something I was going to do today as well, but I don't know if I'm going to have time, because I've already spent way longer on this flight than I was planning. I do want to do Wales in the Trilander. How's about we don't do that today, because that's going to be a long flight as well. We're going to end up going all through fucking Wales, all up through the north again, maybe even to Scotland, so that will be like a stream for another day during the holidays, but don't let me forget it, we will do the Islander. Yeah, it's a Seafire FR-47. It's the last mark of Seafire that was built. Contra prop. 2 3-bladed props, contra rotating. And it's a Griffin engine, so it's big boy. And you can see the shape of the tail? It's elliptical, but it's also way bigger than the original Spit-tail. So the Spitfire's tail changed both size and shape 3 times during... No, correction, 4 times during production. 4 times. The initial change was the rudder only, so the initial change happened partway through Mark 8 and 9 production, where they realized that it wasn't, like, there wasn't enough rudder to counteract the increased slipstream effect. Slipstream effect. Not P-factor, not fucking torque roll, but the actual slipstream off the prop hitting the tail. They needed a bigger rudder because it wasn't effective enough. So they increased the core to the rudder. That's why the Spitfire Mark 8 and 9, most of them, especially the later production ones, instead of having the classic Spitfire tail shape, I kind of describe it as like an ear shape, and then like you've got the Mark 9 shape, because I'm weird like that. That's how I visualize things, but like the Mark 9 is, it's like elf ears, right? Because it's pointed at the top, because it's slightly taller, and then it's got a wider chord at the bottom, so it's more triangular in shape. It's not as triangular as like a Yak or a Lavochkin or something, but it's more of a triangular looking rudder. So that was the first change. And then the second change was when the Griffin Spits came out. Sorry, 3, not 4, I think. There were 4 types, 3 changes. So the second change, the third type, was when the, I think it was either when the Mark 12 became a thing. It might have even been on the Mark 4. The Mark 4 was that was the Griffin prototype. So the Spitfire Mark 4 was never an operational type, but it was the Spitfire with the Griffin engine. Anyway, once they put the Griffin in the Spitfire, once again, oh fuck, it has so much power and we don't have enough tail. So they increase the size of the tail. And if you look at the shape of the tail, the whole tail, like the entire thing is wider chord on the early Griff Spits. So they brought, I think, the leading edge of the actual fixed tail surface forwards from memory. And then the final change, the fourth type of tail, was what you see here on the very late Griffin Spits, after they'd already changed the wing. So like the Mark 22, the Mark 24, and the late model C-Fire, the FR47, they just went to a fully elliptical tail, but like much bigger. That's about probably 1.5 times to twice the tail area of an original Mark 1 Spitfire right there. Since I discovered it, C-Fire 17 is my favourite, since it has a Griffin but with a smaller nose and radiators from the earlier Merlin C-Fires. Yeah, the 15's quite nice. I prefer the Merlin Spits just because the extra bulges that the Griffin adds over the cylinder heads, it looks cool, but it doesn't suit the Spitfire to my mind. Whereas the Mark, the earliest Mark Spitfires, there wasn't as pronounced of a hump there, and then you get to the Mark 9 and it's squared off. The Mark 9 has the best nose shape, I think. It's squared off at the front and it transitions smoothly into this beautiful semicircle, and then into this this egg shape down the length of the fuselage. Like, the Spitfire Mark 9 is just optimal curves. The Mark 8 is, as far as I'm concerned, the aesthetic peak of Spitfires, because of the retracting tail wheel. The Mark 8 is just fucking gorgeous. Anyway, before I cook the engines and myself and my passengers, separate ourselves from the unwashed back there. Let's get rid of the fire extinguishers and the chocks. We're going to get rid of the parking brake, and we're going to pivot around our right wheel here. Go, oh, fuck, mixture! Shit, it's a good thing it is auto mixture, because I have such a bad habit of forgetting to go full rich before landing, which is bad no-no, don't ever do that in a real plane. You can tell that the planes I learned to fly in real life were auto mixture, or just didn't have any mixture controls, period. So we're gonna get ourselves turned around. Again, just using the toe brakes here because free castering. I'm full left rudder and she's still turning right. Oh, the beauty of changing literally one number in the flight model fucking contact points. Literally one number. I don't know if Imenez is going to integrate the free castering into his improvement mod. Probably not, because, like, for the normies, especially normies without rudder pedals, or, like, who are using controllers to fly, not just Xbox people, but PC people with controllers instead of HOTAS, it would probably be unpleasant for them. So I don't know if he'll integrate it into the mod, or if he'll make an option for it or something, but for the time being, CCM's little tweak is more than enough. And as I said, I'm going to have to revise my own adjustment to the Spitfire and the F4, well, not F4U, the FG1D, the Goodyear Corsair, and then the big radials version of the Grumman Goose, just to get the brake effectiveness and the wheel friction right on the main wheels. Because the tail's fine now. The tail wheel on those is all free castering. I checked. I tested it. It's perfect. The problem is that the fucking main wheels, you tap the brakes and the plane does a nose stand. Because by default, the main wheels are just fucked, like they are in most aircraft in the sim. So once again, remember how everyone's like, oh, Misfizz ground handling is really bad, oh, Asobo should fix the ground handling? It's not fucking Asobo's problem! It was never Asobo's problem! Once again, it's the fucking devs. Because this thing's perfect! You know, the Cessna 414 is perfect. The fucking Islander and Trilander are perfect. The 310's pretty good, but it's not there yet, but, like, it's not the fucking sim. It's not Asobo. It was never Asobo. It just... I feel like I'm losing my mind with this shit, man. Like, the more I notice, and the more I play the sim, the more I play different aircraft by different devs, and you really quickly notice, okay, these are the devs that actually have enough initiative to open the fucking config file and tweak numbers and see what it does, and these are the devs that need to be fucking, you know, their dick needs to be held for them by Asobo before they'll touch anything. Like, oh, it's not documented. Well, yeah, it's not. That's fair. Asobo do need to document shit better. But you know what? You know how you know what you do if it's not documented? You just fucking throw shit at the wall. If it's not fucking documented, trial and error it, see what works, and then provide the documentation yourself. Fuck me. I just can't, man. I can't with these devs. Can you mod the prop effect in the Corsair so it looks like a proper 3-bladed prop and not a 5-blade one when it's turning? I couldn't. Someone else probably could. Like, I'm sure that wouldn't be difficult to do, but I don't know how to do it. I can't believe Milviz never fixed that. Milviz are one of the higher reputation devs. I mean, they made the fucking 310, which is one of the nicer planes in the sim. But, yeah, I can't believe Milviz didn't do that. We don't want flap for takeoff. We're already fucking rolling, but I'll wait until the flaps are up, and then we'll just give her the beans. I'm trying to get her relatively straight, too, before I do give her the beans, because once she swings one way or the other, it's very hard to catch. Now that I can't just magic my tail wheel over. DC-3, like many twin-engine aircraft of this era, doesn't actually exhibit much swing to the side on takeoff, because, you know, the main factor in a little bit there, probably because of the wind more than anything, and then I overcorrected. Here comes the pilot-induced oscillation. There we go. See, we're lifting off at fucking 70 miles an hour. Stick forwards to stop her from stalling herself out. She wants to nose up too hard. We're gonna... Okay, we're giving it too much beans there. We'll just level off for a while, build some speed, and then climb. Yeah, like, I can't believe Milviz never fixed that. Because they have a pretty good reputation, and yet it's like the most dogshit obvious, what the fuck are you doing? I mean, the prop shouldn't even look like that. That's the dumb thing. It's wrong twice, right? It's wrong twice. It's wrong in that props don't look like that when they're spinning. That's a rolling shutter effect. That's what a fucking camera sees. I'm a human. I have eyes, not camera lenses. I don't want to see rolling shutter in the sim. I'm sure it looks cool for the screenshot takers, or for the people making, like, you know, making machinima films or something, but at least make it an option, or something like that. You know, in the real world, a prop is a mostly invisible disc. There's a reason people walk into them all the time, by accident. You can't see them, unless the light hits from a particular angle and it's painted a particular colour. The prop tips are usually painted yellow, because at least then you might see it contrasting against something. You might see, like, a faint yellow ring. But prop blades are not visible in real life, at like, you know, when the engine's delivering actual useful power. Oh, we need a lot of rudder in this bank, because we're working against the wind and the actual adverse yaw of the aircraft. Yeah, like, that's not how props work. And the vast majority of planes in this sim have fucking rolling shutter effect props, and if they don't, people ask for them. It's like, what the fuck? No. I am running, however, a mod which gets rid of that on most of the stock aircraft, several of the more popular third-party ones, including this. So I don't have the rolling shutter bullshit on most planes. I still have it on some of the more obscure ones, or less popular, or more recently released. But yeah, that's not how props work. So it's wrong on that count. It's wrong in the fact you can even count the blades, because you can't in real life. You cannot count blades in real life once the prop's up to speed. And it's wrong in the fact that they show it as having 5 blades while it's spinning rather than 3. Like, it, even from a rolling shutter effect perspective, it's still wrong, because if it was rolling shutter, you wouldn't be able to count 5, you'd be able to count 3, or maybe 6. Like, it'd be 3 or a multiple of 3 at worst. Yeah, like a lot of stuff in games is shutter effect, because what do people base their knowledge of the world on if it's not first-hand? Videos or photos. Well, the world as seen through a camera is very different to the world as seen through your eyes. In a lot of very, like, important ways that might not be noticeable to normies, but they are to people who, like, have experience with the real world thing. And once again, like, especially when people are asking for shit like rolling shutter in prop discs, in sims, or, you know, people saying, oh, the plane should do this or the plane should do that, and they're patently wrong. It's people that have no real-life experience basing their knowledge on fucking videos or photos that have no context, or like don't show the thing they think it shows, or it shows an exceptional case which doesn't usually happen, stuff like that. Like, I've gone on this rant almost every stream for the past 6 months, I feel, at this point, but DCS players, MSFS players, War Thunder players, and now Gonna Heat PC players, because there's been a massive influx of War Thunder players, none of these people understand how the real world works, but they act like they do, and they make ridiculous demands. Like, the most recent thing in the Gonna Heat PC Discord, because of the War Thunder refugees, has been incredibly bad takes about Soviet tanks, mostly my autoloader and my popping turret, my fucking Bashnamyot. But also, like, bad takes about, oh, the Soviets used human waves. Oh, the Soviets didn't care about their soldiers' lives. Like, that is so wrong. It is quite literally the opposite of the truth. It is quite literally the opposite of the truth. As confirmed by the entire FM 100 series of US Army field manuals, as confirmed by God knows how many CIA reports that have been declassified since, as evidenced by Soviet primary source documents themselves, as evidenced by this, that, and the other. Like, oh, the Soviets were... In my Discord, for those of you who are in there, you probably saw me having a fucking meltdown about this the other day, but for those that aren't, Kotti came across a 5-year-old Reddit post. I didn't realize it was 5 years old until I'd already read it and kind of given my own running commentary to it in the general channel in my Discord, but Kotti found like a 5-year-old timestamp by timestamp takedown of a video Maximus released about how the Cold War would have played out and Cold War armored doctrine. Now, Maximus might be in the military. He might have been in the Lancers I think he was in the Lancers at the time. He was like a warrior crewman or something. He's in the Canadian Army now, as far as I know, in the artillery. But, like, yeah, he was in the military. So what? Like, being in the military doesn't preclude you from having shit takes. In fact, a lot of the dumbest shit I've heard about military equipment or doctrine came from guys in the military who were too low-ranking to actually know better, but just high enough in the military that they thought they knew. You know? Like, I never heard as many bullshit myths in my life about small arms as I did in an infantry section. The classic 50 cal near misses will suck your eyeballs out, or like take your arm off without even hitting you, that kind of shit. So Maximus did this, like, I think it was like a 20-minute video, and literally almost everything he said was not only wrong, but like super wrong. And this takedown was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful. It was like 6,000 something words long. It was one of those. And I sat and read through it because it was interesting. It brought up a lot of sources I hadn't come across before. But it discusses, like, with contemporary US Army intelligence documents about how the Soviets approach war. It documented the Soviets realize, from their experience in World War II, funnily enough, that it matters less what your loss rate is if you're on the advance rather than on the retreat. Because an army on the advance can afford to replace losses a lot better than an army on the retreat. If you're on the retreat, you can't recover damaged or abandoned tanks or equipment. You can't easily recover your wounded. If you're on the advance, it's easy. You just have follow-on forces deal with it. So the Soviets realized that it was better to take heavier losses in the advance than to take small losses in sort of the retreat, but then not be able to recoup them. So a lot of Soviet defensive, and well, in fact, all Soviet defensive doctrine pretty much, was based around the idea of immediate counterattacks. You know, you were only ever on the defensive as a way to set up a future offensive. Like, the Soviet approach to war was an art. Like, an actual art. Now, whether it was executed properly or not, certainly wasn't by the Iraqis, it certainly hasn't been by the Russians, but, you know, when it was actually taken and applied properly, it was a fucking art. And they aimed to minimize the impact of luck as much as possible. That was the whole point. Minimize the impact of luck, the impact of individual initiative, the impact of training levels, whether it be a positive or negative impact. You standardize everything so you know exactly how things will play out. You don't want, you know, unpredictability in warfare. You're going to have it no matter what, but you want to minimize the unpredictability, and that's what the Soviet sort of philosophy of war was. The Soviets operated, like, they weren't even playing the same game, let alone from the same rulebook. Everything was done at a higher level. It was, the Soviets were thinking operationally while everyone else was thinking tactically. But because these people are mostly, you know, I put it this way, it's easy to spot in the Gunner Heat PC Discord, and I'm not trying to be toxic towards the community here, and some of these guys have showed a good attitude towards learning. Like, they'll say some dumb shit, but then they'll get corrected and be like, oh really, I thought this. And you provide them with some sources, and then they actually go and read it. But some of them turn up with names implying that they know everything about tanks, and they still think they know everything about tanks, even after they've been proven wrong. So they're not all lost causes, but a few of them are. But you can tell from the Gunner Heat PC Discord these days who came there from War Thunder, or World of Tanks even, and who has come there from a wargaming or actual, like, educated military background. I'm not going to say military background in general, because like I just said, a lot of military guys are dumb fucks. I should know, because I am a dumb fuck, and I was in the military briefly, and a lot of the guys that were in my fucking company were also dumb fucks. But, you know, like, you can tell. You can tell who the knowers are. And the knowers, by and large, are people who you will also find in the combat mission Discord, or playing wargame, or things like that, or doing, like, tabletop wargaming, or just spurging out and reading doctrinal stuff. Those guys understand why the Soviets did the things they did, why Soviet tanks were designed the way they were, why they were employed the way they were. They understand the overarching theory behind it, and so they know not to make stupid fucking takes. Whereas the War Thunder players have no conception that there's anything on a battlefield besides tanks and anti-aircraft vehicles and IFVs. They have no conception that there's any kind of terrain that isn't a specifically designed fucking team deathmatch arena. Like, they think it's either dead flat open ground with no cover or concealment, or it's like a bowl with a city in it, because that's what War Thunder maps are. They have no conception of realistic air support. They think that air support is how it works in War Thunder, where Zinc or one of Zinc's mates comes in and places a bomb as if by fucking, you know, as if by hand down your commander's hatch. That's not how shit works. But they think it is. Like, they have no concept of any of this stuff, let alone, like, no concept of how vehicles interact with each other, or infantry interact with vehicles or anything like that. No concept of that, let alone, you know, operational and tactical level concerns. Like, if you don't understand how the things fight each other, even on a fucking 1v1 billiard table situation, you're not going to understand how the fuck they work operationally or tactically. But they have very loud opinions, unfortunately. And the funny thing is, and I actually recommended this to them, I said, look, I know that academia is boring for a lot of people, and it's hard to sit down and read through it. It's hard for me, even. I'm still not even halfway through Gordonomicon on Sukhoi interceptors. I started reading that book like 2 years ago, and I'm not even halfway through it. Because as much as I love the subject matter, and as funny as Gordon can be in his writing sometimes, it's so dry still. It's full of just technical details and, like, the intricacies of Soviet aircraft production. It's like, I can't do more than maybe half a chapter at a time. And then I put it down for 6 months and come back. I get it. Academic works and full-on historical works are not for everyone. Doctrinal stuff is not for everyone. You know what you do in that case? You find someone who does that, someone who understands that, but writes in a format you can deal with. Oh, I'm going to have a scenery problem here. So this is the cliffs of, I'm going to mispronounce this, Moa? And I've got a slight conflict between my custom scenery and the default scenery, it looks like. I think I need to see if there's a fix for this, because I think it's actually the mod's not installed properly. So this whole length of cliff should be photogrammetry, but instead it's only like half of its photogrammetry. But yeah, like, for example, if you're a big Tom Clancy fan, then Jesus, no wonder you have bad takes. But if you're a big Tom Clancy fan and that's what you can kind of sit, like, you can't put those kinds of books down, but you can't pick up doctrine or history, fine. Go find a copy of Red Army by Ralph Peters. Ralph Peters was an officer in US Army intelligence. It was his job to know this shit and to have a fucking good, reasonable idea of what the Soviets would do. And he did. Because Red Army, the entire... We're just gonna... not that. What am I doing? Hello? We're going to... lazy pilot that button, Jesus Christ. We're going to lazy pilot here, just because I want to go to external view before we totally pass the cliffs. But Ralph Peters, it was his job to know this shit. And so the actual scenario presented... I should have climbed higher, we'd get a better view, but... the actual scenario presented by Red Army is actually the best estimate that US Army intelligence had for what the Soviets would do, which did not agree with what the US Army's leadership thought the Soviets would do. And so the intelligence community were warning them for years, like, we are doing the worst thing possible to try and counter a Soviet attack. This is literally what they want us to do. We're copying the mistakes of the fucking Germans. Why did we let them tell us how to fight the fucking Soviets? Clearly they're not very good at it, or they wouldn't have fucking lost. So, like, the fixation on Fulda, the Americans were fixated totally on Fulda. They thought that that was going to be the big thing. Why would the Soviets, who everything they do is about speed and momentum, why would the Soviets send their main axis of attack through a fucking mountain range? A heavily forest mountain range. Why would they do that? Well, the Americans thought they'd do it to try and cut off the American forces in the south, in Centag, which is where Gunner Heat PC covers. They thought that they would try and cut them off from reinforcing the north, and that there would be a secondary attack through the North German plain. No. The main attack goes through the North German plain because it is literally perfect tank country. It's dead flat ground. Dead flat. Perfect. Could not think of better. That would be the primary axis of attack, and the secondary axis would be through Fulda to keep the Americans occupied until the Americans realized, oh fuck, we're idiots. And then, by then it would be too late, because the other attack coming down through Bavaria would have encircled them on their south, and the attack through Fulda would have split them off from their north, and it would not be pretty. Now, of course, in practice it may have worked differently. Maybe the Soviets would have fucked something up, maybe the Americans would have got lucky, don't know. Maybe NATO would have probably done what they most likely would have done, which is, oh shit, we're losing, fuck it, tactical nukes, let's go. The idea the Soviets would do a first strike, or the Soviets would heavily use tactical nukes, especially by the 70s, no. Like, under Khrushchev, sure, they love nukes under Khrushchev. But by the time the 70s roll around and Eyebrows is in charge, the Soviets were fucking terrified of the idea of nuclear warfare. Not just a general exchange, but tactical level, because they realized tactical nuclear weapons employment, or even, you know, chemical or biological weapons employment, is the worst possible thing. It is a direct counter to the Soviets' strength, which is momentum, speed, force concentration. That is exactly what a nuke will destroy. Or, you know, if the wind changes, biological or chemical weapons will destroy. It is counterproductive to the Soviets for any sort of WMD, so to speak, to be brought into the equation. So the Soviets wanted to keep the war conventional as long as possible. So the Americans started to realize this and unfuck their doctrine through the 80s, until by about the late 80s, early 90s, the combination of the Americans finally waking up to themselves, and also the Soviets really, like, the widening gulf between Soviet information technology and Western information technology. What am I doing? Oh my god, I just fucked myself. Oh, not really. I just place this up here. That's like my reference, I guess, for where I want the aircraft to sit. By then, yeah, like, NATO was starting to equalize things, and through the 90s it was gaining an advantage, obviously, very quickly, because the Soviet Union stopped existing and Russia was broke. But like, through particularly the 70s are like the Warsaw Pact Kuma decade, because NATO would have just rolled over and died, basically. In the 80s, it's a lot harder. So Gunner Heat PC being set in the mid-80s is kind of, it's at the point where the balance is swinging back the other way. So the Soviets still have, satellite imagery is not so great here. It's kind of in that period where the Soviets have already had their day, and now NATO's getting it back a bit. So the Soviets still have some cool stuff, which is better, but NATO's also getting some cool stuff, which is another generational leap. So it's a good time to set the game. But yeah, like, the whole theory for a long time was, oh, we'll use defense in depth, which has problems of its own, or we'll use active defense, which is what the Germans preferred, which is where you're getting up in the enemy's face and you're defending forward, right? And you're trying to basically stall them. You're stalling for time. You're hoping to kill a lot of them, not lose too many of your own, and then give them a little bit of land, and then repeat. That sounds great on paper, and it can prolong the inevitable, like it did during World War II, even before the Germans went full, special person, and decided that they were going to start kettling themselves in cities and holding till the last man. That can delay the inevitable, but it's not going to stop the Soviet army. It's exactly what the Soviets want you to do, because you can't counter what they're doing by doing that. You're basically just throwing equipment piecemeal into the wood chipper, and they can easily replenish their losses. Because they had about double the number of forces in theater without even moving anything in. Without even moving anything in from other military districts or other parts of Europe. Just within Germany, the GSVG, the Soviets already had about double the number of forces in theater. And things like Reforger and such are great in theory, but you have to survive long enough to make that work, and you have to hope nothing's interdicting your ships as they come across. And even then, like, the forces that are being called out of reserve and activated, the forces that are mobilizing, like, you can tell how much somebody understands about warfare based on whether they talk about kill-death shit, like loss rates, attrition rates, whatever, or shit like that. Those are fucking Call of Duty players and War Thunder gamers and like Nazi general staff trying to cope after World War II. Or Americans trying to cope after Vietnam. Those are the people who talk about losses and stuff and kill-death ratios and shit like that. Those don't matter. Those are immaterial in war. Nobody cares. There are a few caveats to that. Like, obviously, you have to be able to absorb human losses politically, which the Soviets could. They'd already done it in World War II. They had a better, shall we say, a better political system to do that. Democracies don't tend to handle that stuff very well, even if they're democracies in name only. Because the public doesn't really have a taste for war. And the public are not used to having the affairs of the state intrude upon their lives so much. Obviously your economy and your production figures, whether you can replace lost equipment quickly enough or not, that's going to matter. But the short version is nobody cares about kill-death ratios in real warfare. If you bring that up, it's showing that you are an idiot or you are trying to cope over something. People who are knowers will talk about mobilization schedules. They'll talk about supply lines and logistics, things like that. That's the sign of a knower. And if you look at how long it would have taken to mobilize some of the NATO forces that were meant to defend Germany from a Soviet push, some of them would have been ready within 24 to 48 hours. The Brits were pretty on top of their shit. The Americans were okay for most of their forces, some not the best. The Dutch could get their forces in theater ready pretty quickly, but then their reserves took ages to call up. And their reserves, they actually did call up their reserves for, I think, ex-Lionheart. And they turned up looking like fucking hippies, because none of them had haircuts. So, like, all that stuff matters in warfare. And the whole point of the Soviets doing things the way the Soviets meant to do things, and thankfully for the West, depending on your politics, never got to actually prove, is the Soviets knew that they had a certain amount of time to just play grabby-grabby on as much land as possible before NATO would finally be able to do something to slow them down. And at that point, the Soviets just say, oh, actually, let's sue for peace. We're tired of fighting. This is bad. Like, we don't want to do this war stuff anymore. You guys probably don't either. Let's go to the negotiating table. Oh, by the way, we control, like, all of Germany up to the Rhine. Let's talk about trade. That's what Red Army presents as its scenario, because that's what the knowers within the US military, which is to say that, the more switched on intelligence guys, that's what they expected to happen. That's what a lot of released Soviet documents since have described was going to happen, or something very similar to it. So that's the scenario for Red Army. If you want a good primer of how the Cold War would actually play out, in the event of Europe going hot but not going nuclear, because the Soviets desperately wanted to avoid that, and the West was starting to... Nukes were politically non-viable, but NATO kind of did rely on them a lot as kind of a threat to stop the Soviets from getting carried away. Not just the idea that they'd nuke the Soviet Union out of existence, which is obvious, but... and the Soviets didn't believe in mutually assured destruction, by the way. So it's nice to know that there was only one fucking Herman Cain in the world, and that the Soviets actually had fucking brains and realized that that is absolutely fucking mental. Like, mad is just like, as the name suggests, absolutely mad. Like, what the fuck are you doing? No, that's such a bad theory. The Soviets didn't believe in it. The Soviets went to every possible measure to safeguard themselves against being destroyed by nuclear weapons. They didn't want mutually assured destruction. They wanted not destruction. That was the whole thing. Like, you go through Soviet propaganda of the era, and it gets more and more intensively anti-nuclear, both the stuff aimed at foreign people and the stuff aimed at Soviet domestic population. They talk less and less about the peaceful atom and less about, well, it's still about that, because, you know, they want to talk about, oh, well, we still have nuclear stuff because we're using it peacefully, but more and more about, oh my god, nukes are bad, nukes are so terrible, the West is so aggressive, look at all the nukes they're building. Wait one. Yeah? I didn't realize you were coming today. I'm streaming. So, if you guys just want to... Okay, well... I thought they were coming tomorrow. Whoops. This is my sister. So, what was I on about? Oh yeah, nukes. In the, like the late 70s, early 80s, when neutron bombs became the new buzzword, and, you know, a lot of people didn't fully understand them properly politically, and fuck, even scientists didn't fully understand the theory behind them, I guess. They're still arguing about whether it was a good idea or not. But enhanced radiation warheads, or as normies would call them, neutron bombs. Now, normies think that, like in the Dead Kennedy song, it's something that does no damage to property, but just wipes out all living things. That's not how they work. It's still a nuclear bomb. It just... the size of the explosion relative to the amount of radiation is the other way around compared to usual. So you still have a small nuclear detonation, but a shit ton of radiation. The Soviets were shit scared of that idea, because the Soviets thought, fuck, they're going to use this to wipe our population out and genocide us, and they're going to take over our entire country and all this glorious socialistic fucking infrastructure we built for ourselves. You know, they're going to do the typical capitalist thing and take over what the people have built. So the Soviets started really agitating against neutron bombs. Like, there's so much neutron bomb-themed propaganda from the 80s, it's not even funny. I've got a folder of stuff that a friend sent me years and years ago. It's Soviet propaganda through the decades, and you can see what the country was concerned about by what is in their propaganda posters and what proportions they are. And the 80s is just like half nukes and half neutron bombs. So yeah, like, Red Army is a very good sort of view of how things most likely would have played out had that come to pass. But yeah, so how I got onto that topic, the Maximus thing, yeah, the takedown of it was great. But, you know, I don't want to shit on people for doing what they do. I get it, everyone's got to make a living. But it is, as I describe it in Discord, the fucking pointing soy jack, I use that and then say it's a that-based economy. And so people who cater towards based content, they're going to do stuff like that. They don't actually research it themselves, or they don't understand it as well as they think they do. They just use the sort of pop culture, most cool-sounding version. I mean, the reality of it is way cooler if you study into it, but it's also, like, you have to study it, and most people would get bored, so... I have no idea where we are, because I've been too busy yakking. We're gonna swing this baby round to the right. I think we've been drifting to the... we've been drifting very much to the southwest, because I had the heading hold turned off and the aircraft's not trimmed perfectly. It's the cool thing about the gyro pilot, it's very hands-on, very old-fashioned. What am I doing? I don't want to go south. I want to go... let's make it... Yeah, I do want to go east, so we'll make it about 060. Try and track the coast. About 06 should follow it. 045 maybe. Make it 06 so we cross the coast again. But yeah, like, it's a complex topic. Normies get it wrong. People that normies perceive to be knowers aren't actually knowers, and they get it wrong too. I don't remember how I got onto the topic originally, but we'll call it addressed at this point. There we go. Bit too far inland, actually, I think. DC-3 seems stable as hell. The air's pretty still. It is pretty, well, it's actually slightly unstable. As I was talking about, especially the further aft your CG is, like, when you've got forward-loading CG, it's not as bad, but when you've got the CG either center or towards the rear end of the mean mean chord of the wing, it will pitch up as it slows down and pitch down as it speeds up, which is the opposite of what you want an aircraft to do, because it becomes a feedback loop. As you pitch up, you're bleeding speed, you bleed more speed, you pitch up more, that's how you end up in a deep stall and die. Whereas as you speed up, you pitch down, you speed up more, you pitch down more, and you're in a screaming vertical dive and the wings are just ripped off. So you've got to watch it, but other than that, it's pretty tame. She's got a lot of weight and momentum. The original Airplane Heaven flight model felt a bit light, even when it was fully loaded. It was very light on the controls and very responsive. So that was one of the things that Jimenez tweaked. It feels like it's got much more weight now, much more inertia and momentum to it. So it takes a while for your stick inputs to arrive, you know? Or like, that's how I was getting the pilot-induced oscillation on rollout, on landing, is because I'm like, oh, I'm veering off the runway, I better boot the rudder like I would in something that responds quicker. And then I realized, oh shit, I'm going too much the other way, boot the rudder the other way, and like, by the time you realize you've overcorrected, it's too late, because the rudder has to neutral out. It's like a fucking battleship rudder, right? It has to neutral out and then go the other way, and that takes time. But it's a pretty easy aircraft to fly. She's pretty tame. Because the flight model, especially Jimenez's revision of it, is done properly, it will drop wings in turbulence rather than just do that shimmy thing. So you will get wing drops abruptly, but yeah, she's tame and easy to fly. It's a beautiful aircraft. I've noticed as well Jimenez's mod of it. The default flight model, I had to constantly be trimming. Even if I wasn't touching the throttle or varying my speed much, it was constantly porpoising a lot. Like, it should be fugoid slightly, but not that much. But Jimenez, like, it's close. You can see, if you look at the VSI, it's slightly porpoising every now and then. Usually if it hits like a pocket of air or something, it'll pop up and then back down, but it's pretty stable. Like, I find even when I'm hand flying, I just set the trim, it's close enough, and I don't need to worry about it after that. I love this song. Where are we? Let's ask our notional navigator here. The person who's actually paying attention, not me. We're up here. So that's Galway down there. So we've passed Galway, we've kind of tracked around it almost. KN, 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 KN. I don't remember which city that is. My Irish geography is not very good. That's Sligo up there. We might go to Sligo, maybe. Land there. And we'll call it for this flight, because I don't want to get too carried away. I have the fuel to do, like, an entire circumnavigation of Ireland, almost. Like, we're still on the main tanks. That's I think, Londonderry up there, and then that's, Belfast. Oh, we could... Nah. Belfast's too far. Like, we'd have to cut across the whole country, and that'd be, like, the entire length of the flight so far. Again, almost. That's Dublin down there. We'll do the East Coast some other time, I think. Not today. We've done the Northwest as well, so we won't get too carried away with that. We'll just go to Sligo. Even that's going to take a while. So we'll dial in about 045, I think. So the gyro pilot's quite nice. Like, I feel bad if I use autopilots in this sim, because this sim is the sim for hand flying. Like, this sim is built to be hand flown. But at least the gyro pilot is still janky and old enough that you're kind of doing it, really. Why is it... Bro, why are you 06? What are you doing? I think we've somehow introduced a bit of error into the system here. I don't know. Yeah, we're fine about 06. So if we're doing 06 and we need to turn further, then maybe we'll go like 0... Let's leave it there. Fuck it. We can correct as we get closer. It's hot in here. I'm gonna have to set up my aircon today. After the stream, I'm fucking sweating like a pig. Let's check in with the economy model. After they took the superior design and cut corners to cheapen it. See if we were meant to be doing anything today, if it was just the usual check-in. Usual lunch and shop. Oops, okay. Oh, it's just her and Mum. Just love those old dials. Once found a black backplate online for altimeter, but had 12 numbers, so it could be used on a normal clock. Sometimes change that on my alarm clock. That'd be quite cool. Quite cool. Just make sure you check it with a Geiger counter first, hey? Good old 30s instrumentation. Radium paint. Often the military boosts morale by spreading bullshit too. I know that was said long ago. I'm way behind chat because I was ranting for so long. What a surprise. Sort of. Military propaganda, at least if it's done smartly, tends to more be politically based or like ideological or something like that. You would not tell somebody the enemy's equipment is worse than it really is. In fact, when I was in the Army Reserve, we were trained that our own F-88s, our Steyrs, we were trained to believe that our Steyrs had just under half the effect, or like just slightly better than half the effective range of an AK-74. Now, both of them, realistically, both of them in the hands of an average marksman are about 300-meter rifles. But we were told, oh, you know, your effective range with a Steyr is 300 meters. Old mate from the Missourian People's Army, his effective range with an AK-74 was at like 500 and something meters or some shit. 575, I think it was, some bizarrely specific number. Like, I mean, you can engage stuff to 800 with a 5.56 rifle. I've seen somebody engage 800 meter point targets with a Steyr. It was very impressive. Obviously, it was perfect conditions, no wind, very experienced shooter. But, like, you can do it, but it's not going to have a lot of energy when it arrives. It might not get through their armor, it might not even get through clothes, depending what round it is and how far away it is. But yeah, you can hit something that far away, maybe, but you're not effective at it. So, like, from personal experience, which is limited because, like I've said before, I was not fully trained before I fucked my knee up. But from personal experience, we were trained to err on the side of caution, basically. And you would not really... Not only would you not be trained to overestimate your own equipment, but you would not overestimate your own equipment because you had to fucking deal with your own equipment. And a lot of the time that meant dealing with something older than you were, which had not been very well cared for. So, like, there's a lot of stuff which is considered to be very good quality, like small arms, for instance. There are a lot of guns that are considered to be very high quality, well-made, well-designed guns in the civilian shooting world, and most people who have experienced using them in the military think they were pieces of shit, because the one they dealt with had gone through, like, fucking 5 generations of dipshits before them who didn't know how to look after a rifle. And they're clapped out and they're not going to work well. Like, especially things like the 1911, when they persist in service for, like, literally 70 or 80 years. Like, yeah, it's going to be dog shit by the time you get around to using it. Like, what do you expect? So, I would say it's... The, Oopsies, wrong direction. We want to correct left a bit. I fucked up the gyro compass somehow. Or the gyro pilot. The aircraft's probably trimmed way too far one way, and so the gyro pilot's, like, trying to account for it and not being able to. We'll just tell it to level off around here. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck the gyro pilot. Automation's for bitches. Except when the Soviets do it, in which case it's really cool. No bias at all, by the way. No, we don't need the gyro pilot. We're getting a little bit of turbulence. So you can see I am putting in my own little wobbly motions on the yoke, as I always do. I'm not using a yoke in the real world, I'm just using my Constellation Alpha, my usual DCS HOTAS. That's the only HOTAS I have. I don't know if I'd ever buy a yoke, to be honest. It'd be handy for like longer flights and stuff like this, I guess, but the thing is, the Constellation Alpha on the Warbird base, the Connie Alpha's an okay stick, but it's a bit small for my hands, I realise now. It's workable, I just kind of wish I'd known that beforehand. I might have maybe looked into being able to source the VKB stuff from the European store somehow, or the North American store, because they had the version I wanted. But like the Connie's fine, and if I'm flying for a long time, I just rest my palm on the top of the stick, or rest a couple fingers on the top of the stick with my palm on the stick itself, like this, kind of hooked over, because that's all you need. You control the aircraft with a fingertip. Even this is just one finger. But the Warbird base is what's doing most of the work here. The Warbird base has got progressive cams, and they're very, very light around the center, but very precise as well. And then they get really heavy towards the edges of travel. So you actually have a kind of rudimentary form of feel of what the aircraft's doing and what you're asking it to do. So yeah, if you're flying something with absolutely no trim that you need to hold the stick all the way forwards, or after like something like the Jenny maybe, or the Jenny simulated as having fake trim in MSFS just so you don't fuck up your wrist. But like in something with no trim at all, it could be an issue. A yoke might be useful there, but in things where I can mostly trim my way out of problems, even with the Spitfire with no roll trim, or no adjustable roll trim, it's adjusted on the ground, this is fine for that, because it takes me basically no muscle movement to hold the stick, hold the stick slightly left or right, slightly forwards, whatever. Aren't sim yokes super overpriced? Yes! Yes, oh boy are they. Civilian market sim gear, I mean even military sim market gear, like if you're a DCS player you know, like Thrustmaster shit's way too expensive for what it is. I've gone on that rant many a time. Thrustmaster's charging like well above the fucking quality of stuff they make. Verpal stuff's expensive, but it lasts forever, and is generally well built and well designed. VKB, I'm told, is okay. They have some production issues, but they're like it's better than Thrustmaster by a fucking country mile. Wing, I don't know. I've heard mixed reports. But civilian stuff across the board, including civilian marketed stuff made by like Thrustmaster or whoever, is rip-off city. Like for example, let's take I saw a yoke. It's a big box. It's like a big box the size of a fucking 90s computer tower. Maybe not that big, but it's big. Like, you know those the fucking, what is it called? Think stations? The little server, or like the, so what do they call them? Drone, slave, what is it? What do you call a subordinate computer in a network? I don't know. Those. Just a workstation maybe, but the little workstations, it's slightly bigger than one of those, but it's a big metal box. It's a yoke with I think a 2-way trim switch, or maybe a 4-way trim switch, and then like 1 or 2 buttons. That's it. That's all it is. And it has 14-bit precision, I think it is. 16-bit precision is like the bare minimum you'll get in military sim controls. Like, even the T-16000 is 16-bit. Verpal stuff is like fucking 32 or something. So it's 14-bit precision, and they're like, ooh, 14-bit precision. They use that as a marketing point. It's like, my guy, I wouldn't be advertising that. That's embarrassing. 1,000 fucking US dollars. 1,000 US dollars for that shit? You gotta be fucking kidding me. I could have an entire fucking sim pit built out of Verpal gear for about that price. Like, what the fuck? Gotta head out. Catch you later, Davey. Good to see you, man. And I hope you had fun hanging out. And we definitely do need to catch up in DCS again. Definitely. Yeah, I suppose so. But, like, if you have any experience with sim gear, especially like military sort of oriented sim gear, well, not military oriented, but like military sim stuff, you know, not oriented to the military market, but to civilians that want to play mil sims. Fucking, you know what I mean. Like if you're used to that stuff at all, I've drifted off course again. I'm flying dead north. I shouldn't be. I'm gonna head northeast. Yeah, like, oh, the Fuga Magister, it's quite nice, isn't it? Quite nice. I think there's some things in the flight model that need a little tweaking, but generally it feels pretty good. Looks good, sounds good, pleasant to fly. Just I think a few of the performance numbers need some revision, mild revision. But yeah, like, just seeing what civilian-oriented sim players will pay. Like, the Captain Sim fucking Hercules in this doesn't even have a cockpit. It's literally an external model with no cockpit. There's no cockpit view. Not even it uses a placeholder. Not even that. There is no cockpit view. You have to fly it in third person, or like with the just, you know, the HUD view type thing, where it's just the HUD symbology and then nothing, no cockpit, no model, nothing. That's what, 30-something bucks US? Like, that is actual fucking, like, I'm not gonna say it's fraud, or something like that, or like, whatever, but there are a lot of people that will buy that as is off the marketplace without understanding that it's just an external model. Yeah, a scam, basically. It might not legally be a scam, but in every fucking sense, but it is. You know? And there's so much stuff on the marketplace, it's just, like, for instance, there's a freeware MiG-15, which it's not worth the effort. It's, like, they tried, bless them, but it's not. It's like a store-bought model from Turbo Squid or something. The model is not good to begin with. It's not accurate. Doesn't look very good. It was probably made in the, like, mid-2000s. Flight model is in no way resembles a MiG-15 unless it's been changed dramatically since I last tried it. But, so there's that. That's freeware, right? So it's not good, but at least it's freeware. Well, there's now a payware version in the store, not made by the same guy as far as I know. Could be, but I don't think it is. But it's the same store-bought model, right, as the freeware one, presumably with a different flight model, which is probably not any better, possibly even worse. And it's priced like you know, like you would price... This was free! This was fucking free, right? This came with the 40th anniversary shit. The fucking Boeing 247, which is still one of the best things in the sim overall, let alone value for money-wise, that was 20 bucks from memory. The fucking, shit, what was it? I think the 310, the Cessna 310, not the Airbus, but the Cessna 310 that Milviz did, I think that was 30 bucks or something close to it. And that's got all the bells and whistles. Like, fuck, there's more effort gone into that than most of the fucking tubeliner stuff. Like, it's just a rip-off. It's basically predatory towards the Xbox players, because Xbox players can't fucking... They can't run mods, right? They can't mod the game. So they can't use freeware stuff. Unless it's put in the marketplace. You can do freeware in the marketplace, I think, but not many people do. So the Xboxes are fucked because they can't get freeware. They're fucked because they can't mod payware, so you're buying it as is off the store. So you could buy something with a completely munted flight model, but which a modder has since fixed, and you're stuck with it in its munted state because you can't mod it. So there's like so much shady shit that, you know, Microsoft aren't really doing a lot to really put the kibosh on, but like there's so many third parties doing fucking predatory shit. And then you have things like this, which is free, and a modder improved it further. It's free. Wonderful. One of the best things in the fucking sim. Flies like a real plane. Flies like I would expect a DC-3 to. Disclaimer, never flown a DC-3 real life. Looks good, sounds good. Like, what more do you want? Any of the Bombardier planes? No, I haven't. I haven't really checked out much new freeware stuff for a while. I kind of got a glut of it a couple months ago, and some of it I've flown, some of it I haven't, but I haven't checked out any other Bombardier stuff yet. Freeware is interesting. It can be really hit and miss. So, like, some freeware is just like, why did you even go to the effort? And some of it's really fucking high effort. Some of it's really, really well done. Like that Canso, that's freeware. And it's really good. It still has some issues, but it's really fucking good. It's better than a lot of payware is. You know, there's some really, really good stuff out there. There is a... Well, there's the Captain Sim one, but yeah, there's not a proper C-130 yet that I'm aware of. I think Captain Sim kind of poisoned the well on that one, almost. I think there's some other military transport stuff coming. Like, I think there might have been a Spartan coming. And I think there was some... I think maybe, like, some of the twin-engine Embraers or something. Or, like, the Airbus ones, I don't know. I remember seeing military transport work-in-progress screenshots, but I don't remember which. Once again, I have not been paying attention to where we're going. There's been a lot of cloud cover anyway, so we're going to consult our totally not the cheetah map notional navigator there. Okay. So we're pretty close to Sligo, I think. Yeah, there's Sligo. So we just follow the coast, basically. Follow this ridge line around to our right, even. This plane is so nice to fly. It just so, like, stately. It has poise and grace. You can throw it around when you need to, but when you just want to chill, like, it's so nice. Come off the power a bit as we descend. And bring the revs up, so I'm using prop drag to slow myself down. We won't bother with the... Oh, we'll see what the weather's like at Sligo. It might be clouded in, or it might be raining. If the viz is bad, we'll use the landing lights, but otherwise we'll just leave them off. Because I can see it, it'll just mostly be so other people can see me and not hit me. Oh! No wonder the gyro pilot was fucked up. Like I told you guys, when I'm streaming, my brain goes on holiday. No wonder the gyro pilot wasn't working properly. That was on me. I forgot to throw the lever forwards after we took off from Shannon. Should I ask my manager if he talked to any of our test pilots that might fly sims if they tried any globals in MSFS? Yeah, that'd be interesting, actually. You get some really good input for possible modding tweaks that might need to be made. More C-47s and B-17s? I wouldn't know. I don't know production numbers for those. It also would depend if you were only counting things that were built as C-47s, or DC-3s that were pressed into service as C-47s as well. Oh, now we're getting a little bit... Whoa, sporty down here, is it? I'm countering the... It's trying to drop a wing, so I'm countering that with the controls here. Yeah, Sligo's going to be bad viz, so we're just going to chuck the landing lights on so people can see us. And then we need to figure out where the fuck the airport is. I've descended a little too far here. I should have actually held on to some altitude so I could spot the airfield. Or the airport. So we're gonna actually climb back up a little. And I think I'll take a break after this flight because I need a drink and a quick snack, but I think I might also set up my aircon because fuck, I'm cooking in here. This has the added bonus of washing off some of that excess speed because I tend to cruise pretty fast in, well, everything. That's a river. That's not a runway. Definitely not a runway. I'd say it's probably going to be over there somewhere. We'll have a look though. It should be close to the coast. It'll be near the city, and the city's on the coast. beams here just to... The 117 for MSFS is fun, but I have my doubts about the flight model. There are certain, like, I haven't got it, and I'm thinking of getting it. Like, I'm really tempted, to be honest, because it's not that expensive, and it looks good. It doesn't seem like it's too far into the realm of fantasy flight dynamics-wise. Like, it could potentially be fixed if there is something wrong with it, but from what I saw just from demonstration videos of it, it does some of the things I would expect a 117 to do from my virtually zero knowledge of that aircraft. Like, it stalls at about the right angle of attack. It seems to like to get into situations, like, into spins or into tumbles. I mean, it's still a spin, but it's the difference between a spin that's actually spinning and a spin that's like, oh my god, hold on to your fucking ass. It seems to like to get into those situations and be kind of difficult to get out of them, which is, again, what I'd expect. So I'm not sure. Really damn fast on the deck, like 500 plus knots, and yeah, I don't know. I'm tempted to pick it up at some point. Not at the moment, but maybe at some point. Ain't that majestic. Okay. I don't think we've actually hit Sligo proper yet. I think it's a little further that a ways. So we'll just track up the coast. We'll fly for a bit longer, and if we don't see an airport, we'll assume we've gone too far and turn around, but I think we haven't hit it yet. And to be honest with you, I don't actually know exactly where Sligo Airport is relative to the city. I know it has one nearby. I don't know if it's next to it or, like, what. It has a fucking navigation beacon next to it, though. So it should be pretty close to that. Pick that speed back up again, so we're going to come off the power a little and off the revs. Actually, we'll keep the revs up a bit, just for the drag. I love this thing so much, man. It's so nice. It's actually like it's one of those things where this plane is so good now with the mod, and now especially with the actual free castering tail wheel. This plane is so good that I have trouble tearing myself away from it. Like, I don't want to become a person that just streams the same plane every time, because then I will be channeling a tube streamer, even if I'm flying a cool tube, not a boring tube. But, like, yeah, it's almost every time I boot the sim these days, I fly this for probably at least half the time I'm playing the sim. It's just so good. This and the Beaver seem to be the two things that people have really latched onto from the anniversary planes. Obviously the helicopters too, but, like, for fixed wing, this and the Beaver. And I don't blame them, they're both wonderful. Absolutely fucking delightful. Sligo's over there. Oh, another little thing Jimenez did. By default, it was you click this and it opens all the way back. Jimenez made it incremental. You can open it as much or as little as you want. So it's just a little bit of airflow in here because I'm cooking to death. By the way, both sides. And the front's open too, but I think opening that during flight at the speed might cause me some problems, so I'm not going to try it. Location is this? We're near Sligo, the west coast of Ireland, sort of like northwest-ish. we took off from Cork and kind of sort of followed the coast around past Kerry, landed at Shannon, did a quick stop over there, and then headed up this way. We've been kind of meandering back and forth over the coast as I get distracted talking about things or talking to chat and not paying attention to where the plane's going. But we found our way up to Sligo. I think I see a runway. Maybe. Runway or the outlet of a river. We'll find out soon enough. I'm pretty sure that's a runway. And again, just to kind of, everything you're seeing and hearing here is default sim or from this DC3 with Imenez improvement plus CCM's little tailwheel tweak. I'm not running FSR. I keep forgetting to pick it up. I do want to pick it up. I will pick it up at some point. I was going to do it before this. Well, I wasn't even planning to stream today, but I was going to do it before doing my next MSFS stream, and I forgot. So, no FSR today. This is all just default stuff. So that wind sound, that's not FSR. Shakes and rattles that you hear, that's not FSR either. And the wing drops in turbulence are the aircraft itself because it has a proper fucking flight model. That looks like an actual city, so that might be Sligo, I'd say. I have a tendency to underestimate distances pretty badly in MSFS, especially because I'm flying stuff that's a lot slower than a MiG-21. So I'm used to, in DCS, like, oh yeah, that's not far, that'll take me 5 minutes. In MSFS, in this thing, it'll take me like 20 or 30. We could cut across, but I think we'll just follow the coast. Follow that curve around to the left. Then a break for me, food, drink, and plug in the aircon, and hope that the hose doesn't keep falling out of the window all day. It's wonderful. After dealing with a fucking $1,100 power bill over the winter, I can now deal with an $1,100 power bill over the fucking summer as well, because I'm going to have the aircon running every fucking day so I don't die. Love it. Wonderful. Boy, I'm so glad that Australia privatised the fucking power grid. My favourite fucking thing. You know, the joys of the invisible hand and the incentive of competition, free and fair competition, will drive the prices down. Yet no, it makes everyone agree on how much they want to fucking drive them up. I haven't actually compared how much my power bill's gone up per kilowatt hour based on you know, per kilowatt hour of actual use versus the overall bill. But I'm curious to see, actually. I should check that later, because I know it's gone up. And this is after I managed to get a deal out of my fucking power company. My reseller, by the way. So a separate company owns the infrastructure, and I'm pretty sure it's private, but it's like it's either a crown corporation, which means it's technically private, but the government controls it, question mark. It's like, how can we make this even more efficient than if it was just a direct government department? So I don't know if they're a crown corporation or if it's the government contracts them. I don't know. I have no clue. Fucking, it's so many layers of complexity, I don't even want to think about it. But they actually own the power stations and the power grid. And then I get my power through a reseller. Because, of course I get my power through a reseller. Because they want to make their money off the top as well. Like, if I just got my power directly from the fucking power grid, I would probably shave at least 25%, 30% off my bill, because the reseller wouldn't be trying to make money off the fucking top. It's just value adding. Like, value adding. It's not adding fucking value, it's adding fucking cost. Oh, there's the airport right there. Okay, that's Sligo. There's the airport. So we'll fly over Sligo and we'll circle back around the harbour there and then land, I think. But yeah, I got a better deal out of my power company because I switched over to someone else, and then they went, oh fuck, because a bunch of other people in my area did too, and they phoned me up about a week later and sweet talked me with promises of this and that discount. I was like, okay, sure, if you're going to do that. So if I hadn't got that discount out of them, you know, if I hadn't gamed the system a little, unintentionally mind you, because I wasn't planning on changing power companies, it just happened impulsively. If I hadn't gamed the system myself, I'd be even worse off. So yeah, totally sane and rational economic system, guys. Works super well. Totally has the best interests of the consumer at heart, obviously. I mean, you wanna fucking see how much innovation and how much quality work the invisible hand encourages. We've been ranting about it all streams. The flight models. We can't do freecastering tail wheels or nose wheels. The sim doesn't support it. A Sobo has to fix it. The weather system's broken. That's why the plane is rocking side to that's why the plane's yawing in turbulence and not doing anything else. It's a Sobo. It's all a Sobo. A Sobo does everything. We're blameless. We're perfect. And yet they charge like fucking 5 times what a far better competition charges, let alone anything else, and they still get sales because they do something that's a popular plane. Or, you know, the actual good stuff, you have to go through 10 layers of sketchy websites to actually buy it, because the dude that made it's like some random guy in fucking, you know, out the arse end of Siberia, or in like some tiny town in Ukraine somewhere, because that's where most of the devs for this come from. Like, most of the smaller third parties are just random Ukrainian dudes. Like, it's fucked. It's fucked. My life is complicated and tiring enough already without me having to fucking spend more time doing, like, hours upon hours of research to make sure I'm not getting screwed out of money on something, you know? Like the whole, oh, well, you should be able to choose your health insurance. Like, no, just give me fucking nationalized healthcare, for fuck's sake. I know the system's not perfect. I get it. I'm very well aware the system's not perfect, and I know why. It's because one party keeps fucking defunding it. So they can intentionally break the system and then say, oh, the system doesn't work. Well, fuck, I wonder why. But, like, I would rather have something that just works at least a fucking basic level and I don't have to worry about it, than have the promise that something's going to be really good and high quality and then it never is anyway, because they will say, oh, it's a pre-existing condition, we're not going to pay out. You know, like, it's fucked, dude. It's exploitation and fucking grift all the way down. All the fucking way down. Funny thing, right? So, we've finished classes for the year. Now, I haven't finished my assignments for the year. I'm taking today as kind of a relaxed day, and then I'm back to the grind tomorrow. At least in theory. Hopefully I can force myself to stay focused, because that's been my main problem lately. But, so we've finished up our classes, so, you know, I'm switching courses as well, so I'm probably not going to talk to the staff from my current class much in the future. I might see them around, but I'm not going to talk to them much. And, you know, it was kind of said to me, like, yeah, you're going to the counselling course because you have a natural sort of inclination that way. You're doing super well, you know, and your writing in your assessments is, like, showing that you could easily, yeah, if I didn't have fucking ADHD, maybe, you could easily do, like, a postgraduate level course at university and go into this as, like, you know, do a proper, like, get a psychology or psychiatry degree and then work as a proper, like, trauma counselor or something like that. Oh, and, you know, it was kind of said to me, you know, a lot of these big companies, travel companies, or like with the World Cup going on right now, or advertising agencies, they will pay $100,000 a day for somebody with that level of qualification to work with them. And I was just like, yeah, money doesn't actually really mean anything to me. I'd rather help people that need it than find, like, mental loopholes that can con them into buying shit they don't need. Like, well, I didn't phrase it quite that bluntly, but it was a thank you, but no thank you. But that's what it is. That's what it is. Companies hire fucking psychologists and psychiatrists even. Difference being a psychiatrist is, like, medically trained in the sense they can prescribe you stuff, or say that you, like, diagnose you with stuff. They can diagnose and prescribe, and a psychologist can't. Is that a castle up there? I'm almost tempted to fly over that. Yeah, fuck it. Let's go there and then double back to Sligo. Why not? In for a penny, in for a pound. like, I get that that's how the system works, and everyone's got to work within the system to make their own fucking way, but, like, the whole, oh, well, you criticize capitalism, yet you also participate in it. How curious. Like, well, yeah, how you're not going to fucking survive otherwise. Because, unfortunately, the system is so self-reinforcing that even if you try and do the whole off-grid thing, at some point, inevitably, you're going to have to come into contact with it. Like, you have to play the game. They force you to play the game. You don't have a choice. The degree to which you play it, and the degree to which you decide to exploit its loopholes, which are designed into it, that's on you, but you don't get a choice whether you play it or not. But yeah, I was like, to me, the idea that I would go make a bunch of money, which, what am I going to do? Like, 100,000, do like 3 days of work and buy a fucking house. Like, 300,000 would buy a place bigger than this, and this place is already more than enough for me in most respects. I mean, it's a bit, like, maybe location or quality-wise, not the best, but size-wise, it's fine. You know, like, what am I going to do with that money? What the fuck am I going to do with it? It's just, to me, I know that not everyone's going to agree with this, I get it, whatever, but to me, that is just fucking, it's not even immoral, it's amoral. It is fucking so unbelievably repugnant to me that people would even briefly consider that. Like, oh, no wonder you're poor, you keep passing up opportunity when it's, like, there's a difference between passing up opportunity and, like, actively just throwing your own fucking values and everyone around you under the bus so that you can briefly enjoy having a shit ton of money and not knowing what to do with it, you know? Like, when fucking Bill Gates or whoever else decides they're going to be a philanthropist. Philanthropy is, like... Philanthropy is made up. The word philanthropist is... It's a fucking... euphemism. Like, it's trying to hide what's actually happening, right? If you actually... Like, it looks really impressive when Bezos or Gates or somebody with, like, more money than God gives $1 billion to charity or $20 million to a charity or something. It's like, wow, that's amazing. Holy shit. You know, it's incredible. Look how generous he is giving that much money to charity. If you actually look up how much these people are worth, even how much they have on hand, let alone how much they're worth. Oh, there's another airport there, but we'll go back to what I assume was Sligo and land there. If you look up how much these people are worth, it's nothing. It's nothing. That would be the equivalent of me throwing a 10-cent piece in the Sally Ann's fucking collection bucket. It's literally the same as me doing that. Like, you know, when a fucking multi-millionaire, not even a multi-millionaire, when these billionaires now, like when they have hundreds of thousands of dollars or a couple $1 million of their value, or the value of the companies that they own, their asset value, when that's wiped off the stock market because they said something fucking stupid on Twitter, it's nothing to them. That's like me having a fucking $5 fall out of my pocket. I'm not even going to notice. And fuck, like, I'm already weird in that most people would notice a $5. They might not notice a 10-cent piece. It's all relative. Everything's relative, and there's context involved in everything, but, you know, it's like with the fucking disciples of the snail now, having strong opinions about Cold War doctrine. They just compare raw numbers without understanding what the number actually means, or the context of it. They have no visualization at all of what they're actually talking about. So that it's like they're speaking another language almost, because you can tell them directly, like, no, this is how it actually works, and they won't understand you, because they have no conception of what you're even describing, you know? Same shit. So yeah, I gave a very polite thank you, but no thank you. I have principles to that. It wasn't like an offer, oh, I can get you a job getting 100,000 a day, obviously. I still would have said fucking no to that, though, to be real with you. I live, like, my life's not the easiest, but I live comfortably enough. Like, if I had 100,000 tomorrow, it'd be nice. I probably wouldn't know what to do with the vast majority of it. Fuck, if I had 100,000 tomorrow, probably a bunch of it would go towards me bailing out friends who are in dire economic straits, because that's, like, I would be not a lot wealthier, but I would have less months where I'm eating rice and fucking living off water and bread, so to speak, if I didn't have such a habit of giving money to friends who I know are harder up than me. Or if I didn't have a habit of having money and going, oh, I've got savings now, I'm going to quit work for 6 months, because why should I fucking work myself to death when I can just live off my savings, right? I don't buy the whole work like a fucking slave for 60 years of your life. Oh, but, you know, by the time I reach 60, it's going to be 80, 90 maybe, or just there won't be retirement at all. Yeah, work like a slave until you're 60, you know, if you start a family but never see your kids because you're too busy working, buy a house that's too big for you in an area you fucking hate living in, do all that stuff, buy 2 cars, half a dog, whatever it is. Yeah, let's do all that. So then by the time your body is falling apart from doing all that work, unless you're extremely lucky, because human bodies are basically RNG, and unless you're in a privileged enough socioeconomic group that your healthcare is good enough to stop your body from falling apart by the time you hit that age, and you don't have any pre-existing medical conditions, because if you're in a better socioeconomic class, that can cancel that out if you've got something pre-existing, particularly like some of the things that run in my family. Yeah, do that so you can have this reward that by the time you get to the point where you're supposed to have the reward, you realize it never existed. You were just being strung along by a fucking dream the whole time. I don't do that. I don't do that, man. I work enough to survive. Like, obviously at the moment I'm studying, so I'm doing that instead of working. I'm studying full-time. But like, as much as I can do it, I have trouble finding jobs because I've got other issues, as I said. But, you know, even doing the shittiest fucking survival jobs, that the main barrier to me getting them is that I'm actually overqualified and they realize they'll have to pay me too much. Or they realize that I'll probably chuck the shits and go to a union if they try and fuck with me. That's my main barrier to employment, is people realize I'm not stupid. I'm dumb, but I'm not stupid. Right? And they don't want to hire people that know how to... They don't want to hire people that know the rules of the game, right? They want to hire people that don't know the rules of the game, or think they know the rules. So that's my main barrier to employment more than anything else. But when I do have jobs, I try and get just enough hours that I'm not drawing any sort of income assistance, so I'm not on any sort of welfare. I'm just purely living off my own income and have just a little bit left over to save up. And I'll try and accrue my savings over time, and then once I hit a certain level of savings, I know, like, sometimes I'll have like a, you know, because I have long-running other issues, my mental health hasn't always been great, so sometimes I'll just chuck the shits and quit a job on a whim because I'm having a really rough time and I don't know any other way to keep myself here, so to speak, and that kind of throws a wrench in the works. But generally my process is work enough to get some savings, and then when I finally am sick of that job, or they fuck me around too much, live off those savings while I look for a new one. I have had a few jobs in my life which I would have stayed in for basically an indeterminately long amount of time if they had not fucked with me. Like, they weren't even very good jobs, but just like the routine suited me, or like the work wasn't too difficult or something like that. Like when I first started working at Coles, if they had just kept me with the same shifts, the same hours, the same days, with the same co-worker, doing the same thing, I could have done that basically forever. Even though it was, you know, a shit job in a lot of ways. Like, I could have done it forever. It wasn't a hard job. The hours were good for me. Like, it was the perfect setup, pretty much, for what I needed at the time. But then they fucked with me, so I told them to go fuck themselves. And then moved. It is what it is. Do is make a shitload of money, then live off it with a cheap lifestyle for the rest of your life. Yeah, but the thing is, to make that shitload of money, there are 2 ways of doing that, unless you're lucky. Either you have the right social network to land a cushy job regardless of your personal skills, or, you know, you live off your parents' money, like, say, a certain someone who has recently been demonstrating they have 0 managerial skills and 0 coding skills, for that matter, and they've been carried by their parents' fortune and then fucking, you know, invest a hopium for their entire life. Or, you know, the companies that they used to manage had enough overhead that they could hire a class of middle managers specifically to stop them from wrecking everything. Like, basically babysitters. You can either go that route, or, you know, if you're a normie, you can do what my dad and most of his sort of generation did, which is work a decent but, you know, sometimes difficult or long hours job your entire life, salary job your entire life, get up a bunch of money, and then if you're lucky, you'll be able to live off that. Or if you're unlucky, which Dad was, the company you worked for, which looked like it was going to be the company for the best future, ends up dying in the dot-com crash amongst both that, because it was a telecoms company, and then a lot of embezzlement from the CEOs. Because guess what? It's always the guys up top that are coming out of it the best off. Always. So like I've said on stream before, the plan was, and all things indicated, that Dad was going to retire with at least a couple millions. And my family would still be upper middle class, and I'd still be a posh, snot-nosed little shit with no idea how the world actually works. Right? Well, that clearly didn't fucking happen. So yeah, it's, even if you do everything right, you still get fucked. If you do everything right, you can still get fucked. That's why you just don't play the game. Fuck it. Why should I throw my life away on the off chance that nothing bad happens and I can maybe have like a reasonably okay fucking second half of my life, you know? You're better off entering the fucking lottery than actually thinking you're going to be one of those guys who, you know, one of those startup entrepreneurs who makes it big, especially if you start off from like a middle class or, God forbid, lower class background. The reason people like Musk... I'm going to have to go around here, I think. I haven't left myself... Well, I can get into this, but I'm fast, so... We'll crab it, but crabbing now is going to be a little sketch because of the tail wheel. I've got to be more awake on the brakes. 100 mile an hour, fucking... She ain't even going to settle at 100. Let's just go around. Bring in the flaps, but we won't do it too quickly. Yeah. Yeah, like, you got a better chance of winning the lottery than becoming one of those people. And even if you become one of those people, you can still get fucked over somehow. Usually by your own doing. Like, you have to really, really fuck up to fall from grace once you get to a certain threshold. You notice, like, even people like fucking... Even if you do something absolutely vile that, you know, that can't protect you anymore, there's still special treatment, you know? You're still protected to some degree. Or you at least have better lawyers to fight it in court. But if you're a normie, there's no point. Why? Just, like, what the fuck, why? It's not even like you're doing it to improve society or help people around you, because you're not. You're not helping people around you. It's not trickling back down. It's not. Never has. All you're doing is you're mutually, like, brainwashing each other into being good little fucking slaves and never challenging what's actually going on. Like, watching people who are, you know, oh, well, you're just slack, and when I was your age, or when you were my age, first of all, you could afford a house on, like, a Macca's salary. You didn't even have to work 2 jobs to get a house, but you did it anyway, so you'd have extra. Second of all, like, people who are proud of their own exploitation, like, oh, I work 80 hours a week, you should just work harder. Well, have fun having a heart attack at 32, first of all, which happens, by the way. There was just, what was it, just the other day, someone was talking about one of these, oh, I'm a hustler, I'm on the hustle. And the guy was doing that thing where you move around the world and you're coding, and you're just doing all your work online, but you're doing it on a laptop. You're going around the world as one of those sort of code nomads. And it's this idyllic lifestyle. You experience the world, except you don't. You experience an office that is themed around whatever country you're in. Because you're not doing it, you're still glued to your fucking laptop. You could be sitting in fucking Central Park, you could be sitting in the Tiergarten, you could be sitting in fucking wherever the fuck you want. Like, it doesn't matter. You could be sitting at a fucking rotating restaurant at the top of fucking the Space Needle. Doesn't matter. You're still working. You're not taking in the, you know, you're not living in the moment or doing any of the things you claim you're doing. But yeah, he's one of those. He worked like 100 and something hours a week, like, just ridiculous. And he died in his 30s, I think it was, with no friends. Like, the person who got contacted, so this is like the person whose number he kept in his wallet, was someone who considered him like the kind of friend you speak to maybe 2 or 3 times every year or two, and like not an especially, like an acquaintance basically. This was the closest person he had in his life. Was someone who viewed him as an acquaintance that kind of pops in and out of your life every couple of years. If that's not fucking sad, Like, genuinely depressing. Soul-crushingly depressing. I don't know what is. Why the fuck would you do that? So that's one way to... If you can do that without dying in your 30s from overwork, or without socially isolating yourself through doing it to the point that even after you retire, you have no friends for the next fucking 60 years of your life. Like, why? You know, it's that or it's play the game by the rules and hope you don't get fucked. That's basically your two options. Your two realistic options. And even they're not fully realistic. Your unrealistic option is to, you know, pray that you become the next big fucking entrepreneur. The next tech bro wonder or something. Which... It's not even a case of, you know... Many make the offer, but few are called. It's not even that. Few can even afford to make the offer in the first place, and fewer still are called. Because it costs money to do startup shit. That money's got to come from somewhere. It's either your money, so like you can remortgage your house for your one moonshot at being the next big thing, and statistically you'll fail, and then you've actually descended down the social ladder instead of going up it, because now your house is fucking in jeopardy. So you can do that, or you can pitch it to investors, and then when you fail to deliver on it, which statistically speaking you will, the investors will come looking for their money, and you are in deep fucking shit. Which happens a lot in software, and is also why you'll see and hear me be very, very, very skeptical over certain things that are being hyped to oblivion at the moment. Like certain simulation platforms, allegedly simulation platforms, or things like that. Oh yeah, this sim has rainbows. We've been seeing rainbows all flight because there's quite a bit of rain and humidity in the air. Double rainbows even. And it's not just a canned effect, they appear where they should appear. In the conditions that they should appear in. We're still fucking fast. Bit of cross controls here. The old bush pilot, I need to get the wheels down landing. We're gonna swing viciously once the wheels contact. Okay, the tail's still flying though, so we can use that to our advantage. I'm gonna need to start stamping the brakes now. Once the tail comes down, that's my only method of steering. Brought the tail down too aggressively. Oh, ground loop. Pilot-induced oscillation. Okay, we survived it. We probably shouldn't have. That probably would have rolled us off the runway and turned us over on our back or something in real life, or at least damaged the gear. We got away with it. But see what I mean? You compensate too much with the rudder, because especially if you're like me, used to flying fighter-sized aircraft, very agile, maneuverable, quick control response, not a lot of inertia. DC-3 has a lot of inertia, because it's heavy, and it's got very large surfaces that, you know, are very effective, but they take a while to build that effect, because they take a while to shift. It's like trying to steer a battleship in close quarters. The rudder shift time is a lot longer than I think it is. So I saw the nose was swinging left, or right, whichever way it was, I've already forgotten. I booted the opposite rudder to try and counter it, and stood on the brake on that side, and I held it too long. So by the time it took effect, the aircraft's already got all that inertia turned the other way, and I've got to fight it the other way. We'll go around this. I was going to say we could just park on the grass for a DC-3 to be thematically appropriate, but we'll go around here. A bit more airflow in here. We'll go ahead and lights can go off. Instrument lights can go off. Pitot, heat can go off both. Boost pumps both go off. So I'm going to mostly pivot around the left wheel here. I haven't got full left brake. I've got it probably like half pressure on the left brake, because I do want to roll forward slightly. But I just want to watch my... well, not that I can see it, but I don't want to hit my right wing on this building. So now I'm going to stand fully on the brake, give it beans to get the nose around. For anyone who hasn't been here for the whole stream and is wondering what I'm talking about here, and why I'm not just using the rudder, because, contrary to popular dev covering own arse story, third-party dev covering own arse story. Free castering wheels are easy as fuck to do in MSFS. You change literally one number in the flight model. One number. One fucking number. And you have a free castering tail wheel, or nose wheel, as the case may be. One fucking number. Now, you may need to tune the brakes a little, because by default, 90% of the aircraft in the sim... Fuck. Parking brake should have been on. By default, like 90% of the aircraft in the sim, the wheel brakes are too effective. People go, oh, well, MSFS ground handling shit. I already ranted about this, but for anyone who missed it. Like, oh, MSFS ground handling shit, oh, it's so bad. No, MSFS ground handling's fucking phenomenal. There's a couple planes in the game that their ground handling is basically one-to-one real life. You know what's actually shit? Third-party devs' attitude towards doing fucking proper flight models. That's the problem. It's not the sim that's the problem. It's that they're lazily copy-pasting shit from God knows where and not changing things, not experimenting to see what changing a number here or there does. Like, yeah, it's not well documented by a Sobo, whatever. That's why you fucking do some experimentation. You do some trial and error. Like, I'm beside myself. Like I said earlier in the stream, I'm beside myself the longer I play this sim of just how much shit gets... We had our... Oh my god. We'll come back to this. How much shit gets blamed on this sim or on a Sobo, and it's got nothing to do with the sim or a Sobo. The sim and a Sobo's coding in the sim is fucking brilliant. You know, on par with or better than X-Plane in a lot of areas. You know, from what I've seen or been told by people that would know. But the problem is that individual modules are not coded properly because devs just don't give a shit. Do not give a shit. Airplane Heaven, who made this, so like I said, I'm using Imenez improvement mod for this. Imenez is one of the guys working on the fly-by-wire team on the default MSFS 320. So Imenez knows what he's doing. But the default plane that this is applied to, this DC-3, was made by Airplane Heaven. And, like, I was part of this. Everyone was worried, oh, Airplane Heaven, we know what they're like. Oh, it's going to be shit. They're not going to put any effort in. It might look okay, it might sound okay, but it's going to fly like garbage. Well, no. The flight model did have a few foibles when it came out, but it flies more or less like a plane. And there were only a few things that needed tweaks here and there to make it feel a bit heavy or make it not quite as exaggeratedly try and pitch up on takeoff. You know, even with loads that should stop it from doing that. This is an Airplane Heaven plane, and Airplane Heaven, according to CCM is the guy that goes through and cleans up after a lot of devs, right? He shouldn't have to, but he does, and he gets the ire of the devs and the community for it, because they also seem to think they know better than someone with a lot of flying experience on aircraft of this, not this type specifically, but, you know, light to medium weight twin aircraft. Like, there's just so much lazy shit. But when he went through the DC-3's flight model, when he went to see what it was like, he found that Airplane Heaven are, as far as he's seen, the one third-party developer at all, period, including all the big names, who actually appear to know what CX underscore fuselage underscore side means. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I look at that, and I know notation differs, so CX and CY can mean different things. Oh, well, CY is Soviet notation for lift. Western, it's something completely different. CL is lift in Western notation. But, like, yeah, CX to me is... I look at that coming from mostly looking at Soviet documentation, where that is drag, and I go, oh, that's coefficient of drag at the fuselage side area. And then you look at what it's set to by default in most flight model configurations, it's 0.4. Like, no fucking wonder side slips do shit all to slow you down. Like, the number one glider pilot or bush pilot trick to speed up an approach where you're too high and too fast, you need to get down in a hurry, is to just cross-control it and slip it in. Doesn't work with most planes in the sim. Not very well anyway, because it's set to 0.4. For most of them, it probably should be more like 0.7 or 0.8. Well, Airplane Heaven... God bless them, not only put in a custom value for that, but they commented in next to it how they derived that value based on actual figures from flight testing. Airplane Heaven. And these are the devs that everyone gives shit to. It's like when everyone gives shit to Razbam when they actually do something right, which they have been doing a lot of recently. Like, it's just... It hurts my brain, dude. It's all marketing, right? It's all marketing and public fucking relations. You can make the most half-assed, shitty-ass fucking attempt on something, and as long as you already have a good name to burn, or you can somehow, like, gaslight people into believing that you've done a good job on something even though you patently haven't, you know, reputation counts worth a lot. It's all marketing. All fucking marketing.
The flight sim community is more toxic than a World War I chemical warfare lab.
And how? Yes. It absolutely is. I mean, there's some great people in it. Like, I don't want to sound like I'm getting too negative on the sim community, because there are some great people in the sim community, especially on Twitch. There are some that I'm not such big fans of, but like a lot of the people in the flight sim community, particularly on Twitch, because it attracts a certain type of person, are really, really good stand-up people. Or they're at least not bad people. But yeah, like the overall community as a whole is full of dipshits. Also, okay, so we're going to talk about what I fucked up because I was too busy talking to you guys and not busy enough aviating. Bad airmanship on my, like horrible airmanship on my part, right? First of all, as I already pointed out, the reason my gyro pilot was wigging out is because my dumbass forgot to throw this switch back after I took off from Shannon. So we had no pumps pressurizing the gyro pilot system. It just went to whatever it had from residual pressure and stopped. So I was wondering why it was fucked up. Well, that's why. User error. Everything's skill issues, right? Second problem, I noticed as I taxied, because I went to go open the cowl flaps, I realized they'd been open the whole time since we landed at Shannon, because I never closed, or I never put them in trail after we took off. Should have done that. I mean, it's not a big deal, but potentially could have overcooled the engines. It's extra drag. I'm burning more fuel to fight the drag, so bad no-no. Ground power and shut battery off. We can get rid of the lights too. So that was fuck up number 2. This was a huge fuck up. Especially if I was the kind of person to set the gyro pilot and just tab out of the game for 6 hours, that would have probably killed me. That was a relative fuck up. The weather's actually quite warm in the sim at the moment. I know it's cloudy and humid looking, but like it's kind of like not quite thunderstorm weather, but on the way to it. So having the cowl flaps fully open was probably not a bad thing, maybe even a good thing, but that was a fuck up. The other fuck up I just noticed, I don't know what that clicking's coming from. I think I've got a switch which is registering an input off something. Oh, you know what it is? It's probably... No, it's not the mix. Don't know what it is. This is our main tanks, which is what we had selected. That's our AUX. Our AUXes were still mostly full. So, oh, you know what it is? This is glitching out, probably. Which is weird, because it shouldn't have any power to it. We were on fumes when we landed. Okay, so if we'd had the engines cough in flight, that's not a big deal. It's just a simple, oh shit, I'm a fucking moron, look down, flick this to the AUX tank position. Would have been fine. If I'd been on fucking short final and lost my engines, I mean, I had plenty of speed, I had too much speed, so I would have got away with it, but that's like... What you just saw me do not ever fucking do that. That was really bad. Like I said, I'm a lot better off stream because I'm focused, but when I'm streaming, I'm talking to you and not paying attention to what I'm doing. So what you see me do on stream and what you should do are usually polar opposites of each other. Just informational there. If you see me do something on stream, probably don't copy it yourself, because it was probably very stupid, or probably shouldn't have been done. Or should have been done earlier. There's our passenger compartment back there. The door should be open. Oh my god, the camera, what the fuck? There we go. Ain't she a beauty? Ain't she a beauty? I'm actually, instead of putting up the BRB screen like I usually would, I'm going to just leave you guys with the beautiful visuals here. If I had one of those like external camera and replay apps, I could actually set it to cycle through a bunch of cinematic views, but we're just going to leave it fixed camera where it is. I'll be back in an indeterminate amount of time, probably anywhere between 10 and 30 minutes. I need a drink, I need a snack, I need to turn on the fucking air conditioning, I'm dying, and then we will I think Gurn's well and truly fucking gone to bed by now, but we'll head out to Massachusetts and we'll see if we can find Battleship Cove, maybe. So I'm just going to switch to my armor without the camera overlay. There we go. So you guys will still see chat on screen, like, so that chat will still be saved on the VOD, but you won't have, you know, you won't be able to perv on my chair. I know my chair is very beautiful and good looking, but it has, you know, it has anxiety issues about these things. It doesn't like people looking at it. And hopefully whoever that is in the background doing their run-up fucks off soon, so you guys don't go mad from listening to their engine running. Alright, back in a bit, guys. Hey Korchek, you caught me on a break. I'm getting a snack and a drink, and I've got the air conditioner running, finally. So I'll be back in a little while. And I've decided to leave you guys with this beautiful scenery and this beautiful DC3 instead of the usual be right back screen, so... I know, right? Considering what we were just talking about, you can put it down to industrial action, labor issues. Pilot's on fucking strike. He hasn't had a drink. Being a C+, base module, yes. But the Duckworks improvement mod by Jimenez, I would raise that to like an A minimum, probably like an A+. Duckworks mod plus CCM's little tweak to give it actual free castering tail wheel. You can see that right there, by the way. Look, rudder is fucking neutral, tail wheel's canted over because I fucking spun it around the inside wheel. That's fucking S tier. It is above A's. It is S tier. It is incredible. Like, I can't stop flying this thing, dude. It's so good. And Jimenez has been adding more complexity to the systems as well. So you may have noticed during my startup, to mesh the engine, like to mesh the starter, instead of it just being a 2-position switch like it was in the original module from Airplane Heaven, it's now a 3-position switch. You've got to switch it to the correct engine to mesh. The startup procedure is different. It's still not. It's probably still too easy to get the engine started, too reliable, but it's a lot truer to how you would actually start up a vintage radial engine like this. There's a lot of promise being shown in this mod. Like, Jimenez is doing. It's why CCM decided to call off his improvement mod and just said, look, Jimenez, you do all the work and I'll kind of give you feedback as it goes. Because CCM realized that CCM just wanted to do the flight model stuff, but Jimenez wants to do everything. Probably much like Fly-by-Wire as a whole has with the 320. Anyway, I'm going to stop talking or I will not end up getting myself a snack. So, right back. Okay, I'm back, but I'm eating, so give me a few more minutes. It'd be funny if it came out that everything other than licensing was not done in-house for Airplane Heaven. I believe the flight model was done by a guy that had historically been very critical of Airplane Heaven's flight model, so they're just like, you know what, we'll pay you to come do it for us. But I could be wrong on that. I don't know exactly what the deal was there, but that's the impression I get. In any case, it's a free plane that is okay in its natural state, but once you actually, like, you know, once somebody takes to it with the modding magic, it is suddenly one of the best planes in the game. For free. Fucking awesome. Also, I might get this out of the way now, before I forget. So, unless I sleep in again or something, Monday Armor stream will happen as usual. Classes are done for the year, like I said, so I can basically stream as long as I want on Mondays now, unless something else comes up, and I can stream, like, more consistently through the week. However, I don't know if I'll be doing a normal, air quotes, length stream this coming Monday. That really depends on, like, how dire the situation is with me getting assignments done. If I can force myself to smash out a bunch of work over the weekend, then I might be able to just stream all day Monday. We will see. Who knows? But if I'm struggling to keep my sort of attention focused and I'm still behind by then, I really need to have that shit done, ideally, like, by Monday, or at least no later than, like, the middle of that week. And even that's not great, so it comes down to that, really, guys. But there will be a stream, unless I sleep in. It will be Armor. There may be a few hours after that, but I'm going to try not to get too carried away, unless I can afford to, if that makes sense. When I first started, well, again, not when I first started out, but when I first had an actual audience to stream to, which was like a year after I'd started streaming, on and off, I used to stream basically every day. I'd stream for like 2 or 3 hours every day through the week. And that sort of became, instead of 2 or 3 hours every day, because there weren't many people watching, chat wasn't very active, I didn't have a lot to talk about, really, and I was just playing on GS or wherever, or even Hoggit earlier on. So, like, there wasn't really anything interesting or noteworthy happening. So, it's kind of, as I've actually built a community with you guys hanging out and talking in chat, and also as I've started becoming more invested in doing things that are actually, like, you know, mentally engaging, I've been streaming longer but less frequently. Which is kind of a more natural fit for how my brain works anyway, to be honest. Has this guy seriously been sitting behind us with his engine running the whole fucking time? Jesus Christ. Not yet, no. I've still got it open in a tab. It will happen sometime between now and the heat death of the universe, probably this coming week. I just haven't got around to it. Catch you later, man. Sleep well. Okay. I'm actually back now. Who's making all that noise? It's another Ryanair pilot on his day off. Oh man. So, like I said, I don't know if Battleship Co. is going to actually have battleships in it in MSFS. We will find out together. I don't have any custom scenery for it as far as I know. I've got a lot of custom scenery, so it's hard to keep track of it, but I don't think I've got any there. Okay. Massachusetts. Here. Where is it? Is it like south? Is it north? I'm not sure. I'm not familiar. Way south? I don't know where the border is, to be honest, so... Am I too far south? Am I in another state at this point? Wait, Martha's Vineyard's part of Massachusetts, isn't it? Yeah, it's like down here or something? Providence part of? No, Providence is New York, isn't it? Seeing the inlets. Yeah, like...
Ross, did you hear
Left?
that TFDI is doing a pre-order thing for the MD-11, and one of the thing they have is that the 1,000 first to pre-order will get an exclusive MD-11ER variant which won't be available for purchase after.
No, I didn't hear that. And also, like, I think I caught 2 words out of that entire thing. Who's TFDI? Large Bay. Oh, oh, shit! Newport, yeah, fucking... Down here somewhere? Where battleship? Oh, they're warship of some sort. Not battleship, so... Missile cruiser or something. Where battleship? In the northeast corner. Ah, yeah, like up here. Jesus. Goes up a ways. So I was gonna, like, if it was close to Boston, I was gonna fly from there, but... Oh, there she is. There she is! No mistake in that. I was gonna fly from Boston, but Boston's like... Oh, actually, Boston's pretty close. If we're in something fast, but fast things usually aren't great for sightseeing, so... we'll see. We will see. Shit, I lost it. Well, it's down here. Okay. Well, if we go from Boston, we're more or less heading almost straight south. Hang on. I wish you could measure distances. Like, there's a scale, but the scale's fucking useless. I need to be able to measure from point to point. As I recall it, one time I did fly from Martha's Vineyard up the coast in a 1930s racer, and it wasn't too long, so we should be okay. Oh, you're in Quincy, okay. Yeah, I know Quincy. We'll go from Boston, but I'm not sure what we'll fly at. No way, get fucked, fuck off! I don't want to fly something too fast where I'm, or like with bad visibility where I'm not going to be able to do sightseeing, but I want something quick enough that it's not going to take me forever to get down there. And ideally something I haven't really flown on stream much recently / at all. On the other hand, I want to fly something that's just delightful to fly, so we're going to fly this guy again. This plane is so good. This is one of those planes you have to go through like 10 layers of shady website to get to. But by God is it worth it. It's amazing. It's got a couple small issues with it, mostly related to systems, but it flies so nicely. We're going to load her all the way up, because I don't know how much fuel we're going to need. Probably nowhere near that much. It seems to be pretty economical, but we'll load her up. Cool. Let's not be at 6 in the evening. Yeah, I want to go from there. Okay, hello? There we go. Yeah, I can always change the weather once I load in. Like if it's overly bad flying weather, I can just set it to preset. I solved my double scenery issue in Hawaii last night. My dumbass searched, excuse me, searched for every mention of Honolulu or Hawaii that I could think of until I had nothing installed with those words in them except the scenery which, you know, which I wanted to have installed. Still had double. Pearl Harbor is what I should have fucking searched for, wasn't it? So I fixed that problem, but I've still got the remaining problem that the scenery I actually wanted to have installed is not the best in terms of LODs, and so it pops in really badly. It's like my Tokyo scenery. It looks stunning when it all loads in, but it runs like dog shit, because it's not very well optimized, and it loads in chunks, so you have to sit there and with the sim paused and stare intently at a chunk for about a minute before it'll pop in sometimes. You get holes in the terrain otherwise. My, to be honest, the Canary Island scenery does that too. Custom stuff I've got. Like, a lot of large custom photogrammetry has that issue, I've noticed. Not all of it, though. Oh, jeez, it's busy here. Oh my god. Holy fuck. Okay, maybe I could have picked somewhere better to depart from. It's gonna be a little busy. I mean, the overcast not super low, but yeah, it's gonna make it hard to see things in the shadows. So let's go, not live weather, definitely not that. We're not gonna see shit. Few clouds. Yeah, a few clouds looks nice. Let's go with that. And just leave the temps and everything as they are. German labels, because Mama didn't raise no bitch. Okay, get the mix in. Battery. Oh, fuck! Bro! What the? I didn't even know it did that. Okay. I already love this thing, but what the fuck? I didn't even realize that moved. God, this plane is so good. This is the... By the way... Wow. It almost like a real plane when you first turn the power on. This is the... was it AT Sim or something like that? I could be giving credit to the wrong person, but I think it's AT Sim. Piaggio 149. A German-manufactured, Italian-designed trainer. Wonderful little plane. Okay. We'll give her a little bit of cow flap open. Well, we'll go full cow flap open while we're on the ground. We'll close it out a bit once we're in the air, maybe. 2, 3, 4, 5 pumps should be probably more than enough. Okay, that's on the fuel shutoff valve. Okay, 1, 2, 3. I forget this has a separate fuel shutoff valve from the actual tank selector, so we'll leave it in. What's it set to? Beta both. And then you've got literally World War II era magneto switch. Fucking probably ripped out of a wrecked BF-109. And then start her up. There we go. Nice and smooth. Those are our landing lights. We don't need them. We can see well enough. I actually honestly do not know what this does. Might be instrument lighting. I don't fucking know. But the other thing we can do is we can do this, you know. We can do this. Excuse the stutters. The sim is realizing now that I've spawned in Boston and is telling me to go fuck myself for spawning in Boston. Anyway. I forget if you're meant to take off with any flaps in this thing. I'm sure it says somewhere on a placard, but I'm not zooming in enough to see the placards. Fuck you. So I don't think we're going to need flaps. We've got no shortage of runway, so get rid of the parking brakes. Oh, by the way, the brake effectiveness is a little strong. Like I said, with a lot of, well, most other things in the sim, the brakes are too good, so you can't free caster without the aircraft coming to a halt eventually. But at least I can begin to do it. It does have nose wheel steering in the sim. I don't know if it's supposed to. I need to do some research and find out. If it's not supposed to, then guess what I'm doing? I'm changing that one fucking number that will give it free castering nose wheel. And then I'll probably just tweak the brake effectiveness so it actually, you know, doesn't come to a screeching halt when you tap a brake on one side. Bad weather's causing the lag. No, I set it to like a reasonable preset. It's probably just the sheer number of aircraft around, plus a large photogrammetry city. Also, the sim's been running for like 5 hours straight, which the sim generally does not like doing. I think I've got one more flight that I really kind of want to get done today. After this, it's a relatively short-ish one. A little terrain scene there, interesting. But that's assuming I remember it. I might forget. And if I do forget, we'll do it next time, because it's a pretty short little thing. No idea where the active is. I assume it's this end, because that's where the airliners were coming in from. Yeah. No, it looked pretty crappy when I loaded in on live weather, so... Yeah, they're coming down that runway. Oh, look both ways before crossing the street! It's cool seeing this much traffic, though. Like, I don't usually fly from busy airports in the sim. Or when I do, like, when I last flew from Heathrow, it was, like, absolute dog shit weather, and I could barely see the fucking end of the runway, much less anything else, so... It's flying a P-51 as well. An early P-51, so I had the crappy canopy. This plane is so nice. Look both ways. Wait. Okay. This one I think is the active question mark. Fuck it. Good enough for me. It's a shame that the files for the Reno stuff are encrypted, because they look nice, they sound nice, but the flight models they need adjustment. I don't know about the performance as such. I think the performance is a little overdone, but also like just the engines are wrong completely. And I don't know if it's because they tried to model it based on a, you know, like a airshow circuit Mustang where they've derated the engine deliberately to make it last longer, or if they just don't know how the fucking Merlin engine works. Probably a bit of both. A little bit of stutter. Now I could fly around with the canopy pulled back, but it is a little loud, so we're gonna close it up. This thing's a really good sightseeing plane. It's reasonably quick, very agile. It is aerobatics rated. And it's got a nice roomy cockpit with a, I mean, there's canopy bars, but like it's a nice bubble sort of cockpit. Good views in every direction, including behind. And it's got a pretty short nose, so you can see below you pretty well as well. Okay, what was cruise? 0.72 ATA and 2750 RPM. I usually cruise hot though, because I'm a dumbass. Rental power. maybe a partial cow flap. We don't need full cow flap, not even close. 160 from Logan. Just follow the coast. Yeah, I'm just going to follow the coast. I think I probably have actually flown over your neck of the woods off stream. I came belting up the coast, so I took off from Martha's. I came belting up the coast in the fucking Weddell Williams Model 44 Racer, which is a freeware. It's a pretty good freeware too. It's quite nice. I like to visit Boston sometimes. It seems like quite a nice city. Good mix of old and new. And the fucking architecture on the, like the municipal building is totally up my alley. Love me some brutalism. See, what I was talking about earlier with rolling shutter, even this prop disc is a bit exaggerated. Is it? I'm not sure the UV lamp actually, like, does the UV lamp thing, to be honest. I haven't flown this at night yet to check. Oh my god! Bruh! Bruh! It doesn't just go up and down. Oh my god. Why did nobody tell me this? What the fuck? Holy shit, I had no idea that moved. No idea. That is fucking cool, dude. Cannot recommend this plane enough. It's pretty cheap too. It's like fucking $30 or some shit like that. My only complaint is the fucking trim wheel squeaks every time you touch it. That's an awesome view. The ship's coming out and the airliner's going in. I'd never get tired of that, man. Over here, huh? Obviously don't tell me when I exactly fly over your place, but as we have discovered recently, in the flight sim community, there are some fucking weirdos out there. Such an awesome view. I need to fly around Boston more. Most of the flying I do in the US at the moment in the flight sim is Southwest because I just can't tear myself away from it, but there's a lot to see up here as well. Little stutters. This whole area is photogrammetry. Like there's no gap in the photogrammetry from like way up north past that way, all the way out like as far as the horizon that way. And, like, further than horizon that way. It's unbelievable how much photogrammetry they have for Massachusetts. It's even more unbelievable that despite all of being photogrammetry, my PC can handle it with my settings cranked. Probably the difference between a Sobo doing the optimization and some random dude doing the optimization. That said, some of the freeware mod photogrammetry that people put out on .to, some of it is quite well optimized or really like well cleaned up to match the natural sim colors. Because that's one of my pet peeves is when it comes out like fucking blue, and they just don't color match it. That's awesome. Alright, let's swing ourselves to the south. Oh, you know what I forgot? Again, this is something that you usually don't have to worry about in MSFS, but in this aircraft you do. Okay, I've turned too far, I want to go. Well, not far enough, I guess. Very few aircraft in the sim make you actually double check your fucking gyro compass is matched up to your actual compass. Very, very, very few. And fewer still make you, like if it's an older gyro, fewer still will make you adjust it on the go. That freeware Comet, the freeware de Havilland Comet Racer, not the oh shit Metal Fatigue Comet, that makes you recalibrate your gyro every 15 minutes or something. But yeah, like this makes you actually double check that you've set it. On your own at Battleship Cove, we'll just head south, and once we hit the water, we should be able to figure it out from there. Lean out the mix a little. Oh, bit of a stutter. Probably as it loads the next big chunk of photogrammetry. This thing does not natively have an autopilot. I'm using a mod that... So one of the few issues with this thing, and it hasn't been patched because I don't think the dev's in any position to patch it at the moment. I'm pretty sure he's Ukrainian. And he was working on an Antonov An-2, which looked like it was very nearly done before, you know, thing happened. But one of the very few issues it has, most of them being fairly minor radio navigation or whatever, not working 100% correctly, is that the pilot and passenger don't appear in the external view by default. You can see their harness straps, but you can't see them, which is very funny the first time it happens, but there's a mod on .to that fixes that, but that mod also adds an autopilot. Thankfully, it's like with hidden sort of Easter egg click spots on the exterior of the plane, so if you don't want to use the autopilot, you don't have to look at some horrible little fucking thing cludged onto the instrument panel. And if you don't want to be tempted to use the autopilot, you just don't read the README and figure out where the click spots are. Pretty simple. We're cruising a little higher than the recommended cruise settings as always, but that's fine. Rental power. The fuel on this lasts a while, because like last MSFS stream we did do a flight in this around northeastern Germany. That's what we took off from Rügen, like the north end of the island of Rügen, and then we went all down around that island and then down like past Prora down to Peenemünde, and we landed just on the Polish side of the border on a beach. And we had, like, fucking more than half our fuel left, and I'd been thrashing the engine the whole time. So it's pretty good on the fuel. I do like as well that little click spot there with the German flag sort of sticker. Clicking that gives you the Union flag, which then gives you English labels. So if your mama did raise a little bitch, you do that. If she didn't, then you use the German labels, which are actually like a darker color, so they're a little harder to see. But yeah. Did he get the flag the right way up? Yep. I think that's the right way up. Fuck, most Brits don't know which way it's supposed to go, so it wouldn't really matter. What plane? It's a Piaggio 149, designed by the Italians and built by the Germans, and used as an advanced trainer, primarily by the Germans. I think the I don't know if it's a military thing or if it's a civilian post USSR thing, but this one's registration's CS. I think CS was the old tail reg for Czechoslovakia. Fuck, I can never say that right. Or I could be wrong, actually. No, I think it changed. I can't remember if that's the modern Czech tail registration or if it's the old one and the modern one was changed. Because I remember the at one point the Czech tail reg was like not something I would think for the Czechs. It was like T something. I think it was like German. You know, like you'd write it with a T in German. I don't know. I'm talking shit. Someone can go Google it and figure it out. Always fact check me because I am a dumbass and I forget things all the time. And I'm really bad at maintaining altitude as well. Still in photogrammetry land, by the way, which is really cool. In fact, I think right there, that's the border. We are no longer in photogrammetry land. Yep, this is autogen. So that slight change in not even the color, but the shade of the ground back there, that line right there, that's the border. That is photogrammetry, this is autogen. But the photogrammetry will probably pick back up down here, because I seem to recall there was some further down the coast. Dropped a wing. I had my hand off the stick there. That was turbulence. It dropped a wing. Like I said. In fact, if I was to kind of sort of level off, and let's go right rudder. See, it violently yaws, and it takes a little while to drop the wing, but it does drop the wing, and it continues dropping it. So you do get a bit of the side-to-side in this, like, you'll get this, which is what I was talking about earlier, but it will drop wings in turbulence more frequently than most things will in the game. And the DC-3 rarely does that side-to-side pendulum shit. It will drop a wing before it does anything else. So the way to get around that pendulum thing is either have a good flight model or have FS realistic running, or both. Because it's not a limitation of the Sims weather system at all, it's a limitation of how lazy the average third-party dev flight model programmer is. Or how poorly they understand the SDK. Or, you know, aerodynamics. We're off course a little. I also just realized that I didn't adjust for magnetic declination, and I have no idea what the mag deck here is. So I'm going to probably be about 5 degrees out to either side or something like that. Close enough is good enough. Like, I can already see water ahead of me. That's probably roughly where we want to go. Once we hit the water, we can look for a big bridge, and once we find the big bridge, we can look for a battleship, which I suspect won't be there in the sim, but it could be. You never know. So we'll do this trip, and then we can do, like, Western Massachusetts some other time when Gurn's actually still awake. He can tour guide us around there. Because I don't want to be streaming for fucking 10 or 17, God forbid, hours again today. So we'll do this flight, bum around down here a bit, and then I've got that one other flight I wanted to do. We might do 1 or 2 short things after that. Maybe... I still didn't get around to testing VRS for the helicopters. Well, not VRS, sorry, retreating blade stall. So maybe that, I don't know, we'll see. A lot of water? Yeah, I figured. But, like, it's going to be a really big fucking inlet, so... And we are going more or less south from Boston. So, close enough. If it wasn't so bumpy, I'd go external view and show you guys this little plane, but I might do it anyway. And just hope the turbs don't fucking point at us at ground quicker than I can stop them. Here we go. Oh, what? Oh, no, okay, sorry. I said, like, you know, about that mod before that made the pilots appear. I thought it wasn't working for a second there, or it somehow uninstalled itself, but it looked like they just needed a moment to pop in. And we're already getting blown off course and thrown around the sky a bit. But yeah, it's such a cute little plane too. Like, just a nice looking little aircraft. It flies beautifully. Really, really, really awesome plane. Very obscure. I never knew it existed until it was highly recommended by multiple people. I forgot about it for a while. I was going to buy it, but I didn't have the money on hand or something, so I kind of left a tab open on the store to buy it. And then just recently I saw CCM flying. I was like, oh shit, I was going to buy that thing, wasn't I? Went and did it. I'm very glad I did. It's awesome. Not completely flawless, as I said, but it's one of the better efforts in the sim, and it's also one of the cheaper ones. And it's just a good versatile plane. Like, it's becoming one of my go-to sort of sightseeing planes because of the combination of relatively good speed. Like, it's not going to set the world on fire. We're only doing 140 knots at the moment. But, you know, it's very maneuverable. It's aerobatic. It's got excellent visibility in every direction. And it's just pleasant to fly. I do need to fly the 337 more. I haven't flown that for a while. I need to do another Vietnam flight because I've got a bunch more scenery for that way, up that way, along, all through Vietnam, pretty much down the coast. Airports, landmarks in cities, bit of photogrammetry out by Cam Ranh Bay. So we'll do that one again. We might do it again in the 337 or do it in the DC-3, painted up as a AC-47, I don't know. Probably the 337, I think. Starfighter would be the meme option, since that thing did serve in Vietnam, little known. And it wasn't very successful there either, because it wasn't used very smartly, but it's a little too fast, and the visibility out of it's not going to be good enough for sightseeing, really. Also little known, deployment to Vietnam, the F-102, the Delta Dagger, a purpose-built, purpose-designed, you know, home interceptor that was designed to keep Soviet bombers away from the continental United States and Canada. They deployed it to Vietnam for God knows what reason, and then realized that there wasn't much point having it there, so they just started using them for fucking ground attack. Firing rockets, since it was designed to work with air-to-air rockets anyway, right? Like unguided air-to-air rockets. Here this morning, you're not still going? Oh, I'm still going. I'm still going. This is, what, this is a 5-hour, 20-minute stream? 5 hours and 20 minutes is nothing for me. That's a short stream, dude. Not a smart life choice, but that's how we go around here. But this is probably my second last flight for the day, I think. And it's a relatively short little milk run. Okay. So that's the coast, that's the Atlantic Ocean. This is that inlet. So if we follow this down a little more, we should... Fuck, it's a big inlet. I mean, I guess it looks big on the map too, but like, Jesus. We'll follow this down and we should see that big bridge further down. And we'll have a look for a big old Iowa-class battleship, which I really don't think is going to be present, but I could be wrong. Could be wrong. Missouri is currently missing from my Pearl Harbor scenery because the doubled up scenery is what it belonged to. The main sort of scenery I'm using now had deliberately taken it out because it was conflicting with a bunch of other stuff, including some payware. So I'm going to have to find a standalone that adds the Missouri back in. Because it looks kind of weird flying over Pearl Harbor and it not being there. Mind you, I think it's Geist, it's one of the shipping mods, or I don't think it would be the Marina mod, but I could be wrong. One of my shipping mods has put several Iowa-class battleships in the berth at Pearl Harbor. So, I don't know. I've got to figure out which scenery is doing that and thin the herd a little, because if it was World War II scenery around it, it'd be fucking amazing, but it's not. It's modern scenery around it. So, we'll prune the herd a bit. Should just have the one parked next to Ford Island by the Arizona Memorial. I think... Jesus. Okay, we're heading kind of southwest now. Maybe I'm not far enough in. Like, maybe I turned off too early and it wasn't this inlet, it was the next one. I don't know, we'll find it. I can just cheat, I guess. We'll pretend my navigator next to me is actually paying attention to where they're going. Was it that one? It's like straight south of Boston. Okay, no. Boston... Oh, fuck no. We're nowhere near. We're gonna go down here. We'll follow the coast. Yeah, I don't know what this does. It's not the intensity of the instrument lighting. It's next to the landing light switches. I almost wonder if this thing has like variable power landing lights, which would be very funny. And very German. I don't know why you would do that, but... yeah, many such cases. Fucking squeaky trim wheel. Jesus Christ. I need to see if I can figure out what is, like, the sound controller that causes that sound to play every time you touch the trim wheel, and just, like, maybe either put a probability on it so it only happens every, you know, 5th or 6th time you touch the trim wheel, or just get rid of it. Like, I like that it's charming that it's squeaky, but it's annoying when it squeaks every time it's touched. Like, if it squeaked if you wound it a couple turns, that'd be excellent, but it squeaks when I literally just flick my trim hat. Yeah, seaplane and check out the main inlet scene. That might be a stream for another day, I think, yeah. Be a good job for the floaty beaver, the wet beaver. Although I feel like, I almost feel like the Misfits category on Twitch is going to be fucking oversaturated with beavers now, which is never a bad thing. But, you know, I might have a look at what other float planes we have that are a bit more unique. That Junkers F-13 actually has a float variant. I don't know how good the water physics on it are. That plane itself is quite pleasant to fly. I don't know how good the flight model is. It's like, it doesn't seem bad, but it's probably not 100% either. But we could totally use that. I've only flown the wheelie one so far. Yeah, what I was saying earlier about the rolling shutter effect sort of thing, like, you normally wouldn't even see this much of the prop. Like, this is already kind of exaggerated, to be honest. But the whole individually being able to count the blades thing, like, that's bullshit. That doesn't happen in real life. Not unless you're looking at it through a camera. It's one of those things, like, there's a bit of discussion around color grading and changing graphics settings to make the sim look prettier in CCM's Discord the other day, and it's like, there's a video posted about color grading, and like manually doing color grading, turning off the auto color grading setting in the sim config and doing it yourself. And the guy that was doing the video is like, oh yeah, well this is my this is my preferred setting, the #1 setting, it's a realistic setting. And it's like, just looking at it, it's like, it's way too blue, and it's way too desaturated. Like, it looks like like, if you guys have seen the film The Aviator, it's really aggressively color graded cyan and orange, to the point where I almost wonder if they did it to mock other films that were doing it released around the same time, because it's so obnoxious. It looks kind of like that. And that's something I find, and this guy had other settings which he called, like, over-realistic. It's like, this is something I find with color grading, is the average person should not be allowed access to color grading tools, because they have no idea what they're doing. Like, yeah, you can say, oh, it's artistic. That's fine. I mean, I might say it looks shit artistically, but it's one thing to say it's artistic, but it's another to say, oh, this is realism. Like, no, bro, it's not. Like, what the fuck is wrong with your eyesight if you think that's realistic? I can only assume, actually, you know, this might be part of it. I actually wonder how many people who make these custom color grading setups that they think are super realistic, I wonder how many of them are colorblind. I'm not saying that like, haha, colorblind people, because that, like, no. But genuinely, like, I wonder how many of them think it's realistic because they can't see it. Whereas, like, me, I have completely perfect color sight. I pick up on it straight away. Like, out of all the Sims I play, this still isn't perfect, but this is the best in terms of colors and saturation, brightness, everything. Like, the default scenery in most places. In some places, default scenery where the AI's tried to match across seasons, it looks a bit off. Obviously, a lot of photogrammetry stuff is a bit off, because if it's mod stuff, it's taken from Google Earth, so it's kind of blue-tinted, unless they've manually fixed it, but most of MSFS looks about right to me, with margin of error, and obviously lighting and weather will affect it too. But IL-2 Great Battles is too bright, too saturated, bit too contrasty. Like, it looks good, but it doesn't look realistic. And DCS is the opposite. DCS is too washed out. Could be that they'd use certain palettes. Yeah, you'd think so. I'm just thinking though, like, if you blue shift things, like if you overcook the blue, the main way of telling when the blue's been overcooked is, like, reds begin to look wrong. So I'm wondering if they're red-green colorblind and they're not picking, like, the blue and green are a little closer enough together that you won't pick up on it as quickly. Well, I do, but, like, you know, you might not. Whereas, you know, obviously red and blue you would notice real quick. So I do wonder. This is not the right inlet either. I'm just meandering around aimlessly at this point. So this is still autogen. We haven't hit the next photogrammetry area yet. There probably is one further down, but I do remember coming up here from, like, when I flew out from Martha's Vineyard, this area's... It's autogen, but it looks good as autogen. Like, it looks pretty convincing as is. So it's not like it urgently needs to be photogrammetry unless you live in this area, really. Like, there's no big, tall, architecturally unique buildings or anything. It's just suburbia. Or, like, small town... Not even small town America. It's, like, just suburbia-ish, I guess. So there's not really anything to VFR off of unless you're local. It's kind of like Bathurst. Like, I noticed Bathurst looks wrong in autogen because I lived there for a couple of years, but if you didn't live in Bathurst, you wouldn't notice, you wouldn't care. Because there's... Well, actually, Bathurst you kind of would. Because Bathurst has enough buildings that were put up in the 1800s that you might notice when it turns into a fucking warehouse or something. It's like this all the way to New York City? Yeah. Stands to reason. A little bumpy. So this is just the default few clouds preset. I haven't, like, when I did the DC3 flight, I made some adjustments to the humidity in the air, and I changed the precipitation to give us a bit of rain, so we get some nice pretty rainbows. But here, this is literally just a default weather preset. I have not touched anything. Not live weather. And we're getting some nice bumps. In places you would expect bumps. Over trees. Let us do some science. It's going to be a screen full of blue. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Thought so. So again, I'm not gonna name names here because I'm not in the business of calling people out and saying, "Oh, look how smart I am compared to you." Well, I am, but not on stream. But again, like the look how bad this Sims flight modeling is. Look how twitchy the plane is. As I was flying over mixed, you know, up in sort of northwestern Alberta or northern BC, it's like a mix of muskeg, boreal forest, and then lakes and farmland. It's like, oh, well, it's super bumpy. Like, yeah, it would be. It fucking would be. Because it's warm up there. In the weather preset I was using, because I wasn't using live weather. Same here, I'm not using live weather. What temperature is the air? Yeah. Why? Ugh, it's in fucking Fahrenheit. Ugh. Okay, because it's in Fahrenheit, I have no idea what the fuck that means, but... It's warm, put it that way. It's warm compared to the average. But look at all the thermals coming off the forest. Because forests are darker green, right? Darker color, more heat, then it retains it and radiates it back into the air. Oh my god. Science, right? Forests give you really fucking good thermals. Again, flying around Bathurst, you get fucking thermals out the arse every time you go over a forest, or every time you go over a stretch of road, like the Great Western Highway when you come in to land on the main runway. You can't land until you're past the Great Western Highway, because the plane just balloons upwards. Like, seriously, most of the criticism against this game's fucking flight model, or weather, or any of that shit, is coming from people who have no idea what they're talking about. They have, like, no real-world flying experience. No idea how fucking thermals work. It's not perfect in this sim. Like, it's not perfect in X-Plane either. No sim is perfect. Fuck, there's a lot of stuff in X-Plane that was wrong for a long time before it was finally fixed, but, like, the vast majority of criticism towards this sim, that wasn't moisture, that was the thermal markers. That's how the sim visualizes thermals. The vast majority of criticism against this sim as a sim is either misdirected, it's directed at the sim and at the Sobo when it should be directed towards lazy third parties for their individual products, or it's from people that think that something else is more realistic because they don't have the real world experience to back it up. Or they heard somebody say something 3 times removed, misremembered it, and that's become what they think the world works like. Like, it's like fucking DCS players. Like I've said, they're all gamers at the end of the day. They might say, oh, I play a sim, I'm a simmer, ooh, they're all gamers. They don't actually have the fucking experience to back this up. Oh my god, what have I done to my... Why is that... please, I just want to... Oh no. Oh no, I just want to make it, like, level. Yeah, okay, we're not going to fuck with that, I'm going to break it. That might be a bug, I don't know. Or it might just be how this aircraft works, I have no idea. Yeah, like, they have no idea how shit works, they just want to appear to be intelligent. So they make up shit out their ass, or they will, like, name drop something, name drop some effect or other, which they are misusing, like they're talking about something completely different without realizing it. Or they will preach for realism in this respect or that respect, but as soon as they get realism in something that hampers their ability to fly, especially in DCS their ability to PvP, they say it's not realistic, and actually in the real world, no, you wouldn't have a scratched to shit canopy, and no, there wouldn't be like, yeah, you see fucking canopy reflections. Oh, but you focus your eyes through it. Okay, so why did I have so much trouble spotting the fucking runway at Bathurst then? Like, oh, yeah, you focus your eyes through the reflection, bro, so you don't even see it. Like, that's not how fucking reflections work, dude. Yeah, you can see through it a little easier, but it's still there. It's not like it fades into the ether and disappears, you know? So you have people that, on the one hand, and these are usually the same people, by the way, it's the same group. I think we're in the right place. You have people that, on the one hand, they want over-realism, so they make shit up out their ass that isn't realistic. Like, the same kind of people that think it's too easy to fly a plane, so they make the flight model unrealistically just over the fucking top. Kodiak. Those people on the one hand, and then it's usually the same people. On the other hand, you give them actual realism, and it's like, oh, no, that's not realistic. Oh, in the real world, it wouldn't be like that. I should be able to do this. I should close the cover on the starter so I don't bump it. And Gunner Heat PC is getting those kinds of people now because they're coming from War Thunder, unfortunately. I mean, that's, well, not unfortunately. It's always good that the game's growing, and it's an opportunity for those people to, like, redeem themselves and learn how shit actually works. To a degree. Gunner Heat PC is still a game at the end of the day. It's not even, like, a full-blown high-fidelity sim. It's a game with sim characteristics. It's not supposed to be a history teaching tool. It's supposed to be something for people to enjoy that are into that sort of area of history. But maybe it will at least serve to shake some of the real hardcore realism gamers out of their fucking stupor. I don't want to sound like I'm gatekeeping super hard here or being too elitist. Like, when people actually want to listen, like, when people actually want to fucking listen and discuss things sensibly, I'm only too happy to waste an entire day talking about this stuff. Like, that's why I spent, like, a year just wasting my time in Enigma server teaching people to do basic shit they could have Googled in 5 seconds. Because at least they asked, you know? At least they fucking asked. That's the hazard of playing sim games, I guess. Like I say, you know, all the time, probably not as much as I should even, I don't even have a PPL. I am a student pilot who last flew 5 years ago because I ran out of money and spare time. Doing a recreational license, so not PPL, but the class below it. I have 50 hours to my name, give or take a couple, and about 15 of those are solo, give or take, like, maybe an hour or two. I am by no means an expert myself. I flew 2 types of planes. 2. But I also read about shit and talk to people who know a lot more than me and have a lot more experience than me. So while I'm not right all the time, in fact I'm frequently wrong, at least I make the fucking effort. And if I realize I've misspoke, I usually try and correct myself pretty quick. As some of you may have noticed watching the... If you go watch the VODs back on YouTube, you can see me, like, pinning a comment like, oh my god, I'm a monkey. This thing I said at this timestamp is completely wrong, ignore me. I don't think this is it. I think that's too narrow. Like, there is a bridge, but I think it's too narrow, so we'll keep going. It's probably, like, that inlet or something. Self-proclaimed sweat, though. I like things to work accurately, but in the end you gotta game the game. Just watch MiG-21 Super Stream, but then flew the Frog instead. Yeah. Well, see, like, I love flying the MiG-21. On Alpen server, I pretty much flew nothing but the MiG-21, except when I was occasionally doing helicopter stuff. I rarely flew the 25 on Alpens. Not because I didn't like it, I love that plane, but just because, like, I'd rather be flying the 21 on there. And also, you know, the general skill level on Alpens is high enough that people don't take the obvious easy bait and die to, like, the dumbest trick in the book. Which they do on Enigmas every fucking time. God, it's embarrassing. But yeah, like, on Enigma server, I thought I'd fly the 21, and I ended up not flying the 21 as much. I mostly just fly the Frog, because it's so... A, it's fucking easy, so I can just turn my brain off and go do it, and B, it's funny. Like... Yeah, it's so much fun on there. It does get a bit, like, that's part of why I've burnt out on it, though. Like, after a while, it's just, like, it becomes less funny that it is fucking depressing. Like, oh my god. They've had a year to learn not to do this. How are they still falling for it? So, I've been on an extended break for a while. DCS crowd can be so obnoxious, simming in general, but something about the Modern War sim crowd is just annoying as fuck. It's full of fucking dumbass jingoists on both sides. There's a bunch of fucking Russian schizos on the forums that will just make up random shit to prove that DCS and Eagle Dynamics are all a NATO conspiracy to make the Soviet Union look bad. Like, go take your meds, dude. And then you've got the same thing but more widespread and actually socially accepted from the NATO crowd. So, like, if you take a Pepin post and you change all references from NATO to Russia and don't tell anyone, they'll agree with it. Whereas if they see a Pepin post, they'll go, oh my god, Pepin's a schizo, like, what the fuck? Like, look how crazy these Russians are, look at them coping, ha ha ha. If you literally just change it to be from the other perspective, they'll agree with it. But also, like, there's a, you know, there's a lot of elitism in the sense that people think that just because they play a, you know, study sim, god, I fucking hate that phrase, because they play a high-fidelity, you know, modern air combat simulator, whether they're good or bad at it, you know, never even enters into the equation. They just play it and they think that makes them God's gift. They'll treat everyone else like shit. Like, yeah, I talk shit about War Thunder players a lot, but I'm also cognizant of the fact that if you take the average DCS player and the average War Thunder, like, Sim Battles War Thunder player, and you put them in a 1-versus-1 gunfight, the War Thunder player is usually going to win. Because DCS players are so reliant on technological crutches, they have no idea, no, not everyone obviously, but the majority have no idea how the fuck to fly their plane. Like, basic air combat stuff. They don't know how to do it. They have no concept of it. Energy retention? What the fuck is that? Like, Jesus, half of them can't even fucking land without their dick being held for them, you know? And yet they go and say, oh, well, War Thunder's not a real sim. I mean, no, it's not, but they're probably better at flying than you are, so watch your fucking mouth. Or like, oh, IL-2's not a real sim, it's not full fidelity. Like, it has its problems, but, you know, there's also a lot of very skilled people there who know how to dogfight. And the whole, oh, well, that shouldn't be in DCS because it's not a combat aircraft. Even if it's a fucking military aircraft, if it's not at the pointy end, if it doesn't fucking fire AMRAAMs, they don't want it. Shit, Hoggett carrying on with, oh, now they made the F-14, the F-18, the F-16, the Apache, and the Tomcat. What now? Is DCS over? Has DCS peaked? Like, oh my god, you fucking chimp. Please just never speak again. I fucking hate Hoggett, dude. Absolutely fucking despise Hoggett. I'm not even going to try and pretend I'm not toxic. Like, I just don't care. Hoggett is a net loss to the simming community. Because all Hoggett does is shoehorn new players down a bad path by telling them to get an aircraft that is very poorly suited to people with no flight simming experience as their first aircraft, and will doom them to a life of terminal skill issues. It's full of fucking shit-assed historical takes, people that don't understand doctrine, so they make up, like, fairy tale reasons for why this or that plane is designed to do the thing it does in the game. Or, like, they take DCS to be, like, this is the other thing, and I'm guilty of this too, because I did this when I first came to DCS, with the 21. They take DCS to be the fucking be-all, end-all authority on realism, so they would actually trust the way something's modeled in DCS, even if it's egregiously wrong, over the aircraft's own documentation. Thank fuck I woke up to that one. Like, I've said this around the place, and it generally tends to stir a bit of a, you know, not a backlash. I've not had anyone really go off at me for saying it, but people be like, oh, no, I don't know about that. Like, War Thunder's toxic. Like, yeah, War Thunder's community's toxic in the way that League of Legends community's toxic, I guess, but, like, the DCS community is, again, not everyone, but, like, the general vibe of the DCS community, especially after you've been around for a while, and especially if you're a Warsaw Pact aviation person, and you, not only are you into Eastern Bloc stuff and you have an appreciation for Eastern Bloc stuff, but you also make it your job to know the Western stuff better than the guys that fly the Western stuff, because you need to be able to beat it with such a massive fucking disadvantage, right? So you have to be able to game their weaknesses, or figure out how the average Hoggett player is not using their aircraft to the full potential and exploit that. So anyway, if you, you know, if you belong to a, shall we say, flight sim minority crowd, in DCS you notice it a lot quicker, but the DCS community is basically just War Thunder players with a bigger ego. And without the sort of self-awareness to realize they're essentially the same level of skill and knowledge as War Thunder gamers, if not worse. Being able to rote learn how to fucking write your own name in bomb craters using the T-pod from 30,000 feet, so what? It's rote learning, dude. So the fuck what? You know, like, this is the thing. People dedicate so much time to rote learning systems on these aircraft, and they use them wrong. Like, every time an actual F-18 pilot sees DCS pilots DCS players flying that plane. Like, Carl has come in chat, Carl Childers, who's flown the F-18, right? That was his thing back in the day. He's come in chat and said, like, I don't know why people don't want to, like, they aren't using the Hornet game plan. They're doing it all wrong. Like, what are they doing? And it's right. Like, you look at the sort of dogfighting meta in the Hornet, it's a fucking two-circle sustained NASCAR race. Sorry, left-hand NASCAR. They always go left. Like, that's an F-16 game plan. If they even do that properly. Half of the F-16 guys are doing it at fucking 200 knots, wondering why they're getting raided by a MiG-21. Fucking one of Spud's videos just recently, I saw that. He's like, oh, you know, the new AI, the flight model's still a bit, still cheating a bit. Like, my brother in Christ, you're at 200 fucking knots. Of course the F5's rating you. Like, at that speed, it will outrate you. He's holding fucking 400. Like, Jesus Christ. You know, so they rote learn this shit, but they don't learn why the plane works the way it works. They don't learn what the plane was actually supposed to do. What the fuck was that? Bit of hair must have flicked in front of my tracker or something. Yeah, they don't learn the why or the how or any of that. They only just rote learn how to press the button and make the thing do the thing. Like, fuck, if I'm gonna start using the fucking soy jack emote as a descriptor of different things, soy jack pointing based economy is like content creation, right? Because it's literally, that's how you get money in this line of work. It's not a job, dude. This is a hobby. It's not even a well-paid hobby. Like, be real. Unless you're lucky. Again, luck is everything. But yeah, like in the content creation space, literally that is the basis of your fucking income, is like soy jack pointing at something. Just get the normies to like watch a video for 10 minutes and like use enough hype words to get them to click onto it and stay there. You don't even have to be close to factually correct. You can just spew shit out your ass. None of them are going to check anyway. So that's soy jack based economy. Soy jack based flight simming is like Hoggit, basically. It's where they learn how to do everything in the aircraft by rote. Or actually, not even that. Not even that. They learn how to do all the weapon systems by rote. They don't learn how to actually... They don't learn the theory of the aircraft. Like, they don't learn any of that. And so they eternally suck at it, and then look for copes as to why. Oh, the MiG-21's flight model's broken. Oh, the MiG-29's OP. This is wrong, that's wrong, this is OP, that's OP. Oh, my plane should have this. Like, no, you're just fucking dumb, dude, sorry. Like, get good. Fucking read a book, Jesus Christ. And like... So I don't know, like, I'm not going to sit here and say, I know the F-18 movie, because I don't. I barely remember how to do anything in that jet, let alone employ all the weapon systems. I could just about be dangerous in air-to-air combat in Growling Sidewinder. I have no idea how to do any air-to-ground in it, because I never even tried. I never bothered learning, because I had no interest in doing air-to-ground in it. I don't flight enough. I do need to flight on stream pretty soon, actually. I feel bad for Gordo. He very generously gifted me that thing, and I barely ever streamed it. I do fly it, just usually not on stream. Like, I'm not going to pretend I'm good at it. I'm not. But I do pick up things through osmosis, watching people that are good with it and do understand the theory of the aircraft, like Pom, or like people who actually flew it when they do demonstrate things that they can demonstrate. Or like just speaking to aircrew and they tell me like, oh yeah, we used to do this because this system didn't work as advertised, or we found it better if this, or like, things like that. That's how you get good at DCS, not fucking rote learning how to drop a fucking GBU on a beard man from airliner altitude while you're fucking jerking off with the other hand. Like, it's... Learning all the fucking cool toys of the weapon system is useless if you get splashed on ingress by a fucking aircraft older than your parents are, It's as simple as that. It really is that simple. I'm sorry, but it really is that simple. Like, and even shit like, from watching Pom, because Pom likes to delve into the esoteric systems of the Hornet nobody uses, and like do stuff like check if the data link information is correctly displayed, or if ED are just pulling shit out their ass to make it look like they've got the correct data link set up. Pom will go into all these screens that you never see anywhere else. There are screens that on the MFDs that I've seen on Pom's stream that, like, I did not know existed, and I don't think anyone else did either in the DCS community, let alone how to get to them. And when you watch people of that level of knowledge, you pick up some pretty funny things. Like, for instance, I might not know how to do air-to-ground in the Hornet competently. I might barely remember how to do air-to-air in the Hornet competently. You know what I do remember how to do? Fucking go into the SA page, box up a friendly, go to PLIDS, and then switch his ID to hostile. And confirm it. And vice versa for the hostile that's near him. So then I can sit there giggling like an idiot as I watch another teammate on Growling Sidewinder, who I know is not going to use his own IFF, and doesn't know how to turn on auto IFF. I'm going to watch him lob an AMRAM at the wrong target, and I have just long enough before somebody with an actual brain hits their IFF, and then it feeds back to the Link 16, which goes, hang on a minute here, this doesn't match up, and 2 factors it back to being friendly. I have just long enough to watch that missile go in and then go, boy, don't you wish you learned your plane right now. Like, I don't know, dude. I think I'm starting to get a bit broken record on the topic of DCS and the DCS community and what they think they are versus what they actually are. And I'm probably not making any friends doing it, but You know, if you want something to, if you care about something and you want it to improve, sometimes you gotta call it rude words, unfortunately. Like I said, I might be a fucking toxic asshole, but if somebody has a genuine question, they genuinely want to learn, I'm only too happy to help them. The problem is that a lot of the community thinks they already know there is everything there is to know, and so they won't ask, or they will, not only will they not ask, but when somebody else does ask, they will shout the wrong answer over everyone else, and then argue with you when you correct them. Not a game, it's a simulator. Yeah, I know, right? It's just an ego trip for most people, dude. Like, the same people that tried to refund the Tomcat after Heatblur finally unfucked the fucking Phoenix. Well, I mean, it's probably still fucked in some respect or other, but after they actually made it into a real missile, not a fucking UFO, which me and Pom had been telling people for over a year that was going to happen. Like, when the fucking Tomcat released and he saw what a state that missile was in, he said, this is, no, they're going to have to fix this at some point. Like, this is not how this works. Sure enough, fast forward a year or a year and a half, whatever, however long it's been, they finally get around to doing it, and oh my god, the tears and the salt and the cope and the seethe, oh my god. Like, well, dude, if you just fucking listened to people that, you know, maybe knew better, and stopped with the negative training, and actually learnt to do things properly, or learnt that, you know, this aircraft was designed to do a particular thing with a particular weapon, in a particular situation, and it can do other stuff, sure, but it's not designed for it, like, you know. The fucking AUG-9 is a cool-ass radar in that it was, like, it's not powerful in terms of raw output, it's powerful in terms of processing. That's what makes it good. So it's actually, like, when people are like, oh, how the fuck is he still jamming me? How have I not burnt through it 100 miles? Because your radar's not putting out that much power, dude. A fucking MiG-21 radar puts out more power than yours. The difference is, you can actually filter out the noise, whereas the 21's making his radar even worse by throwing so much power at the problem. Like, that was an actual thing that came up on the forums. I remember reading it. Some guy's like, oh, how come we're getting jammed? This radar should burn through everything because blah, blah, blah. It's like, he made a bunch of assumptions based on, like, it was revealed to me in a dream. And like, oh, well, this should... Logically, it follows that if I can detect him at this percentage more distance than an F-15, then I should burn through at this percentage more distance than an F-15. Like, are you fucking stupid? In what universe is a single relationship in radio electronics proportional? Like, in what fucking universe? In engineering in general, in fact. Okay, let's have a fun challenge. Find some important relationship in engineering that is directly proportional, and there's no exceptions to it. Like, it's the Dunning-Kruger effect, man. It's a fucking shining example of the Dunning-Kruger effect is DCS. We are... Forgive my use of the cheetah map. Yeah, we should have... We've probably gone past it. It's up here. Yeah, we'll loop back around. So we'll cross this island and we'll head up that inlet. But like I said, I suspect the ship itself isn't going to be there. But yeah, like, people were trying to fucking say, oh, I want to get a refund on the F-14 because I bought it because it was this cool plane that kills everything from a million miles away. It's like, you fucking idiot. You never buy a module based on metagames. You never buy a module because you think it's going to own in SATAL. Like, you fucking chimp. You buy a plane because it's got some sentimental value to you, or because you think it looks cool, or because you think it might be interesting to learn to fly. You never ever buy a fucking module because, ooh, it's going to be the destroyer of worlds, because A, no it's not, and you're going to be really pissed off when you find that out, and B, even if it was, like, where's the fun in that? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, you know? Jesus Christ. Power fantasies, dude. It's like the fucking people that come into a Cold War server that explicitly says this is based around a lower level of technology. There may or may not be a fixed date, but it's usually like, oh, mid-late 70s, early 80s, whatever. Not even that we can do the 70s because of what we have in the sim. We have to usually go for early to mid-80s. But low-tech early to mid-80s. Sort of second-rate powers. And people come in, they're like, oh, well, I should have this because... And they come up with this, all these insane mental gymnastics why they should have something from the year 2005 or later, where everyone else is having to deal with shit from fucking 1975. And it's like, the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Like, where do you get off with this power fantasy shit? If you really want to do that, go play fucking Fortnite. Like, fuck off. And it's, again, it's something that's coming across into the Gunner Heat PC community a bit now because of the War Thunder players, because War Thunder is very much that kind of game. Like, this is the thing, and I think, again, this is why I say DCS players are just War Thunder players with less self-awareness. It's because they act like War Thunder players. Every time a module's announced, they demand that their side get a module which is better than it and can somehow beat it. You know, like, fuck off with the arms race, dude. Give me worse shit. Give me planes that objectively fucking suck. Give me fucking garbage. Give me a fucking gutless cutlass. I would fly that thing till the end of time. I want planes that have soul. I want planes that are interesting. I want planes that make me fucking actually improve my skills, not get worse in them like most things. You know? Like, fuck, dude, I want something that fucking grabs me by the throat, pins me to the fucking bed, ties me down, and... Okay, no, we won't take that analogy too much further. But anyway, like, even the MiG-21, oh, the MiG-21's super fucking impossible to win. The 21's fucking easy, dude. Like, yeah, I suck at flying it now, because I haven't touched it for a couple months, but give me another month or two of flying it every few days again, and I'll be back to where I was. Like, the 21 has days where it'll bite you because you're just not quite... Like, you're slow that day, and the 21 can't let you be slow. But overall, it's an easy aircraft to fly in DCS. Real life, no idea. Never flown one, never will, unfortunately. But in DCS, the MiG-21's a fucking easy plane to fly. It will punish you if you ask too much of it, but it will also give you everything you ask. And then some. Like, that's the difference between it and the F5. I love the F5. I've really come around to that plane. It's wonderful. But it's too safe. It's a Toyota Camry. Like, it's brilliant, but it's just... It's... I don't know. I'm not even going to say it's the kind of girl you marry, not the kind of girl that you have a one-night stand with, because no, if your relationship's that boring, the marriage probably isn't going to last anyway. But, you know, like, it is that analogy sort of thing. It's... The F5 is great, and it does a lot of things that people don't realize it does. Like, the F5 is so much more capable than normies realize. It's fucking amazing. I tear shit up in it. But, and Tricker as well. Tricker's even better, because that's his main thing, right? He fucking wrecks shit in that. He doesn't even use the radar, and he already wrecks shit. And that radar's probably one of the most broken, overpowered radars in the game. The only saving grace is that it doesn't have fucking Sparrows. If that thing had Sparrows or AIM-9Cs, Jesus Christ, it'd be bad. Like, the MiG-21's radar's broken, but holy fuck, the F5. It slips under the badum-tish radar, because nobody fucking uses it, because they don't, like, they think it's bad, because somebody told them once it was bad, and they never bother to check themselves, or never bother to learn how it works, or how they can exploit it. But, you know, like, I want stuff that challenges me, and even the 21 just makes sure I'm awake. The 21 doesn't challenge me, it makes sure I'm awake. What challenges me in the 21 is combat with someone else. Because, I mean, if it's a normal sort of DCS pubby in, like, an F5 or something, yeah, I'll probably win. Or, like, it might be neutral or whatever. But if it's someone who really knows their shit, like, say, Crazy G-Man or Tricker, or, God forbid, I come across Davey or Yink or Zach when they're flying something other than the 21, or even when they are flying the 21, like, I'm going to get my ass whooped. It's going to be fucking uphill both ways. It's going to hurt, and I'm going to like it. That's what I want from a fucking combat flight sim. I want a challenge. I want something difficult. Same with Gunner Heat PC. Like, the last NATO campaign I ran off stream, I explicitly avoided any mission that had the Abrams, and tried to avoid any mission that had the M60A3. Anything that had the M60A1, I'd be all over it. And I'd get my shit pushed in. And it was fucking great. Like, the M60A1 was the best fucking addition to that game in a long time. I love it. Because it's dog shit, you know? It forces you to actually develop skills and awareness, not just rely on the technology and turn your brain off. And it's not a power... It's the opposite of a power fantasy. When you beat the fucking power fantasy shitlords, you feel like God. It's like swatting Tomcats in a MiG-21 in DCS. You feel like fucking God after you do it. Because you took on somebody that had everything going for them, and either they threw it, in which case it's still satisfying but less so, or if you genuinely whoop the shit out of them and they didn't throw it, then oh my god, like, it's such a good feeling. I do not think we're going to see a battleship, unfortunately, my dude. There's a scenery option. I mean, it might even be on .to. I'll have to have a look later. So maybe there's already a scenery for it, but if there's not, somebody might want to get on that. There's a stern right there. That's an Iowa-class battleship stern, I can tell. And there's the other ship, like a cruiser or something, I guess, that was drawn up alongside. But that's where she should be. You can just see the outline on the satellite texture. It is, yeah, nines. It definitely is. I can see the ship. So yeah, there should be a battleship there, and then like a, I don't know, guided missile destroyer, cruiser, or whatever the fuck that is next to it. And that needs fixing. This happens quite a bit with rivers and inlets. By the Humber Bridge in Hull, in England, same thing. On the other side of the Humber Bridge, there's this sort of causeway business going on. I think it's just there's a seam in the... That's probably where they've stitched together two pieces of digital elevation mapping, and you can see, of course, the cars driving under the bridge, not on the bridge, which is a common MSFS problem. That is genuinely something a Sobo might want to work on. Not ground handling or fucking turbulence, which are not their problem, but that is their problem. But yeah, you see those every now and then. I've got actually a fix for Chesapeake Bay that gets rid of all of that shit. Or like where there's a waterfall where the water height mismatches and the sim just goes, oh, whatever, split the difference and puts a waterfall. MSFS hates bridges? Yeah, it does. Unfortunately. It either swamps them in water if they're small bridges, or it puts a fucking causeway nearby like that, or the if it's a photogrammetry bridge, it turns it into, you know, the fucking Three Gorges Dam. Really though, like, this is fucking nitpicking. Let's be real. This is nitpicking. Like I said earlier in the stream, and like I said before when I've been streaming or discussing this, on stream or off, like, I want to say 7 years ago, I think it was 7 years ago, I kind of realized that Google Earth photogrammetry was a thing, and so I went and, of course, found my old houses and sort of saw how the cities that I used to live in had changed over the years and things like this, saw what I could recognize, what was new. Got all homesick and, you know, teary, of course, because I'm a big fucking emotional baby, but I was like, man, imagine if you could hook this into a flight sim. It'll never happen in my lifetime, but imagine if you could have a flight sim with this scenery. 7 years later, and it was, what, 5 years when this came out, 'cause it's been out for a couple of years now. It's fucking 5 years after that. And again, back when I was learning to fly around the same time, like, oh, you know, flying in real life feels nothing like a flight sim. The aircraft moves so much more. You're physically exhausted, like, in the Jabiru especially, because the controls are really heavy, and the Jab gets knocked around a lot. You know, oh, you get physically exhausted doing circuits for 3-4 hours around Bathurst in the summer in a Jabiru. You're fucking wrecked afterwards. You can barely stand up from dancing on the pedals and, you know, wrestling with the fucking yoke. You'll never see that level of turbulence in a sim. Like, in a sim, the air's perfectly smooth. Like, you never ever see that. Even, you know, FSX made some attempts of it, but it was like, it felt really like sort of stochastic movement type shit. Like, just this shit. Like, the aircraft was just doing uncommanded stuff because the sim said, oh, it's turbulent today, so just, like, you know, just kind of wiggle around a bit, whatever. But no, here we have dynamically generated turbulence that comes off fucking terrain features. And thermals that come off fucking trees. Like, I never thought this would happen in my lifetime. Genuinely never thought this would happen in my lifetime. And it has. So, I mean, we've had a whole day where we rag on everyone except Asobo because it's all the perceived problems of the sim are generally not their fault. It's misrepresentations because other developers who sell their products in the sim are fucking lazy and don't want to fucking take responsibility for themselves. But, you know, even with all the problems the sim does actually have or might potentially have in the future, and even with the third parties being fucking lazy and incompetent, like, it's still incredible. Like, the worst third-party fucking flight model in this is still probably better than the best third-party flight model in FSX, you know? Like, it's wild. DCS has pretty good flight models for some modules, not all of them. But, like, the thing is, DCS is slowly getting there with weather. It takes time. Like, it really does take time. They've got a lot of legacy code to work through, and they've got a lot on their plate. So I don't want to be one of those people who's like, ooh, why doesn't Eagle Dynamics have better weather than MSFS yet? Like, bruh, it's coming, but it's gonna take a long time. It's slowly getting there. The clouds move again now. That's a plus. It took a while. It took, what, like a year or two, but hey, we're getting there. But, you know, like, DCS can have the best flight models on Earth. Doesn't matter, because the air's dead. You don't, like, the turbulence you do have is just a variable you punch into the mission editor, and it just applies random turbulence using that as a multiplier for how much the aircraft pivots around its origin, like the model's origin. Or the CG, I guess, of the flight model. It has turbulence, Jack. It's just not, like, proper dynamic turbulence. It's, like I said, it's a canned effect. The wake turbulence are proper dynamic turbulence, so that exists. I don't know... No, they do bounce off the ground, that's right, because if you fucking try takeoff in formation in a Mirage F1 and you fuck up the spacing, you eat shit. So yeah, they do interact with ground, probably close to realistically, if not actually realistically, but yeah. Wake turbs are as far as you go for dynamic stuff in DCS. Burble? Yeah, but the burble is, again, it had to be specially added, right? Like, a lot of this stuff was specially added for one module or one fucking scenario, and then eventually got expanded to the rest of the sim. And I'm gonna be real, like, wake turbs and burble aren't fully canned effects, but, like, they're only happening in a certain situation, you know what I mean? It's not, I flew behind a tall stand of trees at very low altitude on a windy day, and I got yeeted into the fucking ground because I'm a dumbass and I don't know how planes work. It's not like this. Like, one of the first times I flew MSFS, because it took me a long time to get into it, because my old PC couldn't run it. So I only started flying MSFS after I moved here, at the start of last year. Like, I think it was February or March before I even built my new PC. So that was when I first got my hands on MSFS, and instead of watching people play it, I could play it myself and get the feel of it rather than just the visuals of it. And I was blown away. I was absolutely fucking blown away, because on my first or second flight, there was a crosswind, I could feel the crosswind, I could see the aircraft was crabbing into it. But I passed behind a couple of particularly tall buildings, into the lee of them. So the wind was blowing across the buildings, and then I was on the other side. And the turbulence... The mechanical turbulence coming off those buildings fucked me. Like, it wasn't bad, but it was like I was washing machining around in it. I was like, oh my fucking god. Like, you're kidding. I turned around and flew back behind them the other way, and then flew up the other side of them to, like, confirm that, hang on, that had to be a fluke, right? That had to be a fluke. No. Oh, this is relevant. Remember was it like a week or two ago? It may have actually been after that last big MSFS stream. I raided onto Fenrir's, no, not Fenrir, sorry. It was on Tristan's stream. Amplify Oz. And Tristan was flying around Sydney Harbour in the floaty DC-3. And he went under the harbour bridge. And he was a bit cagey about it because he's had bad experiences with bridges in the past. I think we all have in this sim. Or in any sim, let alone this one. But, as he passed under the harbour bridge, it yeeted him into the water. He didn't die, because thank God he's on the floaty DC-3. The floats just kissed the water and kind of bumped him back up into the air. But he's like, oh my god, I nearly died. I must have scraped something. And, oh, we got a hole in see the photogrammetry bridge? It's got a hole in it, because the water mask thinks it's supposed to go on the top layer. That's easy to fix. Like, you can just fix that in 5 seconds if you know how to use the scenery editor. I think I'm going to teach myself to over Christmas, so I can start doing these little fixes myself. And also, if nobody's done my request to deforest the Yorkshire and Lancashire moors by then, I'll do it myself as well. But yeah, Tristan was like, oh, I must have scraped something. It's like, no, dude, you didn't scrape anything. You had plenty of clearance. Like, yeah, you're tall because you got the floats, but yeah, tons of clearance under the bridge. You hit turbulence because the wind's coming from across the bridge, right? So as the wind hits the bridge, it's going to create a turbulent zone. So it depends on the wind direction, it depends on the height of the bridge above the water, it depends on a bunch of other shit. But as you pass under a bridge in MSFS, if it is actually a bridge with, you know, with a collision volume that goes down to the ground, yeah, you'll die. A few of those still exist. Photogrammetry ones are like that, some custom scenery ones are like that, and points of interest. I think most of the autogen ones are okay to fly under. I've had 1 or 2 that I hit. I think most autogen, though, recently I've been okay with. But yeah, if you feel that sort of whoomph, bump, you'll hear like a scraping sound and a bump. That's not a scraping sound, that's buffet. You're hitting the turbulence coming off the bridge. Power lines do it too with the power lines mod that I'm running. If you fly down a valley that has a suspended power line across the top of it, and you're too close to the power line itself, you'll get that. It caught CCM and I off guard just the other week, where we did a group flight in the Beaver. He was flying in the Beaver and a bunch of us decided to fly along. Passed under it, and yeah, really nasty turbulence. Also, that power line was there was a bit of an error where it was overlaid on itself about 3 times, so that didn't help. But yeah, it's like you're not scraping the bridge, you're not hitting anything, it's turbulence. Like, what do you think bridges do? They interact with the air. Like, why do you think Tacoma Narrows happened? It wasn't because they built it to be fucking, funny ha-ha slinky bridge. Like, it's because the wind was blowing it and it hit its resonant frequency. Like, the wind hits the bridge, it's going to cause turbulence. The wind hits a tree, it's going to cause turbulence. I've talked about this a bunch of times on stream before, but at Bathurst Airport, the cross strip, 0826, it's a dirt strip. It's a bit shorter than the main strip, it's a dirt strip. It's mostly used for crosswinds. It's sometimes used, like, during the Bathurst 1000 as extra parking. But I would routinely fly circuits on that when the wind was from the south, from the north, which is where it's usually from. But from the south as well. So anytime there's a crosswind on that runway, I'd fly it. Like, I would go out of my way to get crosswind circuits. So on a day where most people would have actually gone for the cross strip, if there was no one else flying, obviously, so I wouldn't be intersecting their circuits, which is fucking dangerous, I would go up and I'd just fly on the main runway to get the... Oh, we're missing some chimneys there. Just to get some crosswind practice, right? Beautiful buildings down here. Beautiful buildings down here. Oh, I like that. Is this Providence? Might be. I think it might be. We're in about the right spot for it to be Providence, I think. Yeah, like, I would go out of my way to get crosswind circuit practice, and on the or just off the threshold of runway 26, on the southern side, there was a windbreak, like a stand of poplar trees, really tall poplar trees that had been planted by one of the farmers or something as a windbreak. That was maybe 500 meters off the threshold. On the other side of that windbreak was a big lumber yard. So you have two things that are generating a fuck ton of mechanical turbulence anytime there's winds from the south, and you're coming in for a landing on 26. And so as you would get down to like the last couple hundred meters before you touch down on runway 26, you would hit a washing machine every fucking time if there was winds from the south. It was a fucking handful. Like, we're not talking like little, oh, there might be some turbulence. We're talking, boom! Oh, fuck, 45-degree wind drop, there's some turbulence, like that level. And you can see shit like that in MSFS. It simulates that. Like, that's real flying. That's real flying. That's not this, well, I was in an airliner once on the calmest air route ever on a clear, nice day with no weird temperature layer inversions or anything, and the turbulence was so subtle I could barely notice it. I could only just see the water moving in my glass. Like, fucking get in a light plane, dude, on a windy day and fly behind a stand of trees. See what happens. Like, obviously in real life I'm not going to tell people to fly into fucking bridges or power lines, but if you were to do it, you would find out very quickly why it's a fucking bad idea. Like, the reason flying under bridges is bad no-no and lands you a desk job for the rest of your career in any Air Force, pretty much, is not because, oh, you might hit the bridge. I mean, that's part of it. But it's, like, often you've got shit tons of clearance. That's not the concern. The concern is you're going to hit fucking turbulence and you aren't going to be able to recover it in time. Like, even on an airliner, if you go through a particularly bad patch of weather, which happens, or clear air turbulence, which is even worse because you have no way of fucking knowing it's there until you hit it. Well, you can kind of guesstimate, but like you might not realize just how bad it is until you hit it. That shit sends people to hospital, dude. Like, fuck, there are people who've probably died from injuries where they were thrown across the fucking plane because they got up to go to the toilet, they hit a patch of nasty turbulence and it yeet them across the fucking aisle and they brain themselves on the corner of a fucking refreshments cart or something. You know what I mean? Like, it's like selective realism from fucking gamers. Because they either haven't experienced the real thing, or they have, but they don't want to be inconvenienced. So they want to pretend that, oh no, actually it's more realistic for that to not happen. And it goes too far the other way, too. Like, you know, you have somebody that again, Kodiak, you have something where the fucking P-factor on the prop, or it was either the slipstream or P-factor, or possibly both, is like 8 times higher than the fucking, what it should be, than a sane setting for an aircraft of that size and power. Like, because, oh, well, we talked to real pilots, yeah, which ones? And did you actually let them fly it? Or did you just say, oh, we're making a Kodiak, we'll give you money to say it was good? Like, you know... Ooh, planes are hard to fly. No, they're fucking not, dude. They're fucking not. Like, the hard part of flying is not flying. The hard part of flying is not fucking hitting something, not straying into restricted airspace, not getting lost, not running out of fuel, not killing your engine, not killing yourself if your engine does die. Like, that's the hard part of flying. Comms, all that shit. The actual act of stick and rudder, yeah, it can be difficult if you're trying to do something specialized, if you're flying in bad weather, or, like, if you're in a particularly weird or badly designed plane, yeah, sure, but, like, you get in a fucking 152 or something like this, in good weather, good visibility, no one else around, like, maybe somebody else there to handle comms even, and you're just like, they tell you, just fly the plane. Unless you do something stupid, like immediately put it past its limits by rolling inverted and pulling towards the ground, which a lot of people do, because they just don't realize, like, be gentle with it. It's not hard. It's not fucking hard. It's easy. Like, I find it easier to fucking fly than drive. And, like, I get less anxiety flying than fucking driving. Because I know that there's less people trying to fucking kill me. Like, the chances of me hitting someone, if I hit someone, it's pretty much guaranteed to be fatal, as opposed to just very likely, but the chances of it actually happening are so much lower, you know? Like, you have these two camps, or sometimes, like I said, sometimes it's the same fucking people having an identity crisis, that either it's, you know, realism is super fucking hard, oh my god, real life is so difficult, 99 problems is the best way to simulate anything. You end up with mods like Stalker Misery, where you have to fucking mortgage your house to buy 2 rounds of 7.62. Or you end up with people who are like, oh no, it's super easy to do this, actually, the plane mostly flies itself, that turbulence doesn't real. Like, fucking, come on, man. I don't want to sound like a fucking enlightened centrist and be like, ooh, the answer lies in the middle. Partly because I don't want to give them any credit, and partly because that kind of attitude around politics is actually really fucking dangerous. That's why fascists are coming to power again. Because, no, it turns out actually not everyone's opinion is worth hearing, and not all opinions are born equal. And not all, like, opinions aren't just right by default of being an opinion. Like, you know, one side doesn't get to say facts don't care about your feelings, and then when facts are turned against them, say, oh, well, actually, it's just my opinion. But anyway, in terms of, like, oh, flying super hard or flying super easy, it does genuinely lie in the middle. Flying is, like, if you have basic knowledge or a natural instinct for it, flying is pretty easy. It's everything that comes with it that's hard. But, again, that's predicated on you not being a fucking idiot and flying an aircraft that you're not used to, or that has known handling problems, into whether it's not rated to fly in terrain that you can't get yourself out of trouble in, you know? That's where it's not so much flying being hard as you being stupid. If you just use your brain, which a lot of people obviously have trouble with, including me frequently, but if you actually just use your brain and a little caution, flying's really not hard. It's not easy, or everyone would be doing it, but it's not hard either. Fuck, most people can't even drive properly, I'm gonna be real. Most people shouldn't even be driving. But again, well, driving isn't especially hard in itself, it's everything that comes with driving that's hard, like avoiding the other homicidal fucking motorists that you have to share the road with. Just looking for somewhere to land, because I want to switch flights. We'll do one more flight today, I think. I've been flying this one a lot longer than planned. I was going to just look for the battleship and land, but we've been having a nice chat, I think. I say chat, it was mostly just me ranting. One-sided chat. Is it still a discussion if it's only one person talking? Not really, no, but we can pretend. Don't understand how some people have that. No, me neither. Me neither. A girl I went to, like a girl from my high school, she was a year below me. I think she's in my primary school too, because I already knew her name and her face from somewhere when I went to high school. I think she was in the year below me at my primary school. Really nice girl, but God, she should never have been allowed behind the wheel of the car, ever. She actually hit a pedestrian during a driving test, obviously failed it. Not like badly, she bumped them, because she didn't pay enough attention and kind of slammed the brakes as she was about to pull out across the crossing. Anyway, it could have been a lot worse than it was, but failed the test. She eventually retook a test at least once, probably 2 or 3 times, finally passed it somehow, but her mum bought her a car for passing a driving test, and I shit you not, within a week, there wasn't a single undented panel left on that car. And it's not even a haha women drivers thing. Some of the fucking, like, some women are really fucking good drivers. Fuck, some of them are a lot better than men are, because they're not as fucking stupid, taking dumbass risks all the time. But her specifically, she's one of those people, she had no situational awareness. She kind of thought if she didn't see it, it didn't exist, you know? Like pensioners, when they go to cross a road, if I don't see the car, it's not there. So they just don't look and they step out in the middle of the road rather than using a crossing. Same shit. Yeah, some people just shouldn't drive. Fuck, like, part of the reason I don't have my full license, I've had a learner's license, which has been on and off renewed, literally since I was in high school. Like, I learned to drive when I was 16, and I'm not, obviously I'm going to be biased anyway, but I don't think I'm a bad driver. I wouldn't say I'm a good driver. I've had a few times where I you know, cut someone off because I wasn't paying attention, or where I forgot to indicate or whatever, but I wouldn't say I'm a bad driver either. I've never hit anyone, I've never hit anything. I don't think I've had any especially close calls on hitting anyone, never had any fines, nothing. But I don't drive. I need to start, because unfortunately the life is turning into that for me. I need to be able to get places under my own steam, but I don't like driving in cities. Not so much well, partly because I know my attention span's very fickle, so I might miss a sign or I might not be paying full attention, and I don't want to fuck up and hit somebody or hit something or run a red or whatever. So partly I don't want to drive in cities because there's just too much demanding my attention and I don't want to fuck up. Like, you guys have seen what I mean. When I'm streaming in the sim, I miss the most fundamental, do not forget to do this or your plane will fuck up, sort of stuff. Whereas when I'm flying off stream, it doesn't, like, I have no problems at all. And the more I'm talking about something, or the more I'm keeping tabs on chat, the worse I get. Which, like, by all means, guys, keep talking. I'm here to talk to you guys, not to be good at planes. But it's noticeable, right? Or, like, you go back and watch some of my earlier streams. My earlier streams, I was generally incompetent to begin with. But, like, the ones where I actually started to learn how to do shit properly, but also didn't have, like, enough people watching to be constantly running my mouth, you'll see I'm a lot more focused and I forget things less often. Still forget them, but less often. So that's one reason I don't drive. The other reason I know other people are shit drivers, and I know that in a city especially, even if I'm paying full attention and I don't fuck up, someone else probably will. But, like, out on country roads, like doing the stretch between here and my parents' place, I fucking love that drive, dude. Absolutely love that drive. Okay, we need to get rid of some airspeed here. That's my carb heating, I think. Where you flying at? Just around Battleship Cove, which is... Well, actually, no, I think we're at Providence now. I could be wrong. There's a fucking runway right there. I didn't even see it. I think we just flew over Providence, but my American geography is not the best. We did go to Battleship Cove. We found the arse end of a Iowa-class battleship underwater. So there's no custom scenery for it, unfortunately. There might be some free stuff on .to, I'll have to look. But we at least figured out where the ship is supposed to be. Took off from Boston. Make sure my mixture's full rich. That's something I always forget when I'm going into land, is mixture. So just physically check it there. This is why checklists exist, to remind you of this stuff, and this is why you want to learn your checklist until they become instinct, but you never want to get to the point where you say, oh, I know the checklist by heart, I'm not going to use it. You still use it just to make sure you don't miss anything, but you want to drill it into yourself automatically. It's not something I really do enough in MSFS, because I don't take the Sims super seriously. Like, this to me isn't real world practice, this is me just exploring the world and enjoying the feeling of flying without spending the money to do it. real world flying, like I've said before, as much as I can possibly do, I try and do everything safely and correctly and by the book, and I always do what my instructor tells me to, regardless of whether I think I have a better way or not. I am not the instructor, and I do not want to be the one liable if something goes wrong. So, speaking of if something goes wrong, just in case, I know nothing is going to, well probably, but let's open that just because we can. I love this plane so much. It's a Piaggio 149, it's made by, I think, AT Simulations or something like that. It's really obscure and it's hard to find, but it hasn't been updated since release, although there's very little wrong with it. A couple minor bugs, pretty much. One of which has a fix-up on .to, but wonderful little plane. Aerobatic rated, beautiful visibility from the cockpit, even with it closed, let alone open. Reasonably nippy, and good old stick and rudder aircraft. For those of you that, and no fucking blue, oh sorry, no magenta line to follow. For those of you who want to actually challenge yourselves, or at least show off to your mates. Yeah, still going. We're nearly done. I got one more flight I want to do, and then we're going to call it for the stream. So the streams run a little longer than intended, as it literally always does, but it's not going to be another 17-hour. I can't do that again. Not at the moment. Maybe in the holidays. This thing is so nice to land. It just butters down so effortlessly. Like, you don't even have to think about it. It's just... For some reason, every landing in this I've done so far has been just... I barely noticed I've touched down. It's so smooth. We're off center line. We always are. I'm allergic to center lines. Oh. Oh, it's so good. So good. Even getting some of that aero braking action in, like we think we're a fighter jet. Look at me, I'm an F-16, guys. Totally an F-16. Fuck, this module's good. And down comes the nose. Okay. We can get rid of the fuel pump, we're not going to really need it. We're going to be shutting down pretty shortly. Carb heating can go off. Cowl flap will, that's not the cowl flap, that's the prop pitch. Excuse me. Click spot's a little awkward. There we go. Cowl flap will come fully open on the ground. We probably don't actually need it fully open. We're not even going to be running the engine that long, but just for the sake of it, just for safety's sake. Okay, landing lights were already off. It's broad daylight, didn't need them. Good viz, so it's not like I need people to really urgently see my landing lights. Let's start shutting down radio compass, radio, all that stuff. Position lamps, they stay on till we shut down, just so people know, like, hey, this plane's running, don't fucking walk in front of it. The rest we can turn off once we're off the runway. I probably should have taken that taxiway there, but whatever. Make the tube liners wait. And we'll lean out the mix a bit too. That's something that I think you're supposed to do on the ground. Like I said, the two aircraft I've flown in real life didn't have mixture. It was just you got what you got. But I think you're supposed to lean it out on the ground so you don't foul the spark plugs when you're taxiing and stuff. That was a turn-off I should have taken. There's a simple solution to this problem. Chuck a Yui. Always fucks with me that U-turns are perfectly legal in Canberra, and like I'm right near the border, so I don't have to go far to be in the ACT. So, yep, in the ACT you can chuck a Yui wherever the fuck you like. In New South Wales, God help you if you chuck a U-turn fucking anywhere. Like, completely different. Oh man, this is a busy little airport. This is all probably sim-placed stuff at the parking spots to make it look full. Some of this will be AI traffic that's on layovers, I guess. So I am using the MSFS setting that just populates empty parking spots at airfields with aircraft you have installed. That's why you're seeing warbirds everywhere. Is it unrealistic? Yeah, kinda. But it, I don't know, it makes the world feel a little more alive. If I was on VATSIM all the time or something, I probably wouldn't need it, because VATSIM would populate stuff more, I think, but it just gives me some visual interest at the airports. Okay, well, we got a Marshall over here. Let's park up across from the Corsair. Park brake. Fuel pump's already off. We're going to come up here, get rid of... Oh, no, shit, I'm supposed to leave those on. Position lights. We'll cut mix. We'll hit the fuel cutoff. That's off. Nav lights come off, power can come off, and we are all done. You keep it full rich on the ground, the Warrior? Okay. It might vary from aircraft to aircraft. Might even vary from operator to operator. Something I've spoken about before. There's a lot of variation in aviation. There's a lot of dogma as well. It's a good skill to be able to spot which is which. Always worth asking why a procedure exists. Not, oh, I'm not going to do it until you tell me, but ask why a procedure exists. You might get an answer which is like, well, fuck, shit. I'm glad that it does, and I'm glad I asked. Or you might get one that's like, well, do we really need to, though? In which case you would discuss it, you wouldn't just not do it. Like, seriously. If your instructor tells you to do something, fucking do it. Beautiful little plane, though. I'm so glad I finally remembered to buy this thing. And like I said, it wasn't that expensive. I think it was like 30 bucks or something. And for what it is, like, the level of quality in the flight model, the level of visual quality, just how nice of an aircraft is. This is kind of becoming my do-everything sightseeing plane because it's got such good visibility. It's got reasonably good speed. The performance overall is very nice. Like, it's just pleasant. It's delightful. It's fucking delightful. There you go. Okay, that bus is doing an interesting maneuver there. Right, one more flight. So let's go back to the world map. What time is it? Oh, it's 4:16. So yeah, I woke up a bit late today and then it took me... I had to spend a while tweaking the tail wheels on some of the other aircraft I mentioned earlier, which I've still got to tweak more so, you know, they work properly. But like I said, one number in the tail wheels free castering. The rest is just going to be tuning the brakes on the main wheels. So that slowed me down a bit. I was hoping to get the stream started earlier. I woke up at like 8:15 or something, and I wanted to be streaming at least by like 9 o'clock, but I think I ended up starting the stream at like fucking 10 o'clock or something, because that slowed me down. So we took off from Boston. We'll make it daytime so we can see. We got from Boston, flew around the harbour, down over Quincy. We came down this general direction, and then we came out this way, I think. Yeah, we came out this way, so we kind of veered this way. And then down through here, following this, and then we were down past Newport, and I was like, wait, shit, that's probably it back there. So we turned around, we came back up through, over Newport, and then through Somerset, which is where, which Iowa class ship is this? Is it, Massachusetts, I'd assume. You'd want to park Massachusetts in Massachusetts, that would make sense. I'm not sure what class that is, it looks like it might be a destroyer. So yeah, we saw Mass's mass hull poking out of the water on the satellite textures, but we didn't actually see the ship. Oh well. I'll have a look and see if scenery exists for it, and if it doesn't, then that might be one to put in a request for at some point. See if someone will do it. It's pretty simple. There's models out there for Iowas that someone can just drop in there. And then, where did we fly? Actually, that might not have even been Providence we landed at. I'm not sure. Where's the airport? So there's the North Central State there. Yeah, I think it was Providence. I think it was Providence. It looks about right. We didn't go that far down. No, it would have been Providence we landed at. Cool. Nice little bit of sightseeing. I've been up the coast, like, between Martha's and Boston before in the sim, but I'd never been around this area in the sim, so that was nice to see. Oh, I also, I'm pissed off that no one's done it as scenery yet. Fucking Montauk Island. Fuck, which is Montauk? Well, not Montauk Island, but Montauk is in up here, on Long Island. My bad. Up here. There! No. Shit, that's not it. Where is it? Do we have any knowers that know what I'm looking for? Oh, my beautiful beloved! ANFPS 35 early warning radar. Someone please do scenery of that. I need it in my life. I did a flight from Montauk Airfield looking for it. I was so like, I didn't expect it to be there, but I was like, oh, it's not there. So then I think that flight I went up to New York, actually. Flew down Long Island, went to New York City. Okay, so one more flight. Oh, the weather's gonna be shit. We might need to use presets for everything today, Jesus. Everywhere I've picked to fly has got shit fucking weather. Where is it? Rhymes. I do want to fly around this sometime. I've flown over it on the stream, I think, but I haven't flown around it. But that's not what we're looking for. What we are looking for is... not that far north, Jesus. Today's gonna be the day I can't find it. Here it is. The airport's so close to the city. It felt so far away when I flew here the other day. In the same thing we're going to be flying today, mind you. And you'll see what I mean here in a minute. Boychoy, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's do our last flight for the day. Where is it? B. I know you can filter and type in a search, but... Valerio. This is what we want. And we want the RIP edition. I think it's called that because it's supposed to be super hard and it's like meant to make the babies cry, but it's not that hard to fly. It's squirrely, because of the way it flies, the way its controls work, but it's not that hard to fly. 50% fuel, you're already past your max takeoff weight. Very based. Very based. We're just gonna go with like 70% fuel. I don't know how long it's gonna take to go through it. Is that radar operative in real life? No, it's been derelict for years. The only reason it hasn't been demolished, I think, is because it's been used as a VFR landmark by pilots. I think it's still there, and I think there's one somewhere in Michigan. Oh no, was it Michigan? Fuck. Might have been further west. Warphammer knows. Warp is the one that told me what that radar was. Like, I didn't know that was there until he told me. Yo, I heard you like giant air defense radars from the 60s. Like, yes. Where is it? Show me. So I think there's only two intact ANFPS 35s left. It's not intact, but it's like, you can tell what it is. The actual reflector's a bit chewed up and rusted, and storms haven't done any good things over the years, but the building's still there. The other one is, I think, still complete, and then there's a bunch of the blockhouses still there, but not the antennas on them. It's kind of like the Lena M's in the former Soviet Union. There's blockhouses everywhere still, or relatively everywhere, but I think only one of the Lena M's still has its antenna, and I think it's the one up near, you know, I'm not actually sure. I think it's the one up around, fucking Lake Ladoga. It might be. I'm not sure, though. It's not the one at Kerch. The one at Kerch is just a blockhouse. The one on Ruski Island is just a blockhouse as well, I'm pretty sure. I gotta do some more research and figure out which one it is. Alright. So this thing, is this was the first aircraft across the English Channel. We could do the English Channel flight. In fact, we probably will one day, but that day ain't today. That day ain't today. I do not have the patience to cross the channel in this thing today. So we're just going to fly around Rouen, because it's quite a pretty part of France. Jersey, the battleship? No, I think it's Massachusetts. It would make sense it would be Massachusetts, because, you know, it's in Massachusetts. New Jersey's in... Fuck. Words. Starts with C. Everyone makes it sound like if you go there, you'll get stabbed as a welcome to New Jersey gift. Brain not working. That place, anyway. That's gonna fucking piss me off now, because I know where it is, my brain's not working. Yeah, we're going to need a weather preset because we are not going to be doing much sightseeing in this shit. See, the annoying thing, like, when I'm streaming, or even when I'm just flying around, because a lot of the flying I do in MSFS is I want to do some sightseeing. It's like, I want to fly in shit weather and at night too, but it's kind of hard to do sightseeing at shit weather and at night, so I've got nowhere near enough night hours in the sim, and even less in bad weather. I need to find excuses to force myself to do that. Which class? Iowa class battleship. Is it fucking... No, it's no, it's not South... is Massachusetts a Sodak? I thought she was Iowa. Okay, no. So she's a Sodak then. Sorry, don't mind me. They look similar from above, so I can't tell the difference. Side by side I can tell the difference, because the Sodak's a bit, like, swished lengthwise. It was kind of like a chibi Iowa. But, from above I can't tell the difference. Go high-level clouds. Yeah, we'll do this one. And we'll give ourselves a little more sun here. Yeah, okay, so it's a Sodak then. My bad, sorry. This is why you guys should always check up on when I say shit. I give the impression of knowing a lot, I don't actually. This ground's still wet because it was raining on the last weather setup. It'll take a few minutes and the ground should dry out, which is quite a cool touch. Iowa, New Jersey, Missouri, and Wisconsin are the only... yeah, you're right. Yeah, so Massachusetts was Sodak. My bad. What's... The fucking... Camden! Camden, New Jersey is where USS New Jersey is. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure that's where she was built, too. Right. I have no idea how to start this plane. I'm going to go ahead and admit that right now. I have no idea what any of this shit does, and none of it's labeled. Well, that's labeled, but I can't read it from here. So I'm just going to go ahead and do the dirty auto start. Because the point of this is not learning to start up a plane of this vintage, it's showing that, you know, how it flies. What the fuck? What does this even do? Oh, it's probably the fucking primer or something. Look at the look at the cylinders. How cool is that? You can see the fucking combustion happening in the flame cans. I love it. It's one of the reasons I like older, like really old planes, and like one of the reasons that the Albatross is the Albatross fighter series. So you know, D2, D3, D5. They're my favourite World War I planes, is because the German-built ones, not the Austrian ones, but the German-built ones had the entire top of the engine just open to the air, so you could see the rocker arms moving on it. It's very hypnotic to watch, very soothing to watch as you play Rise of Flight or Flying Circus or whatever. Just watching your engine kind of tick away on you. The Jenny does that in MSFS too. You can watch her rock her arms on the Jenny go. So anyway, this thing has no brakes, by the way. But, you know, the brakes are, I guess, just assumed to be wheel chocks. It does act as though it steers with its... as though it can... No, it doesn't, actually. Oh, okay. I have miscalculated somewhere. I do not actually know how I'm supposed to maneuver this thing around the ground. I thought, I swear last time I flew it, I could actually taxi it somehow. But you know what? I don't remember how now. I do not remember how. I'm gonna have to find if there's documentation for it and see what it says about taxiing. No, I know it's not the runway. I'm just slewing over to the runway, because I have no other way of getting myself there. To taxi this thing in real life, you would just push it there, or you would have someone pick up the tail of the aircraft and lift it to turn it. Same with the Jenny, right? Because you can't, like, there's no steering, there's no brakes, so you can't even use differential braking. It's literally just pick up the arse end of the plane and lift it up and drag it over. Close enough's good enough. Okay, we're done slewing. Full rich mixture. Where's the mixture lever? Is there a mixture lever? Fuck knows. We're just in our lawn chair, by the way. Just chilling. Obviously, there's no prop hitch. That's the actual throttle. I'd hazard a guess that's the mags. I've no fucking clue what this thing is. Oh, that's fuel. That's what that is. That's a fuel indicator. So this brass contraption in front of us is a fuel tank. That's probably the oil tank. God knows what this is. Oh, this might be a blip. No, this doesn't have a blip switch. Okay, so I don't know what that is. Primer, probably. Or, I don't know. Something. No idea what this is either. Fucking, who knows? Mystery. Nothing important, I hope, because we ain't going to be using it. So, before I actually get into the air, where it will be a lot more difficult to demonstrate this, you may notice there are no ailerons. It uses wing warping for roll. There are a few important implications to be had. By the way, I like the stick as just a fucking length of pipe. There are a few implications to be had from this. One is it's janky as fuck. Two is it's slow to respond to, and it doesn't have a lot of authority in roll. If you want to roll this aircraft, you could do this, or you could just go and the secondary effect of the rudder will be to roll you. So, like, the rudder will well and truly overpower the wing warping, and I found that the wing warping was barely sufficient to even keep the aircraft level, let alone turn. So you're doing this in flight with this plane. You're like constantly on every surface. It's great. Some fucking lunatic crossed the English Channel in this thing. I just like to remind you all. What's my airspeed? Fucked if I know. The only indicator of any sort on this thing is the fuel gauge, which is just a pipe full of fuel that you can see through. Like a standpipe, basically. No airspeed indicator, no altimeter. Fuck, you wouldn't want an altimeter. I wouldn't want to be more than a couple hundred meters off the ground in this, and even that's sketchy. Like, it's so janky. I love it. No trim of any sort, obviously. Some of the vintage aircraft in MSFS do have pitch trim, just to account for, you know, you might not have a very precise joystick, or you might have issues with wrist strain that you don't want to make worse by holding a stick fully forwards or fully aft. So I'm okay with people adding, like, magical trim to stuff in the sim to account for control differences, but this has none of that. Absolutely none of that. So I'm holding my stick like 3/4 right, and it's going to kill my wrist. So we're not flying this for very long, trust me. My wrist and my shoulder are already getting sore from doing this. It's so janky. Look how fucking slow it is. Like, you would taxi a general aviation aircraft faster than this. It's just ridiculous. You know what, actually? Oh, maybe not. Rather than holding my stick pinned over, which is going to kill my wrist and my shoulder, we'll hold the rudder pinned over, which is going to kill my legs instead. Actually, no, we're not, because that's not sufficient. I need both surfaces held over. Because if I only use the rudder, it's going to want to roll left. For some reason. I guess there's a wind coming from my right, pushing me that way. It's so bad. I love it. Like, bad in the sense that the real aircraft is. The module is very good. Very, very good. I forget who made it. I think it was... Shit. Azure Poly, maybe? I could be wrong. Blue Mesh? It was one of the relatively, like, not super big name ones. But yeah, like, it's so good, dude. I've not tried the non-RIP edition, and, like, why would you, dude? Why would you? If you're flying a fucking plane like this, you're flying it because it's a piece of shit. You're not flying it because you want it to be easy. You're flying it because you like people fucking kicking you in the nuts. You know? Okay, that's a little far. I don't really like people kicking me in the nuts. But you get me. You like pain. That's why you're flying this thing. Where am I going? Do I look like I have a compass? No. Just use the fucking wing struts as a sundial, I guess. Like... It's so terrible in the best possible way. Like a stiff breeze would wreck this aircraft. A stiff breeze would just send me into the trees. And I'd have no way of fighting it. Because the aircraft does not have enough control authority. Nor enough speed. This thing not only would hover in a like, relatively mild headwind, it would go backwards in a relatively mild headwind. So when I did this flight the other day off stream, I didn't feel like flying all the way back to the airfield, because I was like, fuck, that's going to take, you know, half an hour. Fuck that. There's an industrial site, like a, I don't know, cement plant, grain elevator, something, down the far end of Rouen. And there's some, just, like, you know, waste ground next to it along the riverbank. I thought, ah, looks alright, we'll land on that. And there's like a bank or a levee. And I misjudged the rollout distance for this thing so badly. I'm like, I've got no brakes, so I need to leave myself some distance, but that should be enough. That looks about right. It was not about right. I rolled off the end. I nearly saved it. Like, I started going sideways down the hill. I nearly saved it, but then the right front wheel hit the rut at the bottom before the left front wheel did, and I just went straight over. Off-field landings are not a good proposition at the best of times, let alone in this fucking piece of shit. But again, like, remember I was saying flying's not that hard? I mean, I would never climb into this thing willingly in real life. Like, fuck no. But in the sim, and assuming this is even vaguely close to being realistically modeled, it's not that hard. You need to understand what the effects of controls are. You know, not just, oh, pull stick to go up and whatever. You need to know what the actual effects are and what the secondary effects are, because the secondary effects are really important for controlling this thing. Like I said, the rudder's more useful for rolling than the fucking wing warping is. So you just need to have basic, like, the most basic bitch level of aeronautical knowledge, and you're fine. Stay out of any sort of weather. Stay away from people about to blow the candles out on their birthday cakes, because that's a fucking hazard to this as well. But, like, it's not hard to fly. It's tiring to fly, because I've got to hold my stick over at full fucking deflection and kick the rudder constantly. But, it's not hard. It's quite fun. It's like playing Dance Dance Revolution, but Flight Sim Edition. Anyone ever tried DIY this thing? I'm sure someone has. I'm quite certain someone's built a flying replica. I mean, there were flying replicas of the fucking GB racers. They used to fly the airshow circuit in those things. Fuck, that's why there's actual, like, useful knowledge on how the GB flies is because the replicas were test flown very extensively, and it caused a bunch of design flaws to be uncovered that weren't well known at the time that the original aircraft were built, like the fact that they run into aerodynamic flutter. And without that, you know, I think there wasn't a vague understanding that flutter might have been the cause of one of the fatal crashes back in the 30s, but like now we have definitive proof that at this speed flutter onsets, and at past this speed you're probably going to lose a wing, you know? Which is why the GBs are so psychotic in this sim, is because it's very easy to pass that speed, even if you're throttled back. Something that, coming from largely World War II military aircraft, the main limitation I'm used to of being balls to the wall on the power is that I'm going to blow the engine up. It's quite unusual, and especially from Warsaw Pact, or specifically Soviet Cold War aviation, like, the idea that I can overspeed my plane even with the throttle cut to like 3/4 physical position. Like, yeah, most Mikoyan fighters can easily pass their limiting speed, easily. So it's not like it's totally alien to me, but the ability to do it throttle back is alien to me. Very alien to me. So I'm, like, a lot of the times I've been flying the sim and I've suddenly been, oh, my plane's crashed. I'm going, what the fuck is wrong with it? Oh, what? How? No, that's bullshit. I oversped the plane. And you don't get very much wiggle room with some modules in MSFS. Like, every time I crashed the Yak 18T and I was blaming negative G, I don't think it was negative G, I think it was overspeeding. Because I don't look at my airspeed, because I'm not used to having to watch my airspeed. Besides, like, I'm used to having to watch my airspeed when I'm getting slow, not when I'm fast. So, great way to identify skill issues, right? It's all skill issues. I'm not going to sit here and, well, I mean, I have previously, mostly because I was annoyed when it happened, but I'm not going to say, oh, it's bullshit, this plane shouldn't, blah, blah, blah. Now I understand why it was happening, and I realize, oh, it was my fault. Now I know to not thrash the engine as much and to watch my fucking airspeed. It's all skill issues all the way down. What actually matters is whether you acknowledge it and work to fix it. A skill issue isn't a bad thing necessarily. Like, it's not a pejorative term necessarily until you refuse to acknowledge it's a skill issue and don't want to do anything about it. Then it becomes a terminal skill issue. And if it's DCS or any other combat sort of oriented game, as I've described in Enigma's Discord when I last had a big rant about this, if you refuse to resolve your skill issues and you blame everyone else for your problems, you become a victim. Not in the sense of, like, I know there's been a lot of, like, back and forth political bullshit over that word. Not because of that. I'm not using the word because of that. I'm using the word victim in this specific circumstance because that's what I see you as I line you up in front of me for an R60. Or a gunshot. Those people are victims to me, because they are usually not going to be able to do anything to stop me from kicking the shit out of them. And, like, they're just going to run and complain about it, because they don't know that they could have done anything to stop me in the first place. Like, they don't know they could have done anything different. They refuse to acknowledge it. That's, if you hear me say, like, call someone a victim in the sense of a flight sim, that's what I mean. People who just refuse to learn, refuse to acknowledge that they could ever do anything wrong, or they could improve in any way, shape, or form. So the MO is to blame everyone and everything else, never improve their skills, and they become a victim. And get farmed for kills, basically. Hey, Seymour, and see you later, Chocolate. Look how fucking slow this thing is, dude. Look how incredibly fucking slow this thing is. I love it so much. The fucking... Oh yeah, we need some way of controlling the plane. Hey, I'll just go fuck... I just put in a new sink in my house last week. I got some plumbing supplies left over, dude. Here you go. What the fuck? It's so good. So bad and so good at the same time. I love it so much. One thing I am noticing, which is probably a bug, is that fuel standpipe is flickering between empty and partially filled. Like, see that? I know why, too. The I don't know if you call it a vis leaf in this, but whatever controls the LOD on it. So it's like, oh, the player's not looking at me, I'm off screen, I don't need to be rendered. Whatever controls that is in the actual, like, bulb of it. So as soon as that bulb is off screen, it disappears. See that? LOD flicker. That's a simple enough issue. I don't know how to fix it, but it's a simple enough issue. Whoever programmed the thing probably knows how to fix it, they just probably don't realize it's an issue because they probably didn't test it. Glider with a 2-stroke engine from a moped. That's both being insulting to gliders and to mopeds. And giving this thing entirely too much credit at the same time. When was it that Blairio crossed the channel? It was 1909, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure it was 1909. I had the number 1913 stuck in my head for some reason, but it's like, no way. Like, even by 1913, this thing looked like a fucking death trap. Pretty sure it was 1909. Somewhere around there. Taking my life in my hands by flying around things that will generate turbulence. Like I said, this thing doesn't have the control, authority, or the airspeed to fight wind at all. You are at the mercy of nature in this plane. Come left here. For anyone who didn't catch where we are and is wondering, we are over Rouen in France. Why? I don't know. I flew here the other day in this same aircraft. I was like, oh, this is a nice flight. I should do this on stream. But why did I choose to fly this plane here for the first time ever? I don't know. I was like, I wonder what Rouen looks like in the sim. It's like one of those French sort of cities that if you don't have much sort of involvement with France, I guess, how do I phrase that better? If you have no interest in French history or French anything, or you've never been to France, whatever, you probably don't know Rouen exists. But, you know, it's one of those places you hear about, but you never go. It's got some nice cathedrals, though, which we will see in a minute. Well, in 5 minutes when we get there. See about probably 800 meters that way. In 5 minutes when we get there, we'll see some nice cathedrals. Hey, Jeeve. It's like, actually is a really nice city from the looks of it. I mean, I have no idea what it's actually like, if it's dodgy as fuck or what, but it looks nice. I'd like to go there sometime. We've probably been through it when I was a kid, I wouldn't remember though. Been to more places in France than I can remember, but I was quite young at the time. Am I climbing? Am I descending? I have no idea. There's no instrumentation. Which direction am I pointed? The river runs more or less east-west, so I'm doing one of those things. Fucked if I know which. And I'm pretty sure this is default photogrammetry. Like, it's color matched well enough and it's optimized well enough to say that Asobo did this. However, like I said, some modders are actually really on the ball with that stuff and they'll color match it themselves. So I do have some mod scenery, which is, you can't tell it apart from Asobo scenery. But I'm pretty sure this is Asobo's doing. Unlike every other thing we've discussed today, this is actually Asobo's doing. I want to go left. The air does not want me to go left. The wind doesn't want me to go left. I had to go full left rudder and full left stick to get it to begin to turn, and now it doesn't want to stop turning. So we're going to go full right wing warp, full right rudder. Oh god, now we oversteered. It's like the DC-3, but like worse. Like the pilot-induced oscillation I was talking about on landing rollout in the DC-3, that happens in the air with this thing. It's... I love it. I absolutely love it. Sometime we'll need to, like, get a fucking cross-country rally of just people with this aircraft in the sim to just fly around like some... It couldn't even be a long course. It'd have to be, like, smaller than the actual city of Rouen. Otherwise it'd take all day. But we'd have to, like, have a rally course or, like, an air race course or something. Fuck, could you imagine doing a Reno in this thing? The thermals alone. Like... You wouldn't even need to use the runway. The thermals at Reno would probably lift this thing into the air by themselves. Oh god, not this shit again. Please. Which server's most stable today? Sorry, guys. West USA. We'll go back to North Europe. No, North Europe's usually more stable. I was on West USA because that's what CCM's been flying on lately. It's pretty cool being able to look down through the floor of the plane, though, and see stuff below you. Not gonna lie. Again, I'm full right wing warp, and I'm giving it quite substantial right rudder, otherwise it won't turn. It needs both before it will turn. Should have gone over the left bank. We're too close. We're gonna fly over the cathedrals rather than around them. There's one thing Europe does not have a shortage of, and probably will never have a shortage of. It is Gothic cathedrals. I'm going to use a mix of all three control inputs here to try and get the thing to even track straight, which it won't do anyway. There we go. How good does that look? About the worst place to need to crash land, you know, unless you want to skewer yourself on top of the spire there. Yeah, I know, right? Isn't it great? Hey, Giggles! Good to see you, man. Cheers to the raid, hope you had a good stream. We're just about to wrap up ourselves here. But I couldn't not fly this thing as the last flight of the day. This is the Blériot 11. This is the first plane to cross the English Channel in, I think it was 1909, but please fact check me on that because my memory's not great. We're flying around Rouen in France, and this plane is such a glorious bucket of shit. I love it. Look at the stick. This is the stick. Instruments? Pfft, what are those? Compass? Fuck that, dude. Just use the sun. Wherever it is, over there. Oh, how are you, like, what are you gonna sit in, dude? What, you need some sort of safe place to, like, some sort of safe seat that if you crash the plane, you aren't gonna fucking die. Oh no, just use a lawn chair. It's probably not even attached to the fucking plane. It's great. It's fucking great. There's a couple of versions of this. This is the RIP edition, which I believe is so named because they didn't give it any hand-holding. There's no wheel brakes. You can't steer it on the ground. There's nothing. It uses wing warping. It has no ailerons. Look at this shit. It's awful. It's so fucking amazing, dude. You've got to use all three controls to get it to do literally anything, or to stop it from doing literally anything. Like, a slight breeze is enough to just push this thing wherever the fuck it wants to go, and you can't stop it. Like, you can't dispute that at all. It's so good. So yeah, there's the RIP edition, which is what this is, and then there's the Normie edition. I have not touched the Normie edition, and I never will. This is just too good. That's our fuel gauge. It's just a standpipe. That's my engine. It's like a fucking, what, 3-cylinder motorcycle engine or something. You can see the fucking ignition happening in the cylinders. Sounds like dog shit. This is at full throttle, mind you. So this is my fuel tank. This is, I assume, the oil tank. I had no idea what... This is the throttle. This is probably the magnetos. What's this? God, I don't know. Maybe the primer? This? No clue. Maximum airspeed is probably a brisk walk. You know, you can take off with this thing at the speed most people taxi at. Probably the ideal plane for Harrison Ford, if we're honest. No trim on any surface at all. I'll give you an external view here in a second, guys, which is going to be challenging because it is, like, you cannot take your hands and feet off the controls for 2 seconds without it trying to kill itself. It's not hard to fly, it's just full on, like, you need to be awake. If you understand the basic, like, effects of flight controls, then you're sweet. Like, I could fly this all day, I'd just be very sore after doing it from moving so much. And I wouldn't dare fly it in real life because, like, I value not being a pile of red stuff on the ground. Look at it. Look at this fucking thing. It has bicycle wheels, for fuck's sake. Look at my dude. He's just like, yep. Just out here on my lawn chair. It's so amazing. His wife's like, where the fuck is the wheel off my bike? I don't know. Je ne suis... fucking... Je ne sais pas. Ma chérie. No fucking clue. The local Bohemians must have stolen it. Fucking guy that designed this is probably out of his mind on absinthe at the time, let's be real. I haven't flown the right fly yet. Do we do it? Do we do it today? It shouldn't, like, it's not gonna fly for more than two minutes probably in a straight line, if I'm lucky. I'm tempted. Now, having said that, the right flyer in the sim was dumbed down a bit for the normies. Like, it's probably really good, and if you modded it a bit, it could probably be really realistic, but, like, a lot of the 40th anniversary stuff, by default, is normie-friendly. So I'm curious to see what the flyer is like, and I'm curious to see if anyone's made it, like, a mod for people that can, you know, go to the bathroom without adult supervision. And if there is one, I'm getting it. We might do a short flight, and after this, fuck it, I can go for another half hour. Whoop. I took my hand off the stick for, like, literally 2 seconds there, and it tried to kill itself. This is what Hoggett thinks the MiG-21 is. Except the opposite end of the airspeed spectrum. But this is what Hoggett thinks the MiG-21 is. If you had Hoggett explain the MiG-21, or apparently these days the F-16, to an alien who had never been to Earth and had no concept what a MiG-21 or an F-16 was, this is what they would visualize. And even this isn't hard to land. Let's be honest about that. Quite a jarring border between the photogrammetry and the satellite imagery. I mean, it's... Look, I've seen worse, but the photogrammetry for Rouen is quite beautiful. So, I like flying around here. I'll have to see if anyone makes, like, maybe a mod that extends it further this way, or at least blends the satellite tile in a little better. If you're new here, I'm so sorry. There's still time, you can leave. But yeah, if you guys are new here, I mostly have been streaming DCS for the past couple of years, but I am on an extended break, because I used to play a lot on Alpin's Cold War server, and it's now down, so I'm DCS homeless, and Enigma's server is cool, but, like, it's basically, like, bullying children, so I got bored. Sorry, hang on, I will deal with this later. No, I can't answer the phone while I'm flying a fucking Blériot, Jesus Christ. We'll deal with that later. This is, like, probably the second most scuffed stream you'll ever see after Giggles. And I'm only saying it's less scuffed than Giggles because I put in, like, the minimal amount of effort to have, like, transition screens and shit. By that I mean I got someone else to do it for me. This is where I tried to land last time. Let me... So, behind me, actually. Fuck. Oh, God. I just made myself seasick. Right there. That's where I tried to land. So I landed on that flat bit, and I'm like, wait a minute, this curves? And I went tumbling down that hill, hit a rut at the bottom, and just upside down instantly. So it's not hard to land, but if you land in a very stupid place where you deserve to die for trying it, then yeah, like, what do you expect? Because I was like, it will take me legit half an hour to fly 1 kilometer back to the airfield over there, so fuck it. We might, maybe there, maybe on, that looks kind of like flat ground, we might get away with it. We'll see. But yeah, I mostly sort of historically do DCS, but I've been doing a lot more MSFS lately. I haven't been streaming as much because I've been busy with coursework, but holidays are just beginning. I've got a couple of assignments I need to catch up on before they send round someone to collect on them. And then I should be able to stream more often again. Hopefully get back into DCS because I have been away from it for way too long. More MSFS, of course. There's a few other games I want to pick up as well over the next few weeks. And this is my I've been streaming for too long signal. Where I'm going to lose vision in my left eye in about probably 2 or 3 minutes. Maybe less. And I can't exactly set the autopilot and go rinse my face off. And wash my eyes out, so fuck it, this is going to be interesting. Like I said, when I was on my rant about DCS gamers and like the fucking power fantasy crowd, like this is the kind of shit I like. It's just so terrible that it's actually fun. Like, give me a gutless cutlass. I will unironically fly it in PvP, and God help me, I will kill people with it in PvP. I shouldn't, but I will. Probably the first victim will be a fucking hornet. Usually is. Car park? We could do a car park, I guess. See, if I try and land along the riverfront there, that looks like it's got a levee on it, so I don't want to roll down the hill again and end up going for a swim. Oh god, oh god. I took my fucking hands off the stick for like 1 second to fidget, and it tried to pitch up and kill me. Again, like, this is what Hoggett thinks planes are actually like these days. Like, they think the MiG-21 does this. Imagine this plane in armor, oh my god. With armor's already fucked up aviation physics, oh my god, yes. Like, armor's helicopter physics, the AFM physics are, like, I guess they're better than nothing, but it's debatable. My armor group has a ban on using the AFM because the last time somebody had it turned on and offered to be the helicopter pilot, he wiped the entire unit at the start of the mission. Like, we didn't even clear the pad. He tried to take off, and the helicopter went sideways into fucking our command element, killed all of them, and then exploded. It was beautiful. Rise of Flight was all like that. No, 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 no. I played a lot of Rise of Flight, my man. Rise of Flight was not like this. This thing is even worse. This is like trying to fly the camel with battle damage level. Like, this is battle damaged camel level of fucked up. It's great. It's my favorite thing. Like, the camel, the Sopwith triplane, and the Fokker Dreidecker, the DR1, they were all horrible to try and fly. They would actively kill you at the first opportunity. Like, genuinely, not Hoggett exaggeration. They would genuinely kill you. They flew more like box kites than planes. You know, like, if you tried to turn the wrong direction and applied the slightly wrong amount of rudder, you were fucked. So I mostly stuck to the Albatross and the Pfalz. And then if I flew the Brits, I flew the SE5, but I think I flew the Camel once and decided never again. And I think I flew the DR1 once or twice, and it just did not get on well with me. I was completely unable to make it turn one direction. It wanted to go the other way. I know, like, yeah, the torque off the rotary engine, but it was, like, not just that. I just could not make it turn, so... I was like, I think I'll stick to my Albi, thanks. The Albi's nice. Is it, like, I don't know, sports field or something there? That's probably a better bet than a car park. We might land there. I'm hoping we've got enough distance there to roll out. Because, like I said, no brakes. Just bicycle wheels, but no bicycle brakes. Well, if the grass friction doesn't stop us, I'm sure a tree will. Only one way to find out. You can't be a winner if you don't try. Appropriately, this song is how I feel about all the planes that do all the flying for you. If anyone has the, Giovanni's meme video, I love the kind of woman that will actually just fucking kill me. That's how I feel about aircraft, and women, but mostly aircraft. Oh, it's my air conditioner. Thought I heard thunder for a minute there. Typical Australian summer. It's really hot and muggy all day, and then in the afternoon you get a thunderstorm. I don't know if we're going to get one today. We probably will. I haven't actually checked. I managed to make it until the end of fucking November before finally setting up my, like, plugging my air conditioner back in and putting the fucking hose out the window. I think that's a new record, to actually get to November, before, like, the end of November before caving in and doing it. Fucking hate summer, man. Give me fucking 10 foot of snow any day. Alright, so... the sane and rational thing to do would be to approach from where I just flew, because, see, that like, they're low houses, but over here we've got, like, multi-story tenement blocks and shit. This is the side we're coming from. This is the side we're gonna come from, because I'm an idiot and didn't think this through. It's gonna go great. Trust me. Absolutely great. It'll be the smoothest landing you've ever seen. Also, the trees are taller on this side, which makes it even better. So the actual airfield is back behind where my tail... well, actually, it's not even behind my tail. It's on top of that ridge. Probably maybe a couple kilometers that way. No more than about 5. Like, literally, it's just on the top of the ridge. You just can't see it because we're below it. But, it would take me so long to get back there. I'm just going to chance it with a park. Oh god, there's obstacles in it. I didn't see them. Well, this is going to make things more interesting. What are those? They look like tents almost. Okay. The wing warping is useless at this speed, so I'm using the rudder to get the wing to drop. We'll go this... no, fuck me. I've already... oh, no, I think I just killed the engine. We've already landed way too long. Please have enough distance to roll out. We aren't. We're totally not. I'm gonna die. Hey, I want to believe. I want to believe. I want to believe. The grass is levitating for some reason. I want to believe. There's a berm in front of me. I think we'll stop before we hit it. Ah, beautiful. See, I told you. I told you. I knew that all along this would go perfectly fine. Easy. Obviously, I have a lot of practice in this aircraft, having flown it a grand total of twice in the sim. But yeah. There's your Blériot 11. I love it so much. It's so fucking terrible. The fact that some Chad actually built this fucking rickety-ass thing, And then it was flown across the English Channel. Back in the days when even crossing the channel by ship was a big deal. Like, Jesus. Absolute lunatic. Holy angle of incidence. Yeah, look at the fucking camber on the wing. Like, what the fuck? What the actual fuck? Again, sorry about the levitating grass. It's probably because the photogrammetry and the satellite imagery that the grass draws off don't quite match up. Look at the fucking prop as well. It's absolutely ridiculous. Okay. So we'll do a short fuck around in the right flyer. We'll see what that's like. No, I'm going to assume. Continue. We'll see what that's like. I've not even looked at it so far, so I'm expecting it to be easier than this, because it's probably going to have a bunch of hand-holding stuff added for the normies. So we'll see. We will see. Where's this? I don't know where this is, but it's pretty. I want to fly there. My gut tells me it's either probably Italy or the Iberian Peninsula somewhere. Might be Portugal. Or Spain, actually, probably. I don't think they've done a Portugal world update. I just have a bunch of freeware scenery for it. It's photogrammetry. Really good scenery, actually. You know what? Fuck it. Let's fly from Coimbra. I'd probably butcher the pronunciation on that. I do not speak Portuguese. Where is it? Here it is. This is probably the worst place to fly the fucking right flyer from, because it's not a good place to have to do a forced landing, and we're going to have to do a forced landing. I can almost guarantee it. We're going to spawn on the runway, hot started, because I have no idea how to start the plane. It's probably really simple. It's probably like one thing, hey. It's literally like a donkey engine. Whatever, we'll see. Wait, no, it doesn't have an engine, does it? Or it's got the props. It's launched by a fucking winch, I think. I don't even remember. Like, this is how bad of a fucking aviation nerd I am. I have no recollection of how the right flyer actually is propelled through the air. Florence? Oh, it could be, yeah. Could be. My power level isn't high enough to recognize individual European cathedrals by the shapes of their domes. I wish it was. But, yeah, it could have been. Fuel. Oh, yeah, so it has an engine. Full fuel. Yeah, right. We're not going to be flying for even enough for half the tank. Let's give it 40. Failures. Oh, believe me, we're going to have those. We don't need the failures tab to have those. Oh, this scenery issue. I hope the sim doesn't crash. Last time I had this appear on the world map, the sim crapped out on me. We will see. Has a 12 horsepower engine. 12 horsepower. Fucking speed demon. Oh my god. Absolute speed demon. Doesn't right fly like a shitty glider. Shitty is probably an understatement, but no, it's apparently has an engine. It's not much of an engine, but it has one. Was it the first flight of the right flyer was like less than the wingspan of a fucking 7.3 or something? Or was it less than the wingspan of the Hercules, or like the Spruce Goose? I don't remember. I think it was less than a fucking airliner. Not even the Spruce. I pretty much guarantee they've given it a bit of a help in the flight model. Pretty much guarantee it. I'm actually curious, now I mentioned the Spruce Goose, I'm curious if they gave that a bit of a nudge as well in the flight model. Like a what if it worked perfectly and there were no problems type thing. I mean, it had a lot of power. It had very powerful engines. It had a lot of them, but also it was very heavy and very draggy. So I don't know. The thing is, though, its first flight wasn't meant to be a first flight. So it's like a lot of people see it and go, oh, well, it only flew, what was it, 70 meters or something, and it was barely skimming the water, and so it can't fly. It doesn't have the, you know, how could it get to whatever its service ceiling was, like 20,000 feet or something, if it can't lift off the water more than a couple meters? It's like it wasn't supposed to fly. It was a fast taxi. And Odie, like, Glenn Odekirk even said, I deliberately wasn't there because I knew that Howard was going to try and fly it, and I knew that he would want to be the only pilot on board when it happened. So, I don't think it was incapable of flight. I think it was nobody wanted to pay for the fucking fuel for an actual proper test flight. So he's just like, well, they're going to fund me for a fast taxi, so we may as well take advantage of that. And it's, that is a thing pilots do. Sometimes unintentionally, sometimes very intentionally. Oh my, what the fuck? Excellent, visibility. Oh my god, look at the fucking engine. What the fuck? It has a... Oh! Upgrades. Upgrades. We have our airspeed. Fuck, the Blériot didn't have that shit. What's this? Click here to hide and unhide the catapult. To use a catapult, set the throttle to 100%, wait a few seconds, the fire will be launched automatically. Okay, well, we want to see the catapult. Where's the catapult? There it is. Now, does that stay attached to me, or does that stay attached to the ground? I don't know. Come on. I'm gonna die. That's like the most pathetic catapult I've ever seen in my life. It's great. It's actually not bad. Like, yeah, it has like 0 climb performance, but it flies pretty convincingly. A slight crosswind, it wants to go sideways into the trees. I have no idea if I'm... I think I'm losing. Yeah, I'm losing altitude here because it's too slow. Come on. Come on. I wonder what the best glide speed for this thing is. Like, you know, your most efficient airspeed to stay in the air. I'm probably below it. The fucking airspeed indicator may as well not exist because it's so awkward to look at it. Oh, come on. No, 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 no. Yep, we're landing. We're landing. Crunch. Oh no, it's still going! It's still going! No, 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 no! How? Oh god. This is where we die. This is where we... Hello? Hello? Am I airborne again? What the fuck I am? What? What? Okay. Okay, okay, so we've got a very slight wind from the left. Oh, but the trees. I was going to say I can turn into the wind and use that to my advantage, but nah. Nah, she ain't doing it. Oh god, we're dead. I was like, is my rudder even doing anything? And all it took was looking behind me for a moment, and that was it. Let's do it again. Okay. So, I don't know if they gave it a helping hand, but it's like... It's not like normie level easy. I can appreciate this. I was worried they'd like super dumb it down. And it would be able to fly under its own power with absolutely no issues or something, but no, this is good. Appropriately janky and appropriately dog shit response to the controls. It has like no rudder authority at all. It's like the opposite of the Blériot. A little bit of stutter. The sim's been open for however long I've been streaming, nearly 7.5 hours. So, well, it's been open for more than that. It's been open for about 8. So I was doing stuff in the sim before I started the stream, so MSFS doesn't like running for that many hours in a row, I find. Especially with me hopping around the world like this to places with really detailed scenery. Come on. There we go. Fly! I don't know if burning my initial airspeed for altitude is going to be a good play. I don't think it is. Yeah, I'm already fucked. Already fucked. Where's my... This uses wing warping too. Oh, can we not stutter, please? Yeah, you can see the wing warping. It doesn't give you much. Like, it responds quickly, but it gives you basically nothing. So it's kind of like... Oh god. Crunch. It's different to the Blériot in that respect. It doesn't... When you don't remove the catapult, it automatically launches you when you touch down again, I think, which is quite funny. Bit of an issue they might want to look at in the future, but, you know, whatever. Yeah, we're gonna die if we keep doing that. Let's... Oh, no, there goes the catapult boost. Come on, left, left, left. We're a hovercraft now. We're, actually, we're one skid wheeling this. Come on. Come on. Come on. Can I get some uppies, please? And get just a little bit of uppies? Hello? Hello? No. No. She's cooked. But I also can't make it stop. Oh, now it stops. Oh god. Oh no. Not again. I want to get off Mr. Wright's wild ride, but it won't stop launching me every time I fucking touch down. Okay, let's there's potential for some improvement there. But yeah, no, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. It's pretty cool. If I had flatter terrain around me, and I had a bit more wind coming across, like especially if I had a good headwind, I could probably get this to fly for at least a couple hundred meters. Probably. Oh, okay, you want to go up? No, you don't want to go up? We're going to do this? Come on. Come on. Come on. Up. Nope. Down. Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, no, we're dead. We're not dead. Okay, we're just gonna stop it here. This is a bit out of control. Oh no, no. Okay, we're good. This is a great place to point us on the catapult. This would be excellent. You know what? You know what? We'll try one more. But it can only be one more or I'm gonna lose my voice. Can you handspin that? Oh my god, you can. You can use that to start the engine. I guess. I don't know where the fuel cock is. That's probably somewhere behind me. So let's look at the controls. Okay. So obviously it's a tail first design. So yeah, there's your pitch control. Is that bar in front of you? All moving surface. All moving surface, by the way. Ahead of their time, totally. And then it's you swing your hips. You pretend you're sexy to get roll response out of the wing warping, and then obviously your rudder bar is actually where the fuck is your rudder bar? The rudder cannot be moved while you're on the catapult. Oh no. Okay, so the rudder's mechanically. Oh, that explains a few things. I was kicking my feet trying to move the rudder. And I was getting nothing out of it, but yeah, it's cross-linked to the wing warping, so you don't actually have a discrete rudder control. That makes sense then. Probably start the engine by opening a valve or something down there. I don't know, don't care. Or on the other side of this, I suppose. That's pretty cool, to be honest. It's a neat plane. Is that a bucket of fucking water or something up there? Let's slow the drone cam down so we get a bit of a better view of it from the outside. I'm just going to check. I'm going to maybe do one more short flight, but it depends if the aircraft works, because the aircraft in question's freeware, and the way the controls are set up, sometimes it doesn't recognize my throttle unless it's the first thing I fly in the sim for the day, and it obviously isn't, so... If it works, we'll do a short flight. If it doesn't work, then maybe some other time we'll start it, stream off with it. That's the fuel valve there, probably. I don't know if it's actually clickable, though. So that's a... Oh my god, this is so janky. That's just like a support beam. I don't know if that's fuel storage. That's probably fuel. Maybe water for coolant? I don't know. Oh no, this would be an air-cooled engine, surely. This is probably oil. Actually, like, yeah, it's not bad. I'm impressed. We could do some things with this. some very sketchy short things, but we could do some things with this, like finding nice flat ground to launch it from and setting the wind pretty high. So we've got a headwind, we'll be able to hover it in place. We won't be able to go anywhere, but we'll be able to hover it in place. So if I press the C button and I'm no longer manipulating the camera, I'm manipulating which of the rights was it that actually did the flight? Was it Wilbur or Orville? It was Wilbur. I could be wrong though. Oh, shake that booty. Shake that booty. And we go back here. Is he actually doing anything with his feet, or is it no? That's just to hold his feet. I think it's yeah. He's not moving anything with them. Oh, this is TOS content right here. Please don't report me. Please don't ban me, Twitch. It's educational content. Man's got some nice shoes. Very fashionable. You know, the first powered flight in human history. You wanna dress for the occasion. So that's that crosslink there. So as he sways his hips, it's pulling on. Just trying to figure out where the pulleys run. So there's a pulley that runs. Fucked if I know. Let's have a look. Launch it off a cliff. Oh god. Yeah, that sounds like a very good idea. Oh, it's here. Okay, so this is what it's pulling. So as he does that, he's putting tension in this, which then puts tension in this cable, which runs out to the upper and lower wings and warps them. Actually, it just seems to warp from the upper side. This is a bracing wire, so yeah, it's just pulling on the top of the wing. And then that's linked into this fucking triangle here, and that's got a link straight to the rudders. That's interesting. That is actually interesting because, like, you know, in a way, like, obviously aerodynamically this is a fucking clusterfuck, and in terms of power it's woeful. Like, this thing barely flies. But in terms of the layout and the control system, I just want to say, like, he's got a canard first, so it's pitching from the nose, right? He's got cross-linked roll and yaw. Like, that's something that has only recently begun to come back in aircraft, relatively, you know, well, I think things like the Bonanza and stuff had, like, cross-linked and mixed controls, but, like, this isn't common. This wasn't common for a very long time, and the Wright Flyer has it. It's interesting. So in a way, it's kind of like it was... I'm not going to say it was ahead of its time, because it was the first of its fucking kind, right? How can you be ahead of your time if you're the first thing? But, like, it pioneered some concepts that people forgot for a while, I think. That's quite cool. It's a gas tank on the strut. No carb, gravity-driven fuel. Interesting. Very interesting. Was it like a 6-cylinder or something? No. 4-cylinder. I feel like calling those cylinders is a bit gratuitous. Jesus Christ. That's great. That is great. So, actually, yeah, because the aircraft's sitting on the ground and the catapult's, like, spawned from a point behind the aircraft, and it's not level, the aircraft's clipping through it. So I should be sitting on top of that rail, not clip partway through it, obviously. But yeah, like, that roller there rides on... Does it ride the rail, or does it ride the wire? I don't actually know. The wire, I would imagine... Oh, actually no, it would ride the rail, and the wire's probably running above it, and is... Yeah, it's hooked onto the aircraft, but it's... Because I'm not on level ground, it's not connected up properly. So it's not perfect, but hey, it's pretty neat. Cool little toy to play with. That's awesome. So let's see if this plane works. And we'll fly from the same area because it's quite a pretty place to fly over. If it doesn't work, we'll do it some other stream. 4-cylinder is the first aluminium crankcase ever though. Well, in aircraft. Yeah, well, in aircraft. It's pretty neat. I was gonna say, like, it's got a massive fucking case on it. Surprised it could fly with all that weight. But if it's aluminium, at least it'd be a little lighter. I want to actually, like, vaguely teach myself to hand fly and land a tube. I'm not going to learn to actually do tube stuff. I have basically no interest in doing that. But I want to take a 747 or something. I don't, like... I think the 146 is the biggest, tubiest thing I have, and it's not even really, like, a tube. But I want to do the Kai-Tak landing, now that we've got actual official Kai-Tak scenery. I mean, the stuff I had before, the mod stuff, was pretty good too, but the official scenery is so beautiful. It's one of the flights I really wish I'd done in my life, and I probably could have. Very close friend of the family, honorary uncle, was chief captain of the Cathay Pacific for quite a number of years. So I really wish my family had found an excuse to go visit him while he was in Hong Kong, living there. I would have loved to do the Kai-Tak approach. Especially back when I was a kid, because they would have probably let me sit in the cockpit on the jump seat, like I used to when I did fly around. You know, it's a bit different being on the jump seat as you come into Heathrow versus being on the jump seat as you come into fucking Kai-Tak. What am I looking for? It should be down the bottom. Drag and repeat. There it is. This is freeware, and it's quite, like, it probably isn't perfect, but it's quite nice for freeware, so... Like I said, though, the issue is just, it doesn't like it when I don't fly it first, and the throttle won't necessarily respond. I could fly it with the keyboard for throttle, but it's less than ideal, especially because this thing does want power changes somewhat regularly, so... if it doesn't want to cooperate, and for some reason the livery it wants to select is invisible, if it doesn't want to cooperate, we'll do it some other stream. Last time I flew it, I had this livery, which is quite a nice livery, but I think we'll do the, markings of those. Are those US markings? I can't tell. We'll do the RAF, the camouflage in yellow underside the trainer scheme. Set it to, like, it doesn't need to be 100%, like, probably get away with 50, especially since this is only going to be a short flight, but I like loading the aircraft up so it's actually got some fucking weight in it. Like, if I'm just going to fly a plane around for fun, unless I'm planning on doing, like, you know, specific aerobatic maneuvers, I'll just load it up close to max takeoff. Because if I can do something in it at max takeoff weight, I can do it empty. Same as my DCS philosophy, like, where I'm trying to compare aircraft's ability to zoom climb to space. I do it armed and ready for combat. Because there's no point doing it empty. Anyone can fucking do it empty. It's another thing doing it fully good to go, you know? In its working configuration, so to speak. Alright. Please work, please work, please work, please work, please work, please work. Please work. If this doesn't work, we'll call the stream. I'll find someone to raid, and then I'll probably... I'm going to be streaming again Monday morning my time for Armor, unless I sleep in, which hopefully I won't. As I said earlier in the stream, for those of you that missed it, I don't know if it's going to be a normal length stream or if it's going to be a short one again, because even though classes are over for the year, I've got to play catch up on a bunch of stuff that I hadn't finished yet. So, depending on how constructive I am over the weekend, if I get a bunch of shit done over the weekend, I'll do a long stream Monday. If I don't get a bunch of shit done over the weekend, then I will have a short stream Monday, and I'll start a longer stream probably later in the coming week or the weekend after, something like that. I just want to make sure I get all of this shit done rather than keep procrastinating because I don't have the time to waste doing that anymore. Inside the wing, for the fuel tank, no, I don't think anyone's done a wet wing fabric covered biplane. I could be wrong. Usually something like that, if it's a fuel or oil tank, you'll see it's the shape of the airfoil, but it's in between the wings. So like on the Tiger Moth, for instance, I think the fuel tank or the oil tank is up there. On the Albatross fighters, the radiator's up there, but you wouldn't wet wing a biplane. An all-metal biplane, maybe. Definitely not a fucking canvas job. It's got that thing where it spawns with the tail wheel in the air. This is something else, actually, I need to do free castering on, since I now know how. Oh, boy! Now, hopefully it keeps working, because sometimes it's like, oh, I'm going to work, and then it's like, actually, no, I'm not. Now I've got to remember where everything is in the cockpit. That's my pitch trim, I think. Oh, no, this is my pitch trim. That's my rudder trim, I think, or the other way around. I don't fucking remember. Let's see. Ground flight generator. Okay. Nav lights, landing lights we don't need. Panel lights, sure, why not? Magnetos. Start 1, start 2. Where's my fuel valve? It's like that, I think. I don't know if it's actually on. This is my primer, like a Spitfire. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, right. Okay, I don't know how to close that, so we'll just leave it. There's another... That's to open the window. But it doesn't. Oh no, it does. You gotta drag it. I don't know why it rotates. It's to lock it, I guess. But it doesn't actually work. No, there's a... Okay, there's a lever there, but I don't remember what it does. So those levers, I don't remember what they do, but it's apparently not that important because I can't click them. Fuel pressure. Oil pressure's red. That's... I think that might be fuel pressure. I don't remember. Off. It's pitot heat. There's holes in the cockpit model. That needs fixing. But whatever. Okay, pitot heat goes on. Flaps are up. Yeah, we'll probably take off no flap, which is probably what you're meant to do. Oh, this is your, that's for your fuel indicator. That's not actually the fuel stop, like the fuel cock. That's for the actual thing. We're going to check that this is accurate. Since that's caught me out twice today. Even most, like, major devs don't bother with this shit, but some of them do. Yeah, this one's already lined up, so we don't need to worry about setting the gyro compass. The art could use a little more love, but it's not bad. Like, it's a good start, put it that way. There's your little, I think that's a fuel pump, or it's like the electrical dynamo or something, like a generator. Okay, so let's go ahead and full rich. We'll make sure we got some throttle, not too much, and we'll go start 1. Okay, there we go. Sounds aren't the greatest, but I've heard worse. Start 2. There we go. My feet are cold, yeah. Okay. So yeah, this is another candidate. The brakes are so touchy. This is, okay, so this is me just touching the brakes. I'm pressing the brake halfway at this speed, and it's making the entire plane buck forwards. So this is a candidate for adding free castering to, because it should have it. It doesn't at the moment. I'm steering with the rudder now, but I could do it. I'm just going to have to tweak the brake effectiveness or the wheel friction, like with all the other aircraft I've been doing this with. So it's not only possible to have free castering wheels in the sim, it's fucking easy. It's literally changing one number, one contact point value in the flight model config. Like, it's the easiest thing you could possibly do. So if anyone tells you you can't have free castering in MSFS, tell them they're fucking wrong. They can do it themselves. The biggest problem is once you have the tail wheel free castering, almost every aircraft has its main wheel brake set way too effective, or the wheel friction set way too high. So as soon as you touch the brake, the aircraft either noses over and kills itself, or it comes to a screeching halt. Like, it'll turn part way to the side and then come to a screeching halt and it won't move. So I don't know if airplane... Oh, that's what hides this, the column there. I don't know if Airplane Heaven just did the wheel friction right from the beginning. I don't think they did, because I remember before it was free castering, and before I used even as this mod, it did the thing where it would turn a little ways and then stop if I just tap the brakes. So I'd say Imenez improved that, or maybe CCM did, and he forgot to mention it. Because he said, oh, it's just one number to turn on free castering, but I think he said there was another number he was tweaking as well, which is probably the brake effectiveness or the wheel friction. Is there a way to adjust the curve on the rudder input? Yes. Yes, it's really arcane and shitty though. So we're gonna go escape. Let's go controls options. You go for the rudder, you said, right? To this sensitivity. Boom. That's my rudder there. That's it. You can't set it by aircraft. You can't set asymmetrical fucking curves. Like, so because my throttle has actually used the idle cutoff and afterburner detents on my throttle when I'm playing DCS, the idle cutoff in MSFS is non-functional at the moment because I can't set an asymmetrical curve where, you know, the idle zone is just nothing. It doesn't register anything. So it's pretty annoying, not gonna lie. In fact, oh, that's a good meme. That's a really good meme. It's, okay, no, that is for the pedals. So yeah, for the throttle, it would have a separate one. But yeah, that's how you do it. It's pretty shit. I think most people who take this super seriously use like spad.next to do their controls or something like that. I think there's some other applications that do generally the same thing. That some of them are free, some are paid. Spad's paid, I think. I don't have that. I'm just using the default sim setup to get stuff working. So some aircraft are a bit touchy on the controls for me because I don't have curves on anything except the rudder pedals, and even the rudder curves aren't very strong. Some aircraft aren't touchy enough. Certain things like trim speed, so like the rate that the trim, trims at, that's controlled by the aircraft flight model config, so you can't adjust that in MSFS. I think this is my actual custom view, yes it is. You can't adjust that in MSFS. You have to actually go into the aircraft's flight model config and change it manually, which is something I'm going to do for a bunch of the planes I fly regularly, including the DC-3, because their trim is just way too slow. It takes forever to get them trimmed out, so... Okay, let's just... Way! Too much brake. Like I said, the brakes are way too effective. Like, ridiculously. We're going to stay on the brakes. We're going to cut power back a bit, and we're going to go to the external since, you know, we want to see what the outside looks like. It's, like, it doesn't look bad, and some of the liveries are really well done. This one's probably, I probably picked, like, the worst livery to show it off, to be honest, because there's not really much detail on it. But, like the, was it the BEA livery, I think it was I was using before, looked really good. But it's, like, it's a nice little plane, and with a little more work, both in terms of like art and maybe some more flight model tweaking, things like that. For a freeware plane, it's pretty nice, you know? And a pretty historically significant aircraft. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Alright. I don't know what the ground air switch does, if I'm honest. I think it's probably for the little fucking... those... I don't know if they're fuel pumps or they're... Like, I forget what they are. I think I read up about it once, but I forgot what they are. I don't know what that ground air switch is for, so I guess we'll just switch it in the air and find out if it makes the plane stop working. A little bit of a pull to the left, but not too strong. We're up, we're going to switch that down and see if it does anything. Not really noticeably. Okay, so that wheel is the pitch trim. I tell a lie. One of these handles is going to be flaps. I don't know what the other one's going to be. Obviously, the gear's fixed. It might even be like carb heat or something. I don't know. Lean her out a little. I think this is like the Tiger Moth in that you can't... Like, you're not supposed to be able to shut the aircraft down by excessively leaning it out. Like, there's a physical stop to prevent you from doing it. That's why the mixture levers are such a weird shape, but I could be wrong. I don't think it's functional in the freeware. It's functional in the Tiger Moth, though, which is payware, but very good payware. Highly recommended, by the way. Very delightful. Frames are going to be a little stuttery while we load in the scenery. We're also pretty close to Lisbon, and Lisbon is like a fuck ton of photogrammetry, so it will chug a bit, and there's probably a lot of players around there, so a lot of stuff to load in. Quite a nice little aircraft though. Get Major stutters, Jesus. Yeah, I've flown once around here before. It was actually, I think, one of the first flights I did in this plane. Was I was just like, oh, let's fly from Coimbra for some reason. I've never seen it before, I have no idea what happens there, but let's fly there. I was like, oh wow, this is actually really pretty. I'll have to come back here on a stream one time, so here we are. Same plane as well. It's a little stuttery, but... There's also a few glitches with the scenery. I think this is custom scenery, so it's not a Sobro default. But you can see it's been color matched quite well, like there's nothing excessively blue or green. Or purple, which is what you often get with Google Maps stuff that people have converted on fs.to. It matches pretty well. There are a few holes in the scenery up around the switchbacks in the highway there, where it climbs the mountain, but it's not super obnoxious. I've seen worse. Quite nice. Actually, how close are we to Lisbon? I'm not sure. If it's not too far, I almost feel like I want to do a flight over to it. I'm going to use the cheetah map, guys. Sorry. Forgive me. Just trying to remember. That's it down there, I think. So we're a fair distance. Yes, we are. We are a fair distance. We're not doing that. We'll just buzz around here a bit. I know absolutely nothing about Portuguese geography, so... Relative distances? Pff, no idea. No clue. Actually, I almost feel like some of this is default to Sobro scenery, and then I've got mod scenery, which is also a thing. I have that in a few places where I had a mod that did photogrammetry already installed, and then a Sobro added photogrammetry, so the two of them fight each other, and whoever comes out on top, it's like, I fly over and it's like, I need to fix that conflict. Calgary was the most recent. I no longer need custom photogrammetry at Calgary, because the default stuff covers the entire fucking city. Yeah, okay, so this is a Sobro stuff, and the custom stuff is slightly blue tinted. You see that? I was wrong, it is blue tinted. Right there, that's the boundary. So, what... Oversped. I told you, I'm bad with that. We'll auto start the engine so I'm not wasting time, and we'll get back up in the air. I really should not be cruising around at near full power in that thing. But yeah, like, you can see the boundary, so I will have to uninstall the mod scenery, which I probably got long before they did the photogrammetry in Portugal and Spain. I think I got some for Lisbon too. I know Lisbon has a bunch of default photogrammetry. Well, I'm pretty sure it does, but I don't know how much of it's default, so I'll have to do a couple flights around off stream and figure out where I can get rid of some stuff out of my community folder and free up some hard drive space, reduce the load time by a little bit. I've got, I think it was 1.09 terabytes worth of shit in my community folder. Most of it scenery, but a lot of aircraft and liveries as well, so... Okay, let's just auto start the engines like a shitter. Does it actually... Yeah, let's turn those on. No, not landing lights, nav lights, panel lights. Yep, cool. Good to see the throttles are working perfectly today. Brakes. Oh, that's the parking brake there. That's what that is. That's a wheel brake. Because this doesn't... It's modeled as though it has toe brakes. Oh, rip forklift. It's modeled as though it has toe brakes, like most MSFS aircraft are. Because devs don't delete the code for it when they copy-paste the flight model from God knows where. Again, this is freeware, so I don't want to be too hard on the guy that made it. But, I have to get rid of the toe brakes and replace them just with this bike brake. Like, make one or both toe brakes control this. Which is how the Spitfire should be as well. The Spitfire should be a bike brake that's on the stick and it runs through a mixer valve. The Spitfire doesn't have toe brakes. We don't need the whole runway to get... Oh, yes we do. It's a pretty short runway, actually. Speedo heat on. Is there anything else I had to do? Don't think so. There's the panel light there. Floodlighting doesn't actually seem to do anything in daylight. I think it's a red lamp, so it's probably where the sun's shining at the moment. Also, British aircraft, so down is on these switches. Because it's all arse backwards, because it's British. Of course it would be arse backwards. Alright, we'll just turn here. She moves pretty quickly on the ground. Interesting, the actual brake point, that is a parking brake, I think, not an actual wheel brake, so I don't know where the wheel brake is. It might be on the front of the yoke. Because I'm pumping the paddle on my stick, which is bound to like hit the brakes, and in the Spitfire it does. But it's doing very, like, it's actually affecting the aircraft, but it's not animating anything, so I don't know. Alright. You don't need much throttle to taxi in this thing, like, it fast taxis off barely out of idle. So I don't know if there's a bit too much power in the engines, or if it's just genuinely that light that it's like that. Not a big deal. Getting that free castering tail wheel and the brakes fixed is a bigger deal for me. For ground handling anyway. Let me make sure my view is pulled back where I like it, so I've got a little bit better field of view. Go. Again, no flaps on the takeoff, which is usual for aircraft of this era. Using flaps on takeoff became a thing much later. Like, you see people at air shows taking off in P-51s with their flaps out, and it's like, what are you doing? Lumber gets very angry when he sees people doing it. It's like, no! No, you don't use flaps to take off in a 51. You lunatic. Yep, okay, I see how this works. So you see how sorry about the mixture levers wigging out like that. There's a little bit of noise in that axis, I guess. But you see how the mixture levers have those, like, feet on them? Those bump up against the throttles. So the mixture cannot be less than that distance behind the throttles to stop you from inadvertently killing your engine, which is quite clever. It doesn't actually, like, it's not programmed to work properly, so I can cut it through and it'll just clip through, but in real life you wouldn't be able to. And that's how it works in the Tiger Moth in the sim as well, I think. I don't know what the VNE for this aircraft is, but it was clearly less than what I was doing before. I'd say it's... That red stroke, is that for 90 miles an hour, or is the red stroke for 210 miles an hour? I don't know. Hey, just about done. I was actually planning on being done a while ago, but we've done a couple of extra flights because I have no self-control. Yeah, we're gonna fly at about half throttle, I think. I don't want to go much past that. Especially if I'm maneuvering, because I'll be picking up speed through dives and stuff. Frames again. It's probably because it's trying to render in 2 layers of photogrammetry on top of each other, so yeah, I'll have to uninstall that mod scenery once I figure out where it is. Because I would hazard a guess that the Sobo scenery covers that area as well. If it covers this side of the river, it almost certainly covers that. It should get rid of that unsightly difference in colour as well, where one side's green and one side's blue. It's pleasant enough to fly. You gotta watch your speed, obviously, as I just demonstrated by accident, but like, it's relatively simple. It's quite lightweight, so it gets pushed around by the wind a bit, but like, it trims hands off pretty nicely. It's just a case of staying hands off because of the wind. Does it have rudder trim? It's acting like it has rudder trim, but I'm pretty sure it's not supposed to. So that might be another thing for me to zero out. There are a lot of aircraft in the sim that are not supposed to have trim in a particular axis, but the devs just never zeroed it out, so it still has it. And this is one of them. Sometimes it's done for ease, like, its accessibility for the normies, which I don't necessarily always agree with. Like, pitch, sure. Any other axis, no. Just deal with it. So yeah, I should be able to zero that out later and fix it. Just gotta remember to do it. Okay, so it's... must be 210 mile an hour that we don't want to pass, because we're already well and truly past 90. It's a cemetery, I think, like a necropolis. GI-16 DCS had a fictional trim just for ease of flying. Maybe pitch. Like, I could live with pitch, I guess. In real life, I hate when planes don't have rudder trim because my legs get really sore. In the sim, it's mildly annoying, but I don't mind not having rudder trim in the sim, to be honest. Pitch trim, eh. Like, I can live without it, unless it's an aircraft which requires me to really hold the stick forwards or rearwards when I'm cruising, like the Jenny does. Or like a helicopter, for example. Like I said this, well, a while ago, so some of you wouldn't have heard me say it, but the springs in the Warbird base are very light around the center, so it's very easy to make small adjustments, but if you have to hold the stick pinned against the edge of the gimbal, or the edge of the cam rather, it's very heavy and it gets really tiring on your arm very quickly. So if I have to hold the aircraft full right or left, like I was doing in the Blériot, just to stop it from rolling over onto its back, it is not fun over extended periods. But if it's an aircraft which is like that level of needing to hold the stick at the extremes to stop it from killing itself, odds are I'm not going to be flying it for more than 5-10 minutes anyway. Like, it probably isn't designed to fly for more than 5 or 10 minutes, you know? So yeah, you can see here I've got mod scenery that's blue shifted from Google Earth. But since the sim appears to have added default photogrammetry for this area, I will have to hunt that down and yeet it from my community folder. Should improve our frame rates around here. We'll make the trees green again instead of bluish. But, because I don't fly here often, I hadn't noticed that before. Okay, there's a power line, so... I don't know if we'll get to demonstrate what I was talking about earlier with turbulence. I don't know if we're going to have enough clearance under it. But we might be able to demonstrate it. The power lines are a little risky to fly under in that the hitboxes for the pylons are like 2 or 3 times wider than the actual visual model of the pylon. Kind of like some MSFS trees are. But the actual lines themselves are fine to fly under as long as you've got enough clearance and as long as you don't get turbulenced into the floor. However, some types of wires seem to be a little more finicky than others, and I'm also worried about these trees beneath me. Yeah, so there's a little buck as I go under the wires from the turbulence off them. I'm not going to even attempt that route. But you can fly under them. If I had a bridge here that was clear of terrain and was, you know, not photogrammetry, I would fly under that as well just to show it. But generally speaking, when you fly under a bridge and the aircraft seems to brush something or it makes like a sound like it's scraping something and suddenly bucks around like it's hit something, you haven't hit anything, it's just the turbulence coming off the bridge, which is why you don't fly under bridges in real life, aside from the risk of hitting them. Because, like, you can't predict what the airflow under the bridge is doing. And there will be turbulence, if there's any sort of wind at all, really. There's that hole in the terrain I was talking about. It's not a big deal, though, and that's just because the mod doesn't line up perfectly with the default photogrammetry. Oh god, the frames. MSFS, please. Just one frame. Just one. Come on. But yeah, this is still default, and then you get over here past that seam, and that's mod. Hey, Wormhole Extreme, you've caught me right at the end of the stream, but I hope yours went well. Thanks to the raid, welcome everybody. We're just buzzing around Coimbra in Portugal in a de Havilland Dragon Repeat. This is a freeware aircraft. It's a pretty decent freeware aircraft too, actually. Done a bunch of DC-3 today. We flew around Ireland on the west coast in a DC-3. We did a flight around Massachusetts, around the coast, in a... My mind's gone blank. What were we in? Fucking, shit, I don't even remember. What were we flying around Massachusetts in? Oh, the Piaggio. That's right. Piaggio. And then we did a little bit of Blériot, a little bit of the Wright Flyer, and we're finishing up with this. Flickety stream went well, didn't even get banned today. Well, that's a start. Yeah, I personally, quite apart from the aircraft themselves, I intensely dislike glass cockpits. I have real trouble processing the information. Like, gauges work better for me than a single screen with 20 different pieces of info on it, all clustered together. I just can't read them. My brain doesn't like that kind of thing, so... But I prefer older aircraft, I prefer jankier aircraft. The more handling vices or bad quirks it has, the more I like it. Sorry about my very overexcited mixture levers there. The combination of freeware and a very slightly noisy sensor is causing that, I think. I've also got a scenery conflict, because of course I do. I forgot to get rid of some old mod scenery here when they updated this area of the world, but still quite pretty. I should probably fly around the Iberian Peninsula a little more often than I do. A lot of glass in this cockpit. Yeah, okay. Technically, sure. So for those that don't know what a Dragon Repeat looks like, that is what a Dragon Repeat looks like. Little interwar de Havilland light airliner slash mail plane slash general purpose small twin engine thing. Yeah, RAF colours. And you can get this on flightsim.to. Actually, no, sorry, this one's not flightsim.to. This one is from, what's the name of the site where Old Mate releases all this stuff? I can't remember. It's from the other site, not flightsim.to. Just search MSFS Dragon Repeat and it should come up with it on Google. Having said that, fs.to does have a bunch of decent freeware itself, so... It can be a mixed bag quality-wise, but this is one of the really nice ones, I think. And there's not much that I would change in it. I'm going to give it a free castering tail wheel. Probably later this afternoon or tomorrow or something. So, I don't know how many of you have heard the rumours that free castering wheels are impossible in MSFS, or it's too hard, or a Sobo doesn't support it, or the SDK doesn't. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. The third parties are fucking lazy, as usual. It's one number. One number in a single line of code. Most aircraft have it set to 90, it's the limiting angle for the tail wheel. Change that to 180. You now have a free castering tail wheel. Done. It's not connected to the rudder pedals anymore. You have to actually steer with differential braking. Incredible. However, also because devs are lazy, most aircraft, particularly third-party aircraft in the sim, have really bad ground handling, which has always been blamed on the sim itself and on Asobo. It's not. It's the fucking third parties again, because they've got the brake effectiveness set way too high and the wheel friction set way too high. So if you just adjust the contact points for the main gear and the brakes, like the brake pressure, and then you change that one angle number for the tail wheel, boom, you've got a free castering tail wheel and steering through differential braking, like toe brakes or bike brake like the Spitfire has or whatever. Done. So after all the, oh, we can't do it, oh, it's too hard, oh, Asobo hasn't added that feature to the SDK yet, like, don't give me that shit. Literally, just, it's one number. We started the stream with a very long and somewhat, you know, I'm not going to be making any friends sort of discussion about a lot of the third-party devs in the civilian flight simulation scene, let alone MSFS proper, but especially in MSFS, and their love of blaming their own incompetence, laziness, and fuck-ups on the actual sim dev themselves, which is like 90% of the criticisms people have of this sim, it's because third-party devs are just fucking lazy. Asobo have a few things which are their fault, but most of it's third parties. Like, almost all of it's third parties. The ground handling, third parties. The way turbulence rocks the aircraft in yaw and makes it do this instead of drop wings, yeah, that's the third parties as well, because a well-done third-party flight model or a well-done Asobo flight model drops a wing and doesn't do that tail-wagging thing. It's because most modules in the game don't have sufficient roll coupling, which is something anyone who has learnt to fly in real life is aware of and knows that, you know, the sim should probably have more of it for a lot of aircraft. It's frustrating, man. It's frustrating. It wouldn't be as bad if they just said, oh, we don't know how to do that, but it's like, oh no, we can't do that, the sim doesn't support it, it's Asobo's fault. Do you fly GA? I was learning to fly recreational, which is kind of like between ultralight and GA, but I haven't flown for a few years, because I ran out of money in spare time, and I haven't been able to get back to it yet. So I'm not a super high hours pilot or anything, I'm not like some mega pro GA pilot, I'm definitely not commercial. I had like 50 hours and about 15 solo, somewhere between 10 and 15, it's probably like 13, 14, I don't know. Enough to be dangerous, not enough to be good. But enough to know how a plane fucking flies, you know? And conveniently, the first plane I learnt to fly on is in the sim, from a third party, from Iris, the Jabiru. Iris got lazy and used a Jabiru 160 flight model for both the 160 and the 170. The 170's got a longer wingspan, so it's a bit more sedate. It's got a lower stall speed, it stalls more gently. So like the stall behavior's off in the 170 because they just cheaped out and used the same flight model for both. But aside from that, the Iris Jab feels like I remember the Jab feeling. Both in terms of how it flies, how it looks, like how it responds to turbulence, like all of that. So, you know, every time I see people say, oh, turbulence in MSFS is too much, like, no, if anything, it's not enough. Well, all the turbulence is done wrong, the plane just rocks from side to side. Yeah, well, because the devs didn't make the flight model properly. Fly a properly done flight model and you'll see. You know, it's frustrating, man. Like, not to say, oh, Asobo, you're so perfect you could do nothing wrong, but it's kind of like what happens in DCS, where a third party doesn't do something right, and they go, oh, it's Eagle Dynamics' fault. Oh, DCS doesn't support this feature. No, it's totally not ED problem, and then it turns out it was them all along. Same shit. Like, Flight Sim Dev seems to have, as a scene, seems to have a lot of ego problems and a lot of unwillingness to accept responsibility. Over 50 in MSFS, I'm full qualified. Yeah, totally the same thing, close enough. Oh, look at this, we're dropping a wing from turbulence. Oh, wow. A freeware aircraft is dropping a wing in turbulence. Like I said, freeware stuff's a mixed bag, and this, you know, this could use a little more love, mostly artistically. Like, the flight model feels pretty decent. But it's depressing when a lot of freeware aircraft, or aircraft that were released officially for free in the 40th anniversary pack or whatever, are just better than expensive payware stuff from prestigious developers that everyone jumps up to defend. Like, they're not going to suck your dick for you, dude. Like, you don't have to defend them. Maybe if you held them to account instead, they would actually fix their shit. Just a thought. Instead of modders having to do it for them. I don't fly tubes. I have no interest in tubes at all. The only airliners I fly, pretty much, aside from occasionally taking up a tube and then not flying it like a tube, like I do low-level stuff and fly it like it's an air tanker, or just stalls and spins to see what it'll do. The only tubes I really fly are vintage, so the DC-6 I fly from time to time, the Connie, the DC-3 technically counts as a vintage tube, I guess. The BA-146 I have, but I haven't flown yet, but that's probably about my limit. Airbus stuff, like, a vintage 737, I'd be all over, but I probably wouldn't fly, like, actual serious tube stuff in it. I'd just buzz around in it for fun. But Airbus stuff, I have no interest in at all. Absolutely no interest in Airbuses. They're everything I hate. They're fly-by-wire, they're glass cockpits, they just are visually uninteresting to me. I'm like, they're perfectly good airliners. Like, the fact they're boring is good, you know? Like, boring is good in real life, as far as aviation goes, but in a sim, like, no thanks. The closest I want to see an Airbus in MSFS is when someone finally gives me a Sukhoi Su-15, and some tube liner streamer has fucked up their nav, and I can form up on their wing and give them the follow me, the wing wag. Yeah, I fly the DC-6. Not very often, though. I don't fly it as much as I'd like to, just because I usually don't play MSFS for that long. So doing the really long routes that the DC-6 kind of benefits from, I don't do that much. And I'm not doing, like, proper procedure for anything. Like, I don't have a flight plan, I just take off and fly wherever I feel like it. See how lost I can get. Having said that, I may or may not have, at one point, simulated air tanker operations in the DC-6 at very low level around power lines, and it may or may not have been the most fun thing I have done in a sim in like years. So I'm just, you know, just saying. That's the kind of stuff I enjoy in the big planes. When you have an aircraft that large, that low to the ground, that your shadow is like blotting out the sun for like an entire row of houses under you, that's I like that. At least the sim's been out long enough. The first thing you hear now isn't do a barrel roll or can you land at Lukla. I've had a few barrel rolls, and usually the stuff I fly, barrel rolls are like, yeah, whatever, like, they're not hard. Even if the aircraft's not aerobatic rated, as long as the sim gives me enough leeway for how much stress I can put on the airframe. Lukla I've landed at. I took a Spitfire into Lukla, not on stream, but I've done it. I took a Spitfire into Lukla, I took a Piper Cub, the military spotter version, the artillery observation version. I took one of them into Lukla. I think those are the only two things I have, though. Aileron roll. In this, no, I'll overspeed it, probably. I mean, I could try. It's got miserable aileron response. I gotta give it full forward stick to stop it from nosediving, and I think I just killed the engines from -G. No, okay, we're good. That wasn't even a proper aileron roll, that was almost a barrel roll, because the aircraft are like, it's a biplane, right? Biplanes do not like aileron rolls. They don't like being upside down in general. Which is something that kind of caught me off guard when I first started playing Rise of Flight many, many moons ago. Actually, waiting for a good Concorde sim, you're going to be waiting a while, dude. You're really going to be waiting a while. They'll learn the DC-6 tomorrow. Seems very complicated. Hopefully some knowledge from managing DCS props transfers. Not really. Not really. It's a whole different kettle of fish, and there's a lot. It does have the like AI flight engineer assist, which I would recommend actually using, especially when you're first starting out, because in real life that's a 2 or 3 person job. Like, flying that aircraft is minimum 2 person job, more often 3 person. So don't, like, it can be fun to do all 3 jobs yourself, because then you get to click more stuff, and in cruising flight you can jump back to the flight engineer station and twiddle with things, which, you know, kind of keeps you interested over a longer flight. But when you're first learning, just use the assists, because you would have another person with more experience, or at least some experience, who's helping you manage the aircraft. There's so many gauges to watch all at once, there's so many controls to manipulate. If you try and do everything by hand, as you're starting out learning, you're going to brick the plane so many times. I can still see that. Hope you have a wonderful and refreshing sleep. Thanks again for the raid, and I'll catch you hopefully sometime in the future. Your place or mine in terms of Twitch. That, you know, that came out weird. Nice scenery around here. I haven't actually been down this section of the coast before. Last time I flew around Coimbra, I just landed back at the airport. So this is nice. I should definitely fly around this part of the world more. Paid for the Concorde in Misfits, is it not good? Oh my god, it's a train wreck. If you enable the debug overlays showing like what the airflow is doing, the aircraft's flight model is not even a delta wing. Like, I don't know what the fuck they did, but when you enable the aero overlays, like showing the lift vectors, right? So it shows these blue poles coming off everything that's generating lift. It shows it as being a conventional but very highly swept wing, and showing the aileron control surface as being on the leading edge of the wing. Like, it's absolutely munted. I would personally say it doesn't really even look that good. It looks like it's ported from, like, FSX. But, you know, I have fairly high standards for that kind of thing. But in terms of flying, no, it's nothing like a Concorde. I don't know how the systems are, but the flight model's fucked. And this is something I was talking about earlier as well, is like a lot of stuff on the marketplace and a lot of devs that have come to Misfizz. Even some of, like, the fact that even some of the big name devs that everyone holds in high regard are too lazy or incompetent to figure out basic shit like a free cast ring tail wheel. That's bad enough, but then you have devs that come in and they're basically just content milling. Like, they'll maybe make a model for something or reuse one from an older sim, or they'll buy a model off Turbo Squid. They'll throw together a fucking half-assed flight model and they'll sell it for 30-40 bucks. And everyone goes, oh my god, it's so cheap, that's amazing. And it's like, yeah, but you're buying something worse than freeware. Like, the Milviz Cessna 310 at, what is it, 30-something bucks, that is a fucking steal. Because it's so fully featured and it's pretty well made. It still has some minor issues, but it's really well made. The Wing 42 Boeing 247D, that 20 bucks, and it's probably one of the best simulated things in the sim. That is like the best value you will find. The ravioli, the Caproni Vizzola, the little thing that looks like a glider, but it's got a little baby jet engine in the back. That's like, what, 10 bucks or something? That's fucking phenomenal value. Stuff like that's really good, and then you have like all the fancy, like some of the military trainers in Misfizz are really good. In fact, I think most of the military trainers in Misfizz are really good because they're reputable devs that have, a lot of them are from DCS or other military sims. The Just Flight Hawk, though, the flight model's fucked on and they keep blaming Asobo for it, which is bullshit. It's Just Flight's fault. But like the fighters are, nah, bro. The F117, the Nighthawk, it looks promising, and it's reasonably priced for what it's developing into, but I'm still on the fence about it. Like the F-15, the Tomcat, like the Typhoon, all that stuff, like, nah, dude. Nah. If you want to fly a Tomcat, an F-16, an F-15, or eventually a Typhoon, go do it in DCS, like, you know. Or wait for a better Misfits version to come out. Well, even PMDG fucked things up. Like, the rudder on the DC6, the rudder response on the DC6, unless they patched it, I don't know, because I was running Rush's mod and I've never stopped running it. But, like, you could boot the rudder full over in the DC6 in level flight, and it would snap roll you faster than if you used the ailerons, like, hard over on the stick. Not only would it do it faster than the ailerons could roll you, which in some cases might be believable, but not for an airliner of that size and weight, and at that airspeed, like at high speed, where the rudder's got such heavy airflow over it, but also when a DC-6 did that in front of me and I was in a Spitfire, I couldn't roll quick enough to follow it. So, like, basically what they did is they didn't set any sort of scaling on the effectiveness of the rudder with building airspeed, because the DC-6's rudder isn't boosted in any way, it's just, you feel through your feet the airflow over the tail. Whatever air loading's on the rudder, you feel through your feet. So unless you're fucking Chun-Li, you're not going to be able to get much out of that rudder at cruising speed, let alone in a high speed, like, dive or something. So, it's a relatively minor thing at the end of the day, but like I said, it's PMDG and everyone sings their praises, and usually they're okay, except for Randazzo's ego. But just, even they miss things. Shit, I should probably actually check what the fuselage side area drag in the DC-6 is. I fucking bet you it's 0.4 coefficient. I bet you that's what it's set as, which is the default value that everyone just leaves. So I bet you if I was to try and use side slip, or like forward slip in the DC-6, to drop altitude and airspeed to get into a short runway, I bet you it would suck at doing it, because the coefficient's too low. Because almost every dev in the sim just leaves that at 0.4, because they don't know what it is. Like, they look at CX, fuselage side, and nothing in their brain goes, coefficient of drag? Fuselage side? This might be useful. They just leave it at 0.4. Airplane Heaven are like the only ones which have demonstrated understanding of what that does. Not only that, but they actually demonstrated how they arrived at the number they used for all the fucking shit they catch. Where is a runway that saves me flying all the way back to Coimbra? We've probably gone past one. I see one over there, off my 11. Cheers for the follow, by the way. Ariel and Wormhole's gone to bed, I think, but I've been a bit dodgy with keeping up with my alerts lately. What about War Thunder? What about War Thunder? We had a whole last discussion earlier about how DCS players are just glorified War Thunder players with a bigger ego. They think they know more, they actually don't. Like, some of them do, but the average DCS player is barely more evolved than a War Thunder player. Just the same as, like, most of the people that complain on the MSFS forums about how this or that isn't realistic have no flying time and no actual understanding of how aviation works. War Thunder is very far removed from realism, but, I mean, it is what it is. There are certain things War Thunder does surprisingly well, there are a lot of things it does incredibly badly, but at the end of the day, it's a free-to-play game designed to separate people from their money, so they constantly fudge numbers to make things more appealing to either skip the grind towards, or to skip the grind on it because it's painful, or to buy upgrades for it, or premiums, whatever. Like, War Thunder's less of a game than it is a revenue-generating scheme. Having said that, War Thunder, because it's a revenue-generating scheme, and they need to constantly throw new content to the game rather than actually fix anything, what it does mean is that even if they don't fly anything like the real plane, and even if they're, like, there's, you know, errors on the visual model or whatever, at least the game reminds people that some really obscure planes or tanks existed. Because I think it'll be a cold day in hell before we see a de Havilland Sea Vixen in any other sim. Well, in any sim. I wouldn't call War Thunder a sim necessarily. But, like, we're not going to see it in DCS, because none of the DCS devs have documents on it, and probably only a handful of them are even based enough to consider that. We probably won't see it in MSFS for much the same reason. We might see a freeware one. There is a freeware Vampire, and there's a freeware Gloucester Media, but I don't know, I doubt it. Sea Vixen's a bit too niche, I think, and a bit too complex of an aircraft. So stuff like that. Like, War Thunder has its place. But ultimately there's less of a difference between DCS players and War Thunder players than DCS players like to think. We're not getting anywhere in a hurry in this plane, but we'll land at that airfield ahead, and then I need to end the stream because I'm going to lose my voice if I keep going. And I've been going for quite a few more hours than planned at this stage, as usual. We're going to come off the power and start descending. I don't want to overspeed the aircraft again, but I also need to dump some altitude. Those lights are for the oil pressure. We're also going to go full rich, because I don't want to forget that. It's like, it doesn't usually cause problems in MSFS when I forget to go to full rich before landing, but it's one of those things that you do not want to get into that habit. So, we'll set it early. Power a bit more. That's given us a bit more overhead with the oil pressure as well. A little bit bumpy, not much though. Perfectly manageable. Like, the turbulence you're seeing here, the stick wobbling is just me. making very small adjustments on my stick, but that's what he said. But like the little bumps when I'm not inputting any commands to the stick, that's like the bare minimum of turbulence that you would notice while you're flying. Bare minimum. It's either dead still because it's winter and it's cold and the air's nice and thick, or it's more than this. So every time somebody on the MSFS forum says, oh, the Sims, the turbulence is too much, or real life turbulence isn't like that, like, no dude, you have no idea what you're talking about. Like, turbulence is a lot worse than it gets in the sim right now. This sim still models it better than pretty much... X-Plane might do it better, I don't know. But anything other than X-Plane, I can guarantee you this sim does it better. But it still undersells it. Like, turbulence still can get a lot worse than what you'll experience in MSFS. People are like, oh, you know, I got hit by a 200 kilometer an hour, 200 knots gust suddenly. Like, yeah, those happen, they're called jet streams. Sometimes it is a bug, like the live weather system desyncs, but more often than not, when people are saying, oh, this happened, like, oh, you know, like this weather pattern, or there's no way this is real, it's like, is it though? Like, are you sure? It doesn't take much to really change the way the air feels. Like I was talking about earlier in the stream, for those who are here. For those that weren't, the airfield I learnt to fly at had a few quirks. One of the quirks was the cross strip that we used in a crosswind, which I used to use during normal winds just for crosswind practice, because it was a shorter runway and it was a bit narrower and it was dirt. I'd intentionally land on it during normal days, so I'd get some crosswind circuit practice. But it had a tree line, a windbreak, planted just off the end of the runway on one side, where the wind would usually be coming from. And there was a lumberyard on the other side of that. And the combined mechanical turbulence of the airflow blowing over the lumberyard, then over the trees, and then burbling around at the end of the runway, it was like going into a fucking washing machine. It was like, what? I can't even make this aircraft move quickly enough to show you what the turbulence was like a couple hundred meters before you touch down on that runway. And that was like unsettling the first couple of times, but you get used to it. I think it's just, the problem is that MSFS players, at least a lot of them, don't actually have any real flying experience, and they don't understand how any of this stuff works. And because of the way MSFS generates turbulence, it's not just a random canned effect that just happens. Like, you can see why it happens. If you fly behind a hill, that's where it's coming from. Like, if you fly behind a hill and suddenly you're getting pushed downwards towards the ground, well, congratulations, you've just discovered why flying over mountains in wind is dangerous. You know, if you go under a bridge and you feel the aircraft jerk like you've hit something, you didn't hit something, there's turbulence coming off the bridge. It's nice that we have some visualization of what the airflow is doing, not just the thermals, but the CFD stuff. I'm going to have to orbit round here, I'm still too high. I could slip it in, but even for that I'm a bit high, so I'm just going to orbit and drop some altitude. Drop some flaps too here in a minute. But like, now we can visualize the air, that's nice. It can help explain it to people that don't understand, but at the end of the day, a lot of them are still going to argue. It's funny to me though, seeing the number of people who say, oh, like, there's no way this is realistic. Look at how much the plane's bouncing around. Like, this Sims flight model is garbage. It's like, that is the fastest way to out yourself as not understanding how aviation works and having no hours flying an aircraft yourself of any sort. Like, well done. You know? It's one thing to say, oh, the turbulence is too much, or the turbulence is too little, or, you know, this aircraft should respond to it this particular way, whatever, but when someone says, oh no, this is not how this works, it's like, yeah dude, it actually is. It definitely is. What do you think about Microprose and their new games? New Microprose is not old Microprose. It is a new company with new owners wearing the old company's skin as a mask. Now, does that mean they're going to be bad? Not really. They picked a lot of really good projects, so we will see. Time will tell. They picked up some really, really good projects, some of which are already out, things like High Fleet, that Destroyer game, a couple of promising ones coming up like Sea Power. They got some great games, right, on their roster. They've also got some projects which I think they shouldn't have picked up. They probably only picked up for clout, and I'm not sure who was benefiting the most clout-wise. Like Harsh Doorstop and a few other things. So it's not the same company. They've inherited the same name, but it's not the same company. Yeah, like a lot of people don't realise that. Tiny Combat Arena is quite neat. I like the concept of it. I've played a little bit of it. Like when it was just still a free demo. I quite liked the idea behind it. Sort of like a more casual game with some of the trappings of a sim. And like nice sort of lo-fi graphics, but like intentionally lo-fi as an artistic choice. Not my best approach, but whatever. This thing is... oh, oi oi oi. I think we just about three-pointed that. I didn't even mean to. In fact, I think the tail wheel came down first. Are you going to stop flying anytime soon? I feel like the drag value on this is way too low. It shouldn't be this slippery. Like, the brakes are too effective, so if I stand on the brakes, I'll nose over and break the plane. That's something I've got to fix later. But it's too slippery. A biplane, especially this size, like it's pretty streamlined for a biplane, but once its wheels on ground and its nose up like this, it should not take me this long. At ground idle, should not take me this long to slow down without standing on the brakes. So the flight model's pretty decent, especially for freeware, but it still needs tweaking. Now, having said that, I have no information on how a drag and repeat actually handles, so I'm going to have to work by guesstimate, and that looks about right, until I can find some documentation and adjust from there. But that's okay, because that's what most of the third parties appear to be doing as well. Very few of them appear to be actually working from actual fucking documentation. What is this aircraft? De Havilland drag and repeat. Just on my screen. I'll taxi over and shut it off. Too late. I mean, I already gave it away, but sure. Oh my god, we got another raid. Bill Mace! You caught me right as I was about to finish the stream. We just completed our last flight, but thanks for the raid. I hope you had a great stream. I'm not sure where you were flying today. I wasn't able to catch you before I started myself, but I know you enjoy a bit of bush flying, so... We haven't quite done bush flying today, but we've done some very vintage-themed things today. We took the Blériot out for a nice flight about Rouen in France, and then landed off-field in it. Survived this time. We're just in the drag and repeat now. Done a short flight from Coimbra to wherever we are now, I have no idea. Did a little bit of the right flyer as well, which is my first time trying it out. I was actually surprised. It was less hand-holdy than I thought it would be. I was expecting it to be really simplified, but it's quite nice. We're checking out the Vision Jet tonight on the coast of California. Oh, that's right, that came out, didn't it? I like the design of the jet. I like it. I think I would probably enjoy flying it, but the cockpit. The cockpit, man, it's all glass. I hate glass. I hate glass so much. Someone needs to make a steam gauge version. I know that's not a thing in real life, and I know nobody would make that a thing. Whatever, get out of my way, BP man. I know nobody would make that a thing in real life, but that's probably the main, really the only way you're going to get me inside that thing, to be honest. Otherwise, I'll just admire it from a distance. A little convention going on over here. We've got a Cabri, we've got a Blériot, which is what we were in earlier. Sukhoi Su-31, which is a little aerobatic plane. And a, what's that, a Booker, I think. Yeah, Booker. And then a long easy. Oh, a little heavy on the brake there. Bad turbulence. We were just talking about you. Well, not you, but your namesake. Welcome to the stream, just a follower. Alright. Good enough. This'll do me for a parking spot. Okay, park brake. What we're gonna do, we will... Yeah, we'll do all that once we've got everything else shut down, so... Mixture can come back, pitot heat can go off. That was a bit abrupt. That sound needs a little work. It is freeware. I can't be too critical. Get rid of all of this stuff, and then fuel valve can close. This is the flap lever down here, so this is the parking brake, this is the flap lever. I don't think any of the doors on this are clickable. Like, I don't think the doors open. In fact, I don't think the doors are even modeled. I think they're just textured on from the outside. The window's open, but... And just for those that don't know what a drag and repeat looks like... yeah, it's a little Booker 131 or whatever it is. There's our drag and repeat. Quite a cute little plane. 19... Was it late 20s, early 30s? I think it was like early 30s. British light airliner slash mail plane slash liaison slash do everything. Alright. What, the wheel spats? It's more aerodynamic having them than just having the wheels exposed. Like, wheel spats look like they would cause a shit ton of drag, but, they don't. They do the opposite. You would think so, but they don't. Usually they don't. If they didn't benefit the aerodynamics, I probably wouldn't put them there, to be honest. Like, you would be surprised how much drag a wheel causes. And even halfway covering it is an improvement. So yeah, and we've got our little... I don't know if they're the fuel pumps or if they're for the electrical system. I think they're the fuel pumps, but our little baby windmill turning there. Let's see who I can send you guys to. Oh, and for everyone arriving from Bill May's raid, I don't know how many of you have heard about the supposedly you can't do free castering wheels, tail or nose, doesn't matter. Free castering wheels in MSFS are like not a thing apparently. Yeah, they are. You change one number in a flight model. One number. One number. So my DC-3, thanks to Canadian Captain Mustache, is now free castering tail wheel and has to be steered exclusively through the toe brakes when it's on the ground. My Spitfire, because Flying Iron haven't got round to it yet, they've done it for the Hellcat but nothing else. My Spitfire, my Milviz Corsair, my Big Radials Goose, they all now have free castering tail wheels. I did that this morning in like 10 seconds, but I've got to adjust the brakes because the bad ground handling everyone blames on Asobo is actually the third parties because the wheel contact points are just screwed. So I got to tune the brake effectiveness on those, tune the wheel friction, and then I should be able to actually steer instead of nose the plane over because I tapped the brake for 2 seconds. Why they're like 10 fuel tankers? The ground traffic's a little random. The first flight of the stream, we had a BP man blocking the runway at Cork, and then right as we were like most of the way through our takeoff roll, I noticed there was a car driving down the runway as well. So the airport ground services like to drive on taxiways and runways for no reason. It's an ongoing thing. There's probably a mod to fix it, but I haven't got around to doing it yet. Give me some time here to set this raid up. It's a very scuffed, unprofessional streaming setup, so it takes me like 10 minutes to do anything. Who is live? Who indeed? Tempest playing DCS. Robbo's playing a Men of War Assault Squad? Robbo, what are you doing? Is that Cold War mod? Is it actually stable now? Oh no, he's playing World War II Moas. I mean, it's still a fucking awesome game, which it's been way too long since I played it myself. Oh my god, another raid? No! No, Tempest, what are you doing? Tempest, why? I'm just looking to raid out on someone myself, man. I hope you had a great stream. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for the raid. I'm going to be passing on the love any moment here, probably to Robbo, just because, like, holy shit, he's actually playing Assault Squad. I have not played that or seen that in years. I don't know how much longer he's going to be on, but he only started, like, not even 2 hours ago, so it'll be a while yet, I think. There we go. Yeah, so we, if you guys want to know what you missed, we've been having a kind of vintage aviation and bitch about third-party devs day today. Because I found out that several things third-party devs like to blame on Asobo are actually their own fault, and Asobo has nothing to do with any of it. Because, you know, it's just like DCS. All the third parties blame shit that they do on the actual original SimDev. Anyway, thanks for hanging out with me today, guys. I hope you all had a good time. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you to everyone who raided. We had a surprising number of raids today, especially towards the end of the stream. What plane is it? It's the de Havilland Dragon Repeat. I forget what number. It's like DH89, I want to say, but I could be wrong. It's a Dragon Repeat at any rate. It's not like many things have that name. So, yeah, thanks again, everybody, for hanging out with me today, and I'm going to pass you along to Robbo to witness one of the great, semi-obscure, real-time strategy-ish games of the past 20 years, Men of War Assault Squad. And I will catch you guys Monday morning my time for an armor stream, unless I sleep in. And going forwards from next week, we should hopefully be able to get back to a more regular streaming schedule once I get all my assignments done, since classes are done for the year. Catch you later.